This story begins in the east of Zhaoge City. Her older sister yelled at Yang Chen for drawing an entire book with her in it and selling it at the academy. That being said, she looked very mature in this book. Yang Chen that one just started laughing and said, "It's all about being beautiful, that's why everyone liked this book." His older sister didn't understand him because he wasn't even cultivating, but he was doing crazy things. She also reminded him that the courtyard evaluation was coming up, and if he continued like this, he would be expelled. Except Yang Chen wasn't worried at all since he had reached the culmination of Fu Fist, so he was confident that there wouldn't be any problem with the assessment. The crowd that was standing nearby heard those words and started laughing with him. Big Sister decided to piss him off and asked him to show this culmination of Fist of Fuhu. Yang Chen started to refuse as he didn't want to harm the girls and asked to forget about it this time. His sister didn't even want to listen to him and slammed the ground next to him against the ground. Yang Chen started to get hysterical and asked him to stop. He said that his fighting spirit is extremely strong, and if he activates it, he won't be able to stop it. The power of his Fuhu fist is limitless. He doesn't want to hurt her. It really made everyone standing around, and even my sister, laugh. A martial spirit is a kind of heavenly gift for a cultivator. Their owners are also called heavenly masters. It grants its owner strength and outstanding abilities, and the celestial master can become a god in the future. My older sister was surprised he knew anything about it at all. After which he said everything in the city that the one great heavenly master. Suddenly, one of the guys started hitting him that he has no right at all to call himself a celestial master since he's been in treatment for 3 whole years and is now at rock bottom. Yang Chen didn't even bother to answer or say anything to him. That guy then approached him and asked him to demonstrate that he was actually a heavenly mother to show everyone his fighting spirit. Big Sister was tired of watching and listening to all of this, so she asked Xue Liang to stop all of this. Xu Liang didn't understand why he should stop if he could teach this lowlife a lesson. Everyone had faith in Xu Liang, as he was already at the peak 2nd stage of body hardening, after which, Xu Liang headed straight for Yang Chen to crush him. Except that he was rebuffed and flew back himself, making a hole in the asphalt. No one realized what had happened, but really, Yang Chen was just showing his strength at last. After which, his elder sister approached him and asked him to improve his cultivation base as soon as possible to become an inner disciple and not waste Tianjiao martial arts. Yang Chen smiled and thanked her for understanding, and he would definitely listen to what she said. Next, Yang Chen happily went about his business from there. On his way home, he met his younger brother, Xiaoqiue. You immediately started hugging each other, even though they were even the best and worst outer sect disciple. No one understood why they didn't get along so well with each other. After which, the latter began to tell Xiaoqiue that today he had made good time and scared this bunch of people with his strength, and by his soul had awakened, and now he had the soul of a true dragon. Even Li Qinglin lay at his feet and bowed. Xiaoqiue was surprised and asked if his sister had accidentally hugged him or something. Yang Chen started to boast and said that she looked at him like a cute little dog. If there were no bystanders there, he was sure she would have thrown herself into his arms. Except it was a shame Musu didn't know about it. Xiaoqiu thought that it was no problem, and since he had already awakened his fighting spirit, he suggested going to her and telling her. Yang Chen immediately agreed, and they both went to Musu's house satisfied. Before entering Musu's house, some auntie got in front of them and yelled for you to stop. After something, she asked how she could help them. Yang Chen started yelling at her and ordered her to get out of the way. She looked at them there and told them they weren't just bastards, they were also stupid. Next, it was auntie who started to tell him that Musu didn't want to get close to him, and he still didn't realize it. She will definitely become an inner disciple after passing the exam, to live in different worlds in the future. Yang Chen didn't even want to believe a single word she said until he personally heard it from her. It was Musu herself who heard all this shouting, and she decided to come over to see what was going on. Xiaoqiue immediately asked her what it all meant. Then Musu explained that they had grown and now things were not the same. So she suggested that he stay away from each other. Yang Chen agreed and just turned around and walked away. And in the end, Xiaoqiue wished that she would regret this act in the future. After that, those two went into the woods. Yang Chen was sitting himself quietly on a rock and meditating, when suddenly, a book Origin Demon Art appeared above his head. Yang Chen was very much surprised since it was the Ancient Demonic Dragon, Martial Spirit Inheritance, Ancient Demonic Dragon Art. With his current strength, he could only practice the first chapter for now. It is said that it can be used to elevate one to the heavens. It's a terrifying technique that can make it incredibly better, so he decided to do it now and try it, after which he began to suck out all the spiritual power in that courtyard. Taoist masters are categorized by attributes. The vast majority of Taoist masters have one attribute. Masters with two attributes are extremely rare. For example, the Fire Sky Taoist can only absorb the aura of heaven and earth associated with fire, while other attributes are difficult to absorb or even feel. It turns out that Yang Chen was a heavenly master with all the attributes. He was extremely pleased and shouted at full volume. His brother ran up to him and asked him why he was yelling like that. Yang Chen hugged him and swore to protect now him. This martial soul's ability to absorb aura was truly terrifying. In such a short time, the entire courtyard's aura was absorbed. Therefore, Yang Chen decided to go to Mount Kyoge. It was useless to cultivate further here. And Kyoge Mountain was full of spiritual energy, which was just right for them to refine. It's not long before the exam, so they should do their best to improve their cultivation base. After a few hours, they still made it there. Yang Chen immediately started meditating, after which he began to transform. It was body hardening, and it only took him a day, while Xiao Qiyue spent a whole month on it. And if this keeps up, he'll soon catch up to his brother. After a few minutes, Xiao Qiyue sensed some strange odor, after which Yang Chen tore the hardened shell around him, and now he had the third stage of body hardening. The third level of body hardening is the most difficult stage in this martial realm, during which the body is completely refined. Even Xiao Qiyue needed 3 months to complete it. It took him just under a day for the first 3 stages of body hardening. It was an incredible speed, except Yang Chen only cared about food since he was very hungry. Xiao Qiyue understood him and ran off somewhere. A few minutes later, he was back with Kasnafruit hooves, as he needed to eat well after something like this. Yang Chen immediately grappled with the matter. After a few minutes, he sat down all meat to bone, and even after that, he was still hungry. After a few seconds, his stomach ached very badly, and Xiao Qiyue thought that it was all because of his martial soul. After which, some strange matter began to emerge from Yang Chen's body. Around him, all the trees and all the leaves dried up. After which, Yang Chen said that he was no longer hungry. At this time, Xiao Qiyue hid behind a rock. If he didn't run faster now, he would lose the little amount of true qi that was in his body. Only Yang Chen didn't care, as he felt a great surge of strength. Xiao Qiyue was happy for his brother, and he advised him to try out his new strength. Yang Chen didn't mind and tried out the ancient dragon strike on the tree. He felled a tree with one blow, and he left a big hole in another tree. Xiao Qiyue was surprised when he realized that it was his brother's fire attribute. The true qi of the fire attribute must be that fiery energy of the true fire of the sun. And it is from the morning of the truly awesome she deserves in her reputation. After which, Yang Chen suggested that they go find a cave and spend the night there, and then continue training. On the way to the cave, Yang Chen heard some noise. He walked over to the pile and pulled it apart and was very surprised. There he saw a girl wiping herself off after bathing in the hot spring. Xiao Qiyue decided to take a look too, and when he saw it, he was very surprised. Yes, so much so that he almost gave them both away, so Yang Chen gagged him with his hand. A girl overheard all this and she was interested, so she quickly dressed, took her sword and yelled for whoever was there to come out of there. These two immediately hid and were scared and realized that they could get really hurt right now. Suddenly, just before the bushes, the girl heard what sounded like an earthquake. She turned around and quickly ran towards that earthquake. The two of them exhaled with peace of mind. Xiao Qiyue told his brother that it was not an earthquake, but a mad bear, so he suggested running in the opposite direction. This really interested Yang Chen, and since he hadn't seen the rabid bear yet, he decided to go see it. Xiao Qiyue was against it since an adult mad bear usually have the strength of a level 8 body tempering power. Even he can't defeat it, and it's too dangerous. Yang Chen didn't understand why he was afraid if even the girl had just walked towards him. And they didn't need to be afraid all the more. At this point, Bear had already killed himself with this girl. When the two of you approached, they saw the battle and the face of this girl. They knew her, and her name was Qian Lingxi. She was the one who took that bath. Yang Chen asked his brother to help him with this bear, but that was no longer important, as this mad bear was still very young. He was only at the 5th level of body hardening and many vital points were affected, so he didn't have long to live. At that moment, the girl stabbed him with her sword until he was bleeding, from which she fell to the ground so loudly. After which, she looked at them and said, "You finally dared to come out?" Yang Chen started to say that it was a mere coincidence that they met her here. Qian Lingxi remembered this question, and that his name was Yang Chen. The one was even glad she remembered his name. After which, Qian Lingxi asked them if they had been near that very lake. Yang Chen turned on the fool, and he explained that he was just passing by, heard a noise, and came to look, and then he saw her heroic fighting spirit. Except it didn't sound very convincing from the outside. Qian Lingxi didn't trust him, and asked if that was really the case. Then Yang Chen said that he couldn't lie to goddesses like her. When Chen Lingxi heard his words, she was surprised because he had called her a treacherous temptress before. But now she was a goddess. Yang Chen didn't even realize what was being talked about. After which, Chen Lingxi turned around and lastly said that she would kill him if she found out that he had tricked her. When she left, Yang Chen asked her brother what she was talking about. Then Xiao Qiwei said that 3 years ago, he had seen Chen Lingxi, and said that when she grew up, she would definitely become a cunning temptress. Yang Chen didn't remember this, but even more, he didn't expect her to remember it. Even Xiao Qiwei noticed that he was right now she was just a beauty. Yang Chen didn't understand him since he was only 15 years old, and why would he be in such a hurry? After all, when he got the status of Great Heavenly Master, he would be able to choose from all the beautiful women in the world, and Chen Lingxi would be his backup. Half a month later, they did reach the village. They were shabby and dirty. This technique is very good, but Yang Chen is a little annoyed that it burns clothes every time. Xiao Qiwei decided to cheer up his brother and told him not to be sad, since this practice had helped him reach the peak body tempering sphere of the 5th level in just half a month. With that, Yang Chen just agreed and promised to cover for him in the future. After which, they went to change their clothes and went to the outer courtyard square. When they entered the courtyard, everyone was shocked at how this loser had awakened his fighting spirit. Yang Chen immediately ran to his sister. He was very happy to see her, especially so handsome today. Except his sister was offended since he hadn't come to martial arts class in over half a month, but even more so was wondering what he'd been doing all this time. Yang Chen proudly declared that he had practiced, and also asked me to worry about him since this exam was now a mere trifle for him, since he was a great heavenly master. The one approached him and asked if he had really risen to the level of body hardening. At that time, it proudly declared that it had completed the bone refining stage and reached the peak of the 5th level of the body tempering realm. His sister took offense at him, turned around and told him to do whatever he wanted. Yang Chen didn't understand why Big Sister was angry and why she didn't believe him. Xiao Qiu didn't bother to tell him, but understood that he had gone from the 1st level of body hardening to the 5th level in half a month, which was almost impossible. After a while, the competition began. In the first stage, they can gather a team of 3 and enter Kaoj Mountain. They can use any means to gather materials for herbs or spirit beasts. The main thing is to stay alive, and if they face danger, they can turn to the academy teachers for help and they will protect them. However, if they call for help, they will fail the exam. Well, the more materials the group collects, the more points they get. After that, you have to come back here in 3 days, and then they will announce in the 2nd stage of the challenge. My sister was glad that they came up with such a rule just for them, and now they could team up and get a high score. Yang Chen decided to brag in front of his sister, and told her that he had already hunted together with his brother Xiao Qiwei on Kaoga Mountain, so they can't even manage together. She got even angrier. She was ready to kill him right there. Then the two of them had the question of whether to look for someone else to join their team besides them. They've come to the conclusion that they'll see how things go. If they meet someone strong, they'll take them with them. They don't want weak allies. They'll just drag them down. Suddenly they saw Mu Shui in the crowd. Mu Shui was with Wen Zhengming. It was a young master named Wen Zhengming, a disciple of the White Tiger Pavilion of the Inner Academy. As difficult as it was for Yang Chenyu, he decided to spit on her because it was her business who she wanted to be with. Surprisingly, Wen Zhengming himself approached the first genius Xiao Qiwei, and sympathized with him since he was on the same team as the loser brother, which meant that they test would not come. Xiao Qiwei glared at him menacingly and told him to back off. Well, as Wen Zhengming put it, it was just a friendly reminder, after which they all dispersed. The crowd of people didn't understand why Xiao Qiwei had teamed up with Yang Chen. Even though he was strong, but if he teamed up with Yang Chen, it was likely that not a single person would be willing to join them. Especially in this trial, there is a team of 3 people participating, and they are a priori lacking one. Toward evening, Yang Chen calmly carried the huge bears alone. Even Xiao Qiwei didn't expect that he was able to kill the earth bear in one move. But just as Yang Chen had said before, he promised to protect him. After which, they decided to move on to the next target. Suddenly a large crowd of people ran in front of them. They didn't understand what was going on and decided to join them to check it out. They came running into some clearing with the omen of wonder on top. Out of this sign of wonder came 2 masters who said that it was not a sign at all, but simply the earths made the heavens shudder. They then asked to disperse and continue the inspection, as this thing is dangerous. If they get taken there, they will die. Everyone started to disperse, but not Yang Chen. Yang Chen remembered that the heavenly scriptures could comprehend the heavens, earth, and all things and master their creation. He wondered if she could comprehend the secrets of lightning. Next, Yang Chen spread his arms and began to gather energy. It caused him to be struck by lightning. Even the two masters got nervous about this kid. But still, Yang Chen survived. Xiao Qiue's brother Xiao Qiue immediately ran up to him, as well as the two old men. One of these masters asked him not to worry as he wasn't dead yet. He also decided to take him to Elder Qian for treatment. The old man said he could go and not worry about him. Xiao Qiue then had a question about how to be a test. He was told it would continue tomorrow when he did wake up. And as expected the next morning, Yang Chen opened his eyes. He felt sick, but remembered being struck by lightning. Just as suddenly he felt something in his stomach. It was the chi of heavenly lightning. The heavenly description absorbed yesterday's lightning and turned it into heavenly lightning chi. Then he started yelling that he was invincible. After a couple minutes of shouts of joy, he wondered where he was even. So he decided to open the door and scout the situation outside. There he saw a girl with a strong aura and assumed that she was a formation master. Although a formation master is solely an auxiliary profession of a celestial pathmaster, his status is so respected that he is the most prestigious in the entire celestial continent. Everyone who is a formation master must be a celestial pathmaster. However, not every heavenly pathmaster is a formation master. Formation masters create formations that have many auxiliary effects that are extremely useful in both cultivation and combat. Some patterns can even be fused into weapons to gain useful enhancements. As he came closer, he saw the very girl from the lake, namely Chen Lingxi. I turned around and saw that he was already awake. Yang Chen immediately asked if she was really a heavenly pathmaster. Chen Lingxi wondered how he even knew that. Meanwhile, Chen Boguan approached them. Chen Boguan overheard their conversation and was surprised that he could sense other people's soul power. Yang Chen said that the pattern carved on the skin of the beast has the attributes of wood, and there is a deep meaning in it. Therefore, he assumes that it is some kind of protective pattern. After which, Chen Boguan asked him if he wanted to be trained in this. To his great surprise, Yang Chen kneeled down and began to ask to be trained by him. Chen Lingxi was against it and asked his father not to take him on as a disciple. But Chen Boguan didn't care. After which, he told the main rule of his disciples. He must remember one thing: don't be mediocre. If he doesn't make a name for himself in 5 years, he will expel him from his disciples. Yang Chen quickly agreed, and afterward, he asked how to make a name for himself after all. The answer was simple: one only needed to become a celebrity of the Eastern Empire. Yang Chen thought he was joking in just 5 years. He didn't understand how one could become famous. He had never even been outside of Zhaoge City, which is just a small city under the jurisdiction of Tannan County. What to speak of the vast territory of the Eastern Empire? In the vast Eastern Empire, Tannan County is only one of 108. Chen Boguan saw the misunderstanding in his face and asked if there was any problem. He confidently said that there was no problem, even though he realized that he needed to become a formation master first, and then think about fame. Chen Boguan further told him to absorb the knowledge like a sponge while he was here, as he would need to stay at the Zhaoge Martial Academy for a while. After which, Chen Boguan told him that there was no need for such formalities in the future, and also reminded him that he still had the Academy's internal exam waiting for him, which he needed to complete first. Dali he ordered Chen Lingxi to take Yang Chen away. On the way, Yang Chen asked, what is her cultivation level now, as well as how did she make a breakthrough to the 6th level of the body-hardening realm? She wouldn't listen to any of this and just closed the door in front of him. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiue was battling with the wolfman. Toward the end of the fight, Yang Chen came up to him and praised him that his sword skills were getting better and better. Xiao Qiue immediately went to him and asked him how he was feeling in general after being struck by lightning. The one proudly replied that no amount of even big lightning could finish him off. Xiao Qiue believed and knew that he would be fine in the future. After which they set off to continue killing monsters. 3 days after the challenge began, everyone gathered in the courtyard. Wen Zhengming came up to the guys, along with his Muzhui, and started laughing at him that no one had joined them. Yang Chen didn't even want to talk to him and told him to mind his own business. This made Wen Zhengming laugh even more, for from the outside, he looked very confident. In the meantime, the old man announced for all the teams to come up to him and to surrender all the booty to him. Any team that mines more than 3 spiritual herbs or kills more than 3 spiritual beasts will pass the entrance exam. And of course, the more of them there are, the more rewards they will receive. Wen Zhengming decided to be first and ordered his servant to carry the loot away. The old man looked over their sack and announced that they had killed 7 spirit beasts and gathered 1 spirit herb. Thus, they had passed the tests. Wen Zhengming was also in anticipation of how to embarrass these two. You didn't believe in them at all. But a few seconds later, Xiaoqiue brought a huge bag of loot. Absolutely, everyone was shocked. No one even thought that they were lying, and it was unrealistic to kill so many spirit beasts and gather herbs. Whereupon the old man asked him to open it and show the contents. Opening the sack, a huge amount of loot fell out from there. In the end, they killed 90 spirit beasts and brought over 5 spirit materials, which also said that they had passed to the next stage. Wen Zhengming didn't understand how they did it. After all, even one Xiaoqiue couldn't kill 90 spirit beasts in 3 days. The old man further praised them and asked them to prepare for the next round. On the way, they wondered how much the academy would give them for so many materials and spirit beasts. Suddenly, their conversations were interrupted by their sister, who was very surprised by their booty. Yang Chen proudly reminded her that he was a great heavenly pathmaster and his strength was simply unfathomable. Except that sister thought that it was all credit to Xiaoqiue. Anyway, she's glad he did well. The next round is not designed for teams, so he has to do his best to get through. Yang Chen, of course, didn't want to upset his sister and promised that he could handle it. When his sister stepped back, Xiaoqiue asked why he didn't tell him that he had killed more than half of these beasts. Yang Chen only said not to worry and hurry up and get to the next trial. Xiaoqiue wished him good luck and asked him to show him in his strength to everyone. And that's exactly what he's not going to do. After a while, the old man announced that the first round was over. All those who came will go to the second round tomorrow. During the second round of the test, the parents of the students will be present, so he asked them to behave themselves. Xiaoqiue wondered if his father would come to see all this. For Yang Chen, it was hard to tell since given his character, he was unpredictable. Xiaoqiue agreed with him, and he only had hope left for his grandfather. Yang Chen upset him and told him not to even think about it. Grandpa would definitely not come. After all, no one had ever seen him leave the house. Anyway, he'll be happy if they pass the entrance exam. Yang Chen agreed with him. If they pass all the exams and enter the inner academy, they will have access to cultivation techniques and martial arts. Although he is proficient in the Supreme Demon Dragon Sword technique, he only knows one martial technique, the Tiger Fist. When he becomes an inner disciple, he will definitely search for a suitable martial technique. The next day, a bunch of people showed up, and surprisingly, even Yang Chen's father, Yang Zhengye. You two immediately rushed to your father's side. But here, his father didn't even wait for their first word, and promised him if he didn't enter the inner academy this time, he would stop communicating with him. They stopped and stood in a stupor, after which, he praised Senior since he had heard that he had already reached the 6th level of the body-tempering realm, and that he was dominating the outer sect. He liked that very much, except Xiaoqiue didn't understand when he was the one who dominated the outer sect, and who had even started this rumor. And he also started yelling at Yang Chen for allegedly offending Mu Shui, who was supposed to be his fiancé. Yang Chen sweated heavily and was confused by his scream. Mu Shu's father, Yu Qian, started shouting that his daughter was not his son's fiancé at all. People knew that Yang Chen had been in the academy for 3 years, and he was still at the 1st level of the body-tempering realm. And the girl is from the Yu family, has excellent martial arts skills, and her cultivation level has reached the 3rd level of body-tempering sphere. She will definitely pass the exam and become a disciple and inner sect disciple. What can't be said about Yang Chen. But recently, rumors began to circulate that Yang Chen had awakened his martial soul. Even if that was true, it still wouldn't help him. After all, there was once a Skypath master who had trained for 3 years, and yet was at the 1st level of the body-hardening sphere. To a heavenly path master, advancing is as easy as drinking water. Then your father shouted for you to run to prepare for the trial, and in his head, his father didn't understand why. Yang Chen is still at the 1st level of body tempering, even though he even has great expectations placed on him. In addition, he now doesn't get along with Mu Shui. And now he was really wondering what happened between them, since they used to get along so well before. After which, the old man announced that yesterday's test was an introductory test, and today would be the official test. It was divided into 3 rounds. In order to become an inner disciple, students would need to pass all 3 rounds. Xiaoqiue was a little upset that they didn't win the first prize, but it was just an entrance test. Yang Chen was positive and told him not to be upset as he believed in the best. In addition, the academy will discuss their overall performance and make a list of the top 10. There will be a special award for first place, the Dragon Pill. It is said that this Dragon Pill is the masterpiece of the great alchemist. Its main material is the dragon's life force. It has amazing properties. If taken, it can greatly improve the body and increase strength. and at the same time increase the chance of breaking through the boundary of the body-tempering realm. In addition to the main prize, the top 3 will each receive a pill of soul-strengthening elixir. As for the 4th through 10th places, they will each receive 10 small elixir pills. Yang Chen was very interested and motivated, and he really wanted the soul-strengthening pill, because he is at the peak of the 5th level of the body-tempering sphere, and if he wants to reach the 6th level of the body-tempering sphere and make a breakthrough, even with heavenly scriptures, it would take a very long time. That's why I was very eager to get this pill. Qian Lingxi and Guan Minhao are 2 of the most talented people in the outer sect. Even Xiao Qiuyue is slightly inferior to these 2 disciples. Qian Lingxi herself walked up to Yang Chen, and the latter immediately asked if she missed him. Ta blushed a little and told him not to say such nonsense. Guan Minhao, on the other hand, started yelling at him to get away from her. Yang Chen decided to piss him off and said that they were in love, and it was none of his business. And since Guan Minhao is obsessed with Qian Lingxi, and has even been rejected by her several times, he got very angry and ready to kill him. But their conversation was interrupted by an old man. He announced the first round, which was the strength test. Before the test, everyone must attack the power pole with all their might. Every inch of light on the pole will represent 100 pounds of force. If the light goes up 1,000 pounds, they pass. Guan Minhao decided to humiliate Yang Chen and said that he couldn't even gain 100 pounds, so he advised him to give up and not embarrass himself. Yang Chen didn't care and started to croak him. There was a huge line of participants lined up. There were a lot of people who had 800 pounds and didn't show up. Only on the first round of the official exam did they realize that it wasn't easy to get into the inner sect. Well, if you get in, you can get all kinds of resources to cultivate. Well, there have also been rare cases of 1,000 pounds. Yang Chen realized that even if they passed the first round of the strength test, it was not a fact that they would also be lucky in the other 2 rounds. For it was not easy to get into the inner academy. All of a sudden, one guy in line gained 2,200 pounds and it was a success. And his name was Situ Ping. Situ Pin is from the Situ family. He was born with incredible strength. Now he's practicing the powerful family technique. No wonder his fist strength is 2,200 pounds. This family is rich, and he can afford pills and elixirs. Yang Chen bent down to Qian Lingxi and said that this Situ Ping had taken so many pills, but his entire strength was only 2,200 pounds, which meant a waste of his family's special technique. Qian Lingxi wanted to see how he would overcome this challenge, and if he could break his 2,200-pound record. Yang Chen realized that he didn't believe him and offered to make a bet. This interested Qian Lingxi, and she suggested that if he couldn't break the 2,000-pound record, he would run around the city without clothes. Then he wondered what would happen if he won. And in his mind, he wanted her to fulfill his every wish. And she did say she would grant one any wish he wanted. He immediately replied that she would kiss him. Qian Lingxi didn't understand why he was so confident and thought he was bluffing, but she still agreed to the bet. Meanwhile, it was Guan Minhao's turn. Everyone was curious how much he could inflict since he was one of the legendary 3 strongest fighters of the academy. Rumor has it that Guan Minhao can double his strength. If he does, his punch would likely reach 3,000 pounds. After that, she used a technique to reinforce the blow. That's how he gained 300 pounds. He turned around and looked at Yang Chen and said whether he could now see the difference between them. The next in line was Xiao Qiuyue. He walked up to his brother and asked if he was giving his full strength. Yang Chen said to give his best, after which he gathered his wits and would strike fast and hard. He gained 4,100 pounds. The crowd of people didn't understand how Xiao Qiuyue could be stronger than Guan Minhao, since he had a higher rank and should have been able to score higher. Everyone started discussing that he was really a talent. And somewhere in the crowd, Yang Zhengye is telling everyone it's his boy. But the most excited, of course, was my brother. He was the only one who shouted in that line for him. Qian Lingxi didn't understand why he was so happy for him. Yang Chen then explained that his brother's success was his success too. Meanwhile, Qian Lingxi herself had already approached the queue. She walked over and struck without any effort. In doing so, she gained 2,900 pounds. Except that the crowd didn't understand why their goddess had scored worse than Guan Minhao if she was supposed to be number 1. But it was much simpler than that. Yang Chen that she was only at the peak of the 5th level of the body-tempering realm. If she were to advance to the 6th level of the body-tempering realm, her punching power would definitely surpass Guan Minhao. And when the turn came to Yang Chen, he happily went in the colony. Qian Lingxi noticed this out of the corner of her eye, and she didn't understand why he was so confident. She even thought that he would really have to kiss him, but then quickly banished those thoughts from her head. Yang Chen, meanwhile, began to do warm-ups. Absolutely, everyone started laughing with him. No one realized what he was even doing, and in a moment, he began to emit a powerful force from his body. The others have noticed it, and they don't understand how it's possible. This especially pissed off Wen Zhengming. He didn't understand where so much power came from if he was at the first level of body tempering. Qin Lingxi, on the other hand, was simply angry at him since he had lied to her. Only Guan Minhao wasn't too upset, as he realized that even if he was at the 5th level, he still wouldn't be able to match him. He also assumed that this bastard must have forcibly cultivated at the expense of some sort of something effective pill. Next, after warming up, Yang Chen did strike, and he gained 3,500 pounds. Yang Chen immediately wanted to see Chen Lingxi's reaction, but she ran off somewhere. Yang Chen wasn't too upset, as she realized that dollar avoidance from him was something she couldn't do. Meanwhile, Chen Lingxi was already somewhere in the forest. She was not happy that this bastard had tricked her. There was no way she wanted to kiss him now. His sister was very happy for him, right? And to remind him that just half a month ago, he was at the 1st level of body hardening, and now he had reached the 5th level. Next, the old man announced that the 1st stage of the rape trial was over. Those who came will go to the 2nd stage tomorrow. Yang Chen and Xiao Qiwei went home. Xiao Qiwei was very curious about what awaited them tomorrow. Yang Chen assumed that it would be the usual, a combat test. But that didn't matter since they would beat the crap out of anyone they didn't like, since they didn't need to keep a low profile anymore. Still, they had one more question, whether Grandpa would come to their ceremony tomorrow. But no one knew that but him. At the same time, Guan Minghao's father, Guan Minghao, and the head of the Guan family, Guanzi, made a table with Brother Yuan. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and the latter didn't expect that he had reached such a high level of cultivation. Guanzi really didn't admire. And sitting across from him was the master of the White Tiger Pavilion, Yuan Ming, one of the 4 masters of the inner courtyard of the Zhaoge Martial Arts Academy. Even Yuan Ming had noticed that time flew by so quickly, for it seemed as if it was just yesterday that they were training at the inner academy. Guanzi laughed and said that Minhao would rely on him, and asked him to take care of him in the inner academy. Yan Ming told him not to worry. After this exam, Minghao would be accepted by the White Tiger Pavilion, and he would personally accept him as his disciple. Minhao walked over to him, kneeled down, and thanked him for being so generous. Yuanming felt embarrassed and asked to get off his knees. Guanzi had also heard that he would be the observer for the 3rd round of the exam. Yuanming gave him his word that the 1st place in this exam would definitely go to him. Of course, the dragon pill should also belong to Minhao. The next day, people started gathering in the courtyard again. Young Zhengye went up to his sons and praised them that they had not dishonored him both. He also said that the old man had given them the okay to go home for a few days. Xiao Qiwei was very happy to hear this information. Yang Chen, on the other hand, didn't even know how to react. He also conveyed the old man's message, which is they should always keep their trump cards up their sleeve. Meanwhile, the old man began to slowly tell the next test. It would be a heart test, and soon, the 2nd round of exams would begin. All students who are going to take exams should enter the heart purification formation. They need to keep their heart intact. Those who overcome all 5 levels will pass on. After that, everyone started teleporting. Yang Chen found himself in the forest, and a mob of monsters immediately ran at him. But it was all an illusion, and he even knew how to shatter it. Thus he passed the 1st level, and then the 2nd and 3rd level as well. But here, the 4th level was somewhat unusual. When he walked ostensibly into the room, he saw a pleasant sight. Meanwhile, many who were walking back to the courtyard at ease. That means they failed the exam. The courtyard master of the Green Dragon Pavilion noticed that the new disciple Qianbo Guan was very good, and passed the first 4 levels in just a few minutes. This showed that he had a strong heart for martial arts, and would become a great person. Qianbo Guan realized that although he was still a budding student, he needed to be sharpened by difficulties. It was too early to talk about what he would become in the future. Everyone strives for pure martial arts talent, but few know the importance of the heart of martial arts. If a cultivator with a high level doesn't improve his martial heart, one day, it would happen that he would regret it. Those were really wise words on his part. Meanwhile, that Yang Chen was in trouble at the 4th level. Yang Chen was being flirted with and hit on by his big sister. Even though he realized it was all fake, he couldn't resist. Suddenly he felt something in his stomach. This brought him to his senses, and he quickly dispelled it. But just as he finished with his sister, he was approached by Chen Lingxi, who offered him a kiss for losing the bet. Yang Chen once again stood in a stupor looking at her. Qianbo Guan saw all of this and didn't know how to react to it more properly. The Green Dragon Pavilion's courtyard master decided to defuse the situation somehow. and told him not to be angry with him since he was in the prime of his life. It was normal to be tempted by beauty. After all, even the ancient sages said, heroes cannot overcome the barrier of beauty. Yang Chen wanted I had already kissed at the last moment came to my senses. He activated the Heaven Sutra technique and dispelled the technique. Thus he came level. But when Guan Minghao reached the 4th level, it wasn't a problem for him. It came to him in a matter of seconds. The item the master had given him restrained him and countered the illusions. He was in anticipation of first place. Meanwhile, Yang Chen was somewhere on the dock, and suddenly there wasn't a bunch of skeleton monsters. It had gotten to him so much already that he quickly dispensed with this illusion. It was the final 5th level, and he passed it. Qianbo Guan was indeed pleased that Yang Chen had passed all 5 trials. The Green Dragon Master was also pleased that he had a martial heart very strong. He also assumed that they would no longer be able to find such a disciple who could match him. For Qianbo Guan, this was just the most elementary heart refinement formation. It was not worth mentioning. At his age, if he could go through the intermediate heart refinement information, he would be considered an outstanding disciple. Only, the intermediate heart purification formation is so terrifying that even the Green Dragon Master doesn't know if he can break through it. Meanwhile, Yang Chen found himself in an engraved heart cleansing formation. He sat down and decided to see if he could understand this heart formation. Qianbo Guan was amused by this, as he realized that the one didn't even know how to win the basic pattern. She already wanted to comprehend the heart-refining information. Meanwhile, the courtyard began to return to the people who had passed. The first one was Guan Minhao. He's the first to pass the perfectly test. The second was Xiao Qiwei, and the third was Qian Lingxi. Afterward, others began to appear. And the very last person to arrive was Yang Chen. Xiao Qiwei walked over to him and started to check him since he thought he was sick, for he didn't understand why he was so slow. Yang Chen bent down to him and said that they had made a fortune and now they were rich. Xiao Qiwei didn't understand what he was talking about. It was the one who promised to explain later. The third stage of the exam would take place in the courtyard. Those who passed had to follow the old man. Afterward, they saw the Four Spirits Pagoda, an important tool of the Zhaoge Martial Academy. Each floor has a great formation set up by the master of the formation. The third round of the exam is to break through the tower. The White Tiger Pavilion Master will be in charge of it all. This time, only the bottom 5 levels of the Four Spirits Pagoda will be opened. If they pass the first level, they can enter the inner academy. And if they want to fight to get into the top 10 in this exam, they must make every effort to climb even higher. Only Guan Minghao was not worried, as he understood that the first place now belonged only to him. Wenming then shouted that the trial had begun, and everyone scattered very quickly. When Yang Chen teleported away, he found himself back in the forest. There he was met by a man with a sword. Yang Chen was able to handle him without any difficulty since he only had a 2nd level of body hardening. Next, he easily dealt with the Cruel Shadow, the peak realm of the 3rd level body hardening realm. At this time, the masters didn't understand how it was possible to get to the 3rd level quickly like this. They didn't pass on that it was Guan Minhao. His Guan family's wushu technique is very strong, and this guy also slept and possesses arts. He has a big advantage over all the other disciples. Yuanming began to shout that at this moment, most of the disciples were still at the 1st level of the killing formation. But here was Guan Minhao, who had reached the 3rd level so quickly, which meant that his strength was a step above the other disciples. Meanwhile, Guan Minhao was fighting with the Wolfman. With the hidden golden armor that the master gave him, he passed the 2nd level with ease. Meanwhile, Yang Chen already seemed to be on the 3rd floor of the ancient pagoda. He very quickly began to be attacked by marionettes with a level 4 hardened body. It seemed like it wouldn't be easy to deal with these two. It was more difficult than fighting a single 5th level tempered puppet. But still, he didn't give up and used the celestial writing technique. Both marionettes began to slow down. Yang Chen saw the chance and struck. With that, he came the 3rd level. After using the heavenly scripture, his eyesight became better, and it was as if the speed of the enemy had slowed down. Waiting for him on the 4th level were 2 huge earth bears at the 5th level of body hardening. No one realized who exactly was making it all go away so quickly. Big Sister even thought that it was Yang Chen. After a while, the last student who didn't pass the 1st level dropped out. Many did not pass. Less than 200 people were moved to the courtyard for this major exam, but that's far fewer than last time. But different rules this time around too. Though few in number, there are some true geniuses among them, making this the best class of the last decade. Yuanming hoped that these young people who were advancing to the next level had some sense of self-preservation. If they crippled themselves, they would have nothing to do in the courtyard, even if they came the exam. An hour later, there were 5 people left. Even Situpun did not go up to the 3rd floor. What is done this weather is too scary. Now there were only 4 people left. Qian Lingxi, Xiaoke, Guan Minhao, and Yang Chen. Even Mu Shui was surprised at how good Yang Chen was, that he was able to last this long. Suddenly, the first person to come out of that building was Qian Lingxi. She was completely unharmed, which left a lot of questions. Meanwhile, Yang Chenyu still found it a bit difficult to deal with them after all. So he had to use one of his trump cards up his sleeve. He just took one bear and burned it down in seconds. It remains to do the same with the second one. At the same time, Guan Minghao had a little bit of trouble. This 4th level is too difficult for him, and he doesn't think he can do it, but still continue to believe he should be in 1st place. The entire crowd saw the 2 men go up to the 5th floor. Well, you earlier Chuzhi, the master of Xuanwu Pavilion, couldn't believe that someone had broken through to the 5th floor. Yuan Ming only confirmed that Guan Minhao is the genius of this year's outer court. Chuzhi gave him a surprised look and asked why him. Yuan Ming then offered to place bets. If he wins, he gets his cloud sword, and if Chuzhi wins, he gives him the bloodsucker's sword. Meanwhile, Guan Minhao wasn't doing well. He couldn't make it that damn floor, but he kept saying he had to go first. Just as suddenly he flew out of the building. Yuan Ming didn't see who was falling and thought it was Yang Chen, so he shouted to quickly catch him since he must be too injured. Everyone was shocked when they saw that it was Guan Minhao. Yuan Ming especially couldn't believe it, so as they agreed, Yuan Ming gave him his bloodsucker sword. Big Sister was really surprised that Yang Chen had reached the 5th level. She couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, Yang Chen could not defeat a level 5 Earth Bear. His current attacks couldn't do him any harm. Knows heavenly scripture, he won't be able to catch up with him. So he decided to use this technique. After 15 minutes, Yang Cheng and Xiao Qiwei finally got out of there. Chuchi was happy for them that they couldn't last on the 5th floor and weren't even hurt. Now from now on, no one would dare to measure over Yang Chen and call him a loser. After which, Chuji that the number of people and transferred to the inner academy is a 198 people. They will oblige the exact test ranking a little later. This time Xiao Qiyue was certain that Yang Chen was number 1. Yang Cheng in turn didn't want to be arrogant, especially in front of his brother, and believed that he also had a chance. After a while, Yuan Ming announced the decision that the 1st place goes to Guan Minhao. This gave Yang Chen and Xiao Qiyue a huge shock. The 2nd place winner was Xiao Qiyue, and the 3rd place winner was Chen Lingxi. Yang Cheng was furious and shouted, "Why did Guan Minhao end up in 1st place?" Yuan Ming was displeased that some bastard could question their decision. Then Yang Chen shouted that a sighted person would definitely see that the 1st place belonged to Xiao Qiyue. There was some very angry eye contact between the two. Next, in a burst of rage, the one began to reveal that Xiao Qiyue had ranked 1st in the strength cultivation, 2nd in the heart test, and 3rd in the ancient 4 spirits tower. And as for Guan Minhao, he had ranked 1st in the heart test and 3rd in the ancient 4 spirits trek. He didn't even manage to break through to the 4th level. Yan Ming wanted to kill him right there, that bastard, for he was questioning their decision. He further shouted, "I don't know how much the Guan family paid you, but it's not fair." This phrase made everyone shocked, and Yuan Ming became even more enraged. Yang Chen didn't want to look pathetic and activated the heavenly scripture technique, after which Yuan Ming disqualified him from the inner academy with a formidable voice. Xiao Qiyue sided with his brother and started to contradict him, saying that it was wrong to do so because his brother was much better than Guan Minghao. Yan Zhengye stood there quietly watching all of this. Wen Ming began to express to Xiao Qiyue that he would expel him as well. Yang Chen stopped. His brother said that they would not be able to defeat him now. Due to Xiao Qiyue's lack of respect, Yuan Ming would disqualify him from the top list. Qian Lingxi will be 2nd, and Situ Ping, who was previously in 4th place, will take 3rd. And if someone disagrees with the decision, there is always a way out from the academy. The older sister ran up to Yang Chen and started yelling at him that he had done a big stupid thing. Yang Chen, in response, only said that she was honey when she was angry. Big Sister didn't understand how he could laugh in such a situation. After all, he was expelled from the inner academy. And why did he even argue with the teacher? Here, he had every chance of getting into the inner academy. Yang Chen disagreed with her and believed that it was an unfortunate trial, and he himself was not going to put up with the falsified results. His sister warned him that if he kept acting like this, she wouldn't take care of him anymore. But still, she decided to change the subject, and asked how he managed to reach level 5 body hardening when he had level 1 half a month ago. Yang Chen decided to tease her and said that he practiced his sister's book every day. That's why he's at level 5. It was the last straw and his sister wanted to beat him up. But suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the general of Zhaoge City, Li Huaishan. He was also the sister's father. You wondered what her father was doing here and forgot all about Yang Chen. He came here to meet the two talented young men. At this, Yang Chen immediately bent down in front of Ni, thus showing that he respects him very much. Li Huaishan already knew that Yang Chen had been expelled from the Zhaoge Academy, and so he invited him to join his Green Tiger army. Yang Chen thanked him, but he wanted to consult first with his family. Li Huaishan praised him lastly and filled him that the Green Tiger army would always welcome him and his brother. When his daughter left him a little, he said that he did not mind him becoming his son-in-law. The sister started to get angry and asked him not to abuse her. After which, Xiao Qiyue approached Yang Chen. He didn't want to go to the inner academy without him, and suggested that they go to the Green Tiger army together. But Yang Chen didn't think so. There were many valuable resources in the inner academy, so he advised him to go and train further, for he further had his own path. Xiao Qiyue agreed with him, but there was only one question left for him as to where he would go. Yang Chen wanted to find Foxy, that is Chen Lingxi for starters. Xiao Qiyue didn't understand him, since it had been so long since he was still thinking about women. Yang Chen, he goes home to the fox, for her father is not only his future is there, but also his mentor. Xiao Qiyue didn't understand, since when did he have a mentor? As he approached the house, the fox was approached by some grandfather. It was the White Tiger Pavilion's mentor, Di Kang. He told him to leave as this place was forbidden to him. Yang Chen said that his master lives here and it's none of his business at all. Tao was immediately surprised, but on the other hand, it was clear why he had been progressing rapidly recently, which meant that he was under the tutelage of the Holy Sword Master. Therefore, he went to inform his master as soon as possible. Entering the courtyard, he saw a master who was meditating. Chen Boguan was happy to see him. This further confirmed that his master was a badass since he had trained a high-end martial sword art. When they sat down at the table, Chen Boguan asked if he wanted to train. Yang Chen began to wave his head around as he certainly wanted to train. But to Yang Chen's surprise, Master said that he was still too weak to do so. Xian Boguan dared to inquire and asked how the trial went. Otherwise, he looked for his trial in his heart, and he had barely made it through. After a while, he told him the whole story of what had happened to him. Qian Boguan was furious that this Yuan Ming dared to behave like this. Yang Chen was, of course, just as dissatisfied even more. Indeed, as a teacher, he's being too defiant. It's a disgrace to the entire martial arts school. Yuan Ming has taken the path of evil. Yang Chen then asked the master why he couldn't kick this Yuan Min out of the martial arts academy. But the whole thing wasn't that simple. He's no longer a member of the academy and has no influence in this situation. Besides, it was a cowardly act to ask a master to interfere when he wasn't good enough. Yang Chen didn't understand how he should defeat this old fart. Qian Boguan reminded him that he was his disciple, and Yuan Ming was bullying him because he looked down on him. Therefore, if he got a chance to take him down, he would have to do so. This was the kind of thinking Jan Chaney had never seen before. Still, he wondered what he should do. To restore his reputation, he must become very strong. In this world, strength makes a huge difference. Yang Chen started asking to stay here for training. Just as suddenly they heard the word no very loudly. This was Chen Lingji, and she was very unwilling to let him stay here. Qian Boguan couldn't help it since he is his disciple, and so he lets him stay here. After all, someone has to do all the work in the courtyard, so from now on, he can live with them. She had no arguments left and didn't know what to say, so she just turned around and left. After which, Yang Chen asked if he could teach him how to make patterns. Chen Boguan was a little surprised with his inquiries, but first, one had to read all the jade descriptions. Yang Chen happily agreed to read all night. But on entering the library, he was very much taken aback, but on seeing the quantity, he had to read. Still, he didn't refuse and began to read the jade scriptures. Just as suddenly, he heard that Chen Lingxi had prepared a golden jade deer heart tonic soup for his father. Yang Chen was very hungry, so he went to the kitchen. Yang Chen saw the fox's soup at the fox's place, and asked for the summer she had made for him. Chen Lingxi recognized that it was a good try, but still asked why he was here, and was fed up in her heart that he was not going to stay. Yang Chen said that Master told him to stay here and train well, and since they had already started talking, Yang Chen decided to remind him to fulfill the conditions with him. She threw the pot of soup, and very angrily went to her room. Yang Chen didn't understand why she was so shy if it was just an ordinary kiss. After eating all the soup in a couple seconds, the master kicked him out of the kitchen, and in his wake, he shouted for him to continue his training and not come out until he had made his first pattern. Yang Chen assumed that the master had overheard their conversation, and that was why he had become so strict. But still, he was left with no options, so he went on to further his studies. Half a month later, he did it after all. He managed to make a fire formation, The master even praised him for doing it in only half a month. Even Qian Lingxi realized in her head that he had achieved a lot, since even she needed a month to do so. Qian Boguan allowed him to leave the library and ordered him to let him study the gravity pattern. Before leaving, Yang Chen asked the vixen if she thought he was talented. It simply said that he was lucky. Moving closer, he reminded while fulfilling the condition. Da yelled at him hard and said they would discuss this when he studied the gravity pattern. In his head, he assumed she would kiss him when he learned the gravity pattern, so he was very motivated. Half a month later it snowed, but Yang Chen also finally studied the gravity pattern. Yang Chen approached the fox and asked if they would be together now. Ta stepped on his new one and told him to shut up and not ruin the fun. Into their conversation came the foreman, who was surprised they were up so early. Yang Chen informed him that they had fought hard all night. Qian Boguan did not bother to say anything to him on his head, realized that this boy was getting cocky. He was taking advantage of Qian Lingxi in front of him. Therefore, he decided that it was time to teach him a lesson. Suddenly, a huge phoenix flew over their heads. The master realized that there seemed to be trouble at the academy. This is the Luanniao golden bird. In addition to this bird, people from the Bianjing City Martial Academy came here. The cities of Bianjing and Zhaoge are adjacent to each other and belong to the same county. There is a tradition that the martial arts schools of God City compete with each other every 3 years. It is the tradition of the two martial arts academies every 3 years to test the talent of martial artists and from both cities by holding competitions. Qian Boguan had also heard that the Bianjing Martial Academy had some excellent disciples this time. Therefore, he made the decision to send the two of them to this performance to have fun there. Even Yuan Ming along with Guan Minhao saw this bird, but even he didn't expect this bird to arrive so soon. He ordered to quickly go and gather all the new students of the inner academy. In the outer academy square, people began to gather. It was there that Yang Chen met Xiao Qiui's brother. Yang Chen decided to reconnoiter the situation and asked what was going on here. Xiao Qiui said that a huge spiritual beast had suddenly appeared here, and then the master told all the new disciples to gather. But even more worrying for Yang Chen was when I would have a pet as gorgeous as this. After which, the Green Dragon Master entered the square, with Yuan Ming as well as Chu Ji. The people from Bianjing Martial Academy way to get here. The Green Dragon Master thanked them for their hard work, and then asked them to follow him to the inner courtyard to go rest and delay the competition a bit for the younger generation. But the Bianjing Academy Master didn't see the need for it. In Chaogeng, there were so many capable of withstanding the competition. Accordingly, the competition would pass quickly. Therefore, he suggested to start right away. The Green Dragon Master didn't refuse and agreed to his terms. Academy Master Bianjing decided to remind him that the rules would be the same as last time. Namely, 5 students from each side would play against each other. The winner stays on the field, the loser is eliminated. If one side defeats all the competitors, the team loses. Yuan Ming approached the Green Dragon Master and suggested him to change the rules, so he heard that they have a good student. Only he didn't care this time. He believed that his students were not bad, and there were many of them, so this rule was to their advantage. Afterward, students began to descend from the bird. Yang Chen saw them and said the rumor was that they were talented. Qian Lingxi wondered how he knew this. The one only said proudly that he just felt it. Before entering the arena, Academy Master Bianjing asked his disciples to remember to be cautious, not to act unreasonably, and not to kill someone inadvertently. After which, the Green Dragon Master informed everyone that the competition between Zhaoge Martial Arts Academy and Bianjing Martial Arts Academy was starting right now. On the other side, Chu Yiming came out first. He had the 5th level of body stabbing. Yuan Ming had sent Situ Ping against him since he was also a 5th level body tempering level. Chu Yiming flew at him immediately while he was a heavenly fire master, even though he looked like an ordinary kid. Chuji remarked that it seemed like they had recruited good students. No wonder Bianjing Academy was acting so arrogant this year. Situpin had nothing left to do but defend himself, but he didn't want to give up either, so he activated the powerful Vajra skill technique, after which their fists made contact with different forces. And as was to be expected, Situpin lost the battle. This kid hadn't even used his martial skills, but he had already crushed Sita Pina. Chu Yiming approached him and wanted to beat him beyond recognition. But the Green Dragon Master shouted that they would concede defeat in this match. It really pissed Yang Chen off that there was still someone more arrogant than him here. Qian Lingxi heard this and laughed, as he was clearly more arrogant than all of them put together. Yang Chen thanked her for the compliment, and she thought he was crazy for liking it. Yang Chen explained that his arrogance only manifested itself in front of outsiders. In front of his vixen, he was just a stone that could be kicked around. Qian Lingxi decided to use him as a punching bag back then. Yang Chen realized that she wasn't joking and asked her to forget about it. The second Yuan Ming appointed Guan Minhao. After announcing the start of the first battle, Guan Minhao immediately flew at Chu Yiming. But after a second, Chu Yiming was already behind his back. That was incredible speed for a big guy like him. Chu Yiming ended up hitting Guan Minhao with all his might right in the back. At that impact, he felt some strange feeling. Then he saw that underneath Guan Minhao's clothes, there was forbidden armor. Master Bianjing Academy was enthralled by Zhaoge's martial arts academy, who wear hidden armor in competitions. Yuan Ming immediately started making excuses that he didn't know about this armor. The Green Dragon Master didn't listen to all of this, and simply chased Guan Minhao out of the arena to be unseen by his eyes. Chu Yiming started laughing loudly and suggested that the three contestants at once fight against him since they were doing so badly. Therefore, he began to look for if there were any willing participants who dared to approach, otherwise they would admit defeat. This made Yuan Ming very angry. He decided to teach him a lesson and ordered Xiao Qiwei to enter the ring. Except Xiao Qiwei was silent and stood there without moving. Yuan Ming didn't realize what was wrong with him. She told Xiao Qiwei that yesterday he was careless during the training and got a serious internal injury so he wouldn't be able to fight. Everyone was shocked by his words. There was nothing left for him to do but order Qian Lingji to fight. She had nothing to lose, so she went out after all. At this, one could loudly hear Yang Chen, who was cheering her on and willing to come out to save her if things got bad. Chu Yiming even relaxed a bit and stunned when he saw such a beautiful girl. He even offered to go out with him and then he would admit defeat in this round. Yang Chen was ready to kill that jerk right there for saying such words. Qian Lingxi didn't just stand there and immediately got down to business. Academy Master Bianjing couldn't believe that there were still formation masters left in this academy. Chu Yiming thought that it was nothing and started to take off his shoes. This way he wanted to get out of this trap. But it wasn't that simple, and Qian Lingxi used the ice formation technique. He was completely covered in ice and thus lost. Everyone was excited about her. Then Xiao Qiwei asked his brother why he was so excited if he said that it was just a backup. He went up to him and told him to keep his voice down. Or better yet, not to say such nonsense at all, as the fox was now his real fiancée. Xiao Qiwei didn't understand him as he saw that she wasn't interested in him at all. The next opponent turned out to be named Chu Pan. Qian Lingxi began to act again, not wasting time. But unexpectedly, Chu Pan broke her technique with her sword. With that, she was disarmed, and then Chu Pan ran at her with his sword. The Green Dragon Master realized what might happen now and shouted that they were admitting defeat. Chu Pan didn't often meet female formation masters, so she offered to go along with him. Qian Lingxi ordered him to shut up or else she would kill him. He was surprised, though he realized she was right. If he didn't stop now, he might really die. After which, Qian Lingxi approached Yang Chen and said that to her, he was bullying her, and she didn't want to compete with him anymore. At such words, Yang Chen simply froze. Meanwhile, the academy was in trouble as they only had Xiao Qiwei left. He was the only disciple above the 5th level of body tempering. The Green Dragon Master agreed and let him fight. Suddenly, Yang Chen interjected into their conversation and asked to come out instead. Yan Ming had already started yelling at him what he was even doing. The Green Dragon Master, on the other hand, was fine with it. Perhaps he could help and eliminate 1 or 2 opponents at least. After which he jumped into the arena, and since that big guy had offended Qian Lingxi, he wanted to finish him off right there. Chu Pan thought that it was just some strange boy who was looking for death. Yang Chen was surprised at him and said that he would tease him as much as he wanted, since he let him talk like that. And then he started calling him names, and then revealed that they died from it. This really infuriated Chu Pan, and he ran at him with his sword. Yang Chen was not confused and activated the heavenly scripture technique. Everyone saw Yang Chen tearing the 2 pieces apart. Everyone started to worry about him. But it was only an illusion. He seemed behind the big man's back. He didn't bother to be ceremonious and activated the true sun plan technique. He parted his sword and flew to the floor. Yang Chen saw the perfect moment and started beating him in the face. Academy Master Bianjing shouted for that bastard to stop beating, but Yang Chen saw no reason to stop if he didn't even announce his defeat. The Bianjing Academy Master started yelling at him that he had smashed his mouth and he couldn't a priori say his defeat. Yang Chen apologized for not noticing and smashing his face and not hearing his pleas for mercy. That said, Qian Lingxi was very pleased with his action. Everyone cheered and shouted Yang Chen's name, after which he told the next one to come out as he was already bored. The master of Bianjing Academy ordered Zhang Hong, beat him up and teach him a lesson. After which, Zhang Hong, who had a 6th level body hardening, jumped into the arena. Yang Chen didn't understand why this academy only had 6th level body stabbing, and wanted someone stronger. Zhang Hong didn't bother to be ceremonious and activated the martial soul formation. Qian Lingxi was very surprised by this. Since the martial soul formation is considered forbidden, it is one of the most powerful special martial formations. Xiao Qiyue famously worried for his brother. But Yang Chen wasn't afraid of it since he had read about it and knew a lot about it. So he decided to break his formation to begin with. Zhang Hong didn't believe it since not everyone could do it. This formation is called the 10,000 weapons formation. It gives you unlimited weapons. Before a bunch of knives flew at him, he grabbed their 2 knives in his hand, and then he threw them. He found basic information that wasn't difficult. Zhang Hong didn't understand how this was even possible, after which it was Yang Chen's turn. He activated the gravity formation technique. He was drawn to the ground, he couldn't move. So with a light tiger fist punch, he punched him right in the face. The master of Bianjing Academy was shocked that this kid was able to destroy Zhang Hong's forbidden information. He didn't expect a genius to appear in the Zhaoge Martial Academy this year. Even Guan Minghao was beginning to be afraid of him, as he didn't understand where this boy got so much strength from. Joyful Yang Chen asked to go out next already so as not to be delayed. Except there was a problem. Zhang Hong and the others were injured, and the remaining 1 and 2 were not opponents to him at all. Academy Master Bianjing reminds me that this is a competition between academies, and that it is already time to replace. Yuanming started yelling at him that even if it was true that none of their team could defeat him alone, it only proved that his disciples were weak. But such were the rules, and the Bianjing Academy Master didn't care about this old man's opinion. Yang Chen was fine with this and ordered him to replace him with someone else. Yuanming started yelling at him not to make his decision for him. Then he yelled for his brother to come out finally. He decided, in order not to waste time, so he suggested that the 2 of them attack him at once. In a matter of seconds, he easily defeated them. Academy Master Bianjing didn't even have time to realize what had happened. They began to tolerate it and just got the hell out of there quickly. And Yang Chen and Xiao Qiyue started tossing around in the crowd and saying that they were heroes. After which, the Green Dragon Master approached them. He recognized that the Martial Arts Academy had treated them unfairly before. But this time, on behalf of the Academy, he would cancel the punishment and invite him to join their Green Dragon Pavilion. Yang Chen only wanted to hear the results regarding the exam. The Green Dragon Master became a little embarrassed. But still, the matter of the exam had already been resolved, so there was no need to worry about it anymore. He could join his Green Dragon Pavilion, and he would compensate him accordingly. Yang Chen asked them again if they were going to change anything. Wenming decided to enter the conversation and said that he was only a disciple of the outer court and dare not speak like that. Therefore, ordered him to think before letting him do it all he wants. Even if he is an apprentice of the Master of the Holy Sword, then the Academy needs to respect others. The Green Dragon Master looked at him and told him to shut up. Yang Chen realized that nothing was going to change, so he caught the attention of the other students and the Academy student. He said that he had been kicked out of the Academy and had been itching to fight for a long time. So he fought now. A commoner like him, the inner Academy is too much. And also, his brother is also leaving the Academy. After which, they set off on their journey. The Green Dragon Master realized that these 2 boys were stubborn. Yuanming didn't stand for it and shouted that they couldn't leave the Academy so easily. Yang Chen didn't understand what this was about, and had already thought that he wanted to teach him a lesson. Yuanming was so infuriated by this that he didn't stop, and wanted to teach these 2 a lesson. Just as suddenly, Qian Lingxi stood in front of the 2 and ordered them to stop fighting with those boys. Yuanming didn't care. To him, these 2 boys are disrespectful and treacherous, and now he is going to kill them. Qian Lingxi advised her to dismiss such thoughts. Yuanming thought that this was some kind of joke after all. This was the Zhaoge Martial Academy, and even if her father lived here, she couldn't interfere in their affairs. Suddenly, Qian Boguan appeared above Yuanming himself. Yuanming immediately began to make excuses and said that it was a long story, he was not at fault at all. Tut didn't even listen to him and knocked him out. Yang Chen was in awe of his master's strength. To Qian Boguan, the Green Dragon Master ran up to him. He said that it was indeed the Academy's fault, and he promised to make it up to Yang Chen. Xian Bocan wondered how on earth they were going to do this. The Green Dragon Master promised to make sure to come up with a plan that would satisfy him and Yang Chen. Qian Boguan reminded him that he didn't care where he lived. He could leave this academy at any time. The Green Dragon Master promised to explain this whole situation in the Academy chapter. And as for Yuanming, he would report it as well. Then he said, "Let's go." After a while, Yang Chen came to see the master. He walked up to him and told him that he and his brother had only practiced basic Tiger Fist, and they really want to learn martial arts. Qian Boguan refused to teach him martial arts until he reached true martial realm. Yang Chen was already upset, thinking that he was just greedy. Qianbo Guan walked up to him and tapped him on the head. The realm for body fluctuations is aimed at strengthening the body and strengthening the foundation of martial arts. In his case, practicing a strong martial art now was like putting the cart before the horse. He was about to hand over his cultivation techniques to him, but when he saw how unusual his own cultivation techniques were, he abruptly changed his mind. For a martial artist, especially a heavenly path master, the most important thing is cultivation technique. As for fighting techniques and martial arts, he believes that it is not the most important thing. If he becomes stronger, everything else will appear in time. Yang Chen thanked him and took note. After a while, Yang Chen received a package. Opening it up, he saw an essence pill, 1 piece, 1 dragon pill, plus all these herbs. The Zhaoge Martial School had done a good job of compensating. Yang Chen decided to use them now, except that Qianbo Guan forbade him from doing so until he reached the 7th level of body hardening. He ordered to take Chen Lingxi and Xiao Qiyue and send the 3 of them to the Zhaoge Mountains for a while to train. He was very happy that Chen Lingxi would be going as well. Qianbo Guan gave him a very stern look and asked him to promise him one thing. Whatever happens, protect Chen Lingxi. Yang Chen told him not to worry. For these demonic beasts in the Zhaoge mountain range, he couldn't care less. As long as he was home, they wouldn't be able to harm Chen Lingxi. After which, Qianbo Guan wished them good luck. They slept in the mountains for 10 days. Chen Lingxi saw not guys in front of her, but some crazy people. It had only been 10 days for one to reach the 7th level of body hardening and the other the 8th. Namely, Yang Chen had reached the 7th level of body hardening, while Xiao Qiyue had reached the 8th level. However, Yang Chen didn't understand why she thought so, if she had almost reached the 8th level as well. So true, but not as fast as they are. Yang Chen convinced her not to worry since they would protect her. But Chen Lingxi did not require a defense for herself since she herself could fight back. Suddenly, Yang Chen saw the Flower of 3 Lives. It was just a mystery where he'd come from in the first place. Legend has it that the Empress of Dragons was not human, but the daughter of celestial demons. She died in an accident at the hands of her mortal enemy of the god race. In a fit of madness, the Dragon Emperor managed to take revenge by killing the Divine Emperor. In the battle, he received many wounds. However, killing his enemy did not help him get his beloved back. The grief-stricken Dragon Emperor used his magical power to gather all the flowers of 3 lives and plant them in a secret place. He needed them to bury the Empress, and it was her favorite flower. Later, people began to associate, and these flowers are the most beautiful, unwavering love and loyalty to their lovers. Then Yang Chen suggested that it was fate. He offered to swear in front of the flowers that they would never lose each other in their lives and would be together until they were old. Chen Lingxi blushed and became stunned. Just as suddenly, Yang Chen grabbed her and jumped onto the floor with her. Xiao Qiyue didn't understand what had just happened at all. Afterward, Yang Chen also grabbed him on the floor like this. Chen Lingxi started yelling at him about what he was doing. Yang Chen would say quietly since someone is coming. They looked out from behind the bushes and saw 2 people there. One was named Li Hongwei and the other Li Junming. They were looking for some relic in this particular place because they had been assigned to do so, but still, Li Junming didn't believe that there was anything to be found in this hole here. Li Hongwei understood this, but there was nothing he could do about it, and at one point they found the Flower of 3 Lives. They also knew it was quite a rare plant. Li Junming didn't care since it was just a fairy tale for little girls and decided to cut him down. This was not in Yang Chen's plans, so he decided to do something about it. Nothing better came O's way than to take the sword from his brother. He jumped out and started defending the flower. Li Junming didn't understand what this meant. Yang Chen apologized to them and told them that they were going to say their vows in front of this flower. So he asked them to leave this innocent flower alone. Li Junming didn't want to listen to him at all since it was some bastard who forbade him from cutting a fucking flower. Yang Chen asked him to talk normally to Li Junming. It was ridiculous that some redneck was trying to tell him what to do, so he decided to kill him. But Yang Chen reacted quickly and repelled his attack. He was surprised he had any skills. Yang Chen decided to teach him a lesson after all, but before that she gave her brother less, whereupon he ran at him. At this, Li Hongwei began to come to wait for him. Yang Chen grabbed his head and she made a dent in the ground. Li Hongwei couldn't stand it and decided to kill him. But Xiao Qiyue jumped out in front of him, telling him not to interfere with his brother while he was fighting. Li Hongwei felt that he had an 8th level body hardening, and was surprised. He didn't think that in a place like this, he would find a master of as much as the 8th level of body hardening. Xiao Qiyue promised many more surprises for him. At this time, Yang Chen was teaching manners to this kid. When he finished, they just started walking away. Li Hongwei shouted for you to stop. Li Hongwei didn't understand how they were just going to leave if they had just beaten them up. Yang Chen asked what they wanted after all. Li Hongwei ordered their names to pay for what they had done. Xiao Qiwei and Yang Chen looked at each other and realized what needed to be done, after which Xiao Qiwei massacred them. Qian Lingxi ordered them to leave the Zhaoge Mountains. After all, they had just killed the Golden Eagle members and now they would be trouble if they didn't stop. The Golden Eagles were many times stronger than the academy. Yang Chen was not afraid, and even on the contrary enjoyed apprehending these two troublemakers and troublemakers. Xiao Qiwei confirmed his words, as there was no need to pluck their love flower. Qian Lingxi got angry and blushed a little, but still told him not to say such nonsense. After that, they got out of there as fast as they could to avoid getting into trouble. When they got home, they were very surprised. They didn't understand what was happening and how the Golden Eagles to them so soon. And also Yang Chen noticed that he had a very strong aura. That old man turned around and said that he had to take Qian Lingxi away. Except Qian Boguan reminded him that it wasn't time to leave yet. The old man said there were only a few days left. He wanted to see what she had learned in 3 years, and was also unhappy that she was at the 7th level of body hardening even though she was very gifted. Qian Boguan shouted at him to scram and come back at the beginning of the new year. The old man agreed to stay in town for a few more days. Yang Chen immediately ran up to the master and asked why this old man wanted to take Qian Lingxi away. Qian Boguan was humbled as he realized that he would have to know this sooner or later. So he decided to tell him everything now. After the new year, Qian Lingxi will go back to his mother, Duanmu Mansion. If he really needs her, he should become famous in the East within 5 years, as promised earlier. Although, on the other hand, he had already once become famous in the South, and was once revered as a master of the Holy Sword. His sword spirit was destroyed. He is forced to hide in the remote town of Chaogay in order to survive. Fortunately, Qian Lingxi has little to stay with him for 3 whole years, and that's enough for him. Yang Chen was shocked that his master's fighting spirit had been destroyed. He asked the teacher for the man's name, and he would avenge him. Qian Boguan laughed. He saw that Yang Chen didn't look like a good boy, but he knows that he has a heart of gold. But still, his business doesn't concern others. All he has to do is to cultivate and improve his skills diligently. Yang Chen promised to protect not only Qian Lingxi, but also himself. Qian Boguan believed in him, but this world is much bigger and more dangerous than he thinks. Right now, he's not even close to being its protector. Yang Chen understood what the teacher was implying, and vowed to become stronger. He ran over to Qian Lingxi. Yang Chen reminded her that they had sworn in front of the Flower of 3 Lives. So in the future, no boy other than him would be able to take care of her. Qian Lingxi only replied that he had no shame or conscience. Next, he handed her a herbarium and the Flower of 3 Lives. She would be able to keep it. It was his keepsake gift. If he wasn't around, it would remind her. Yang Chen quickly handed over the herbarium and ran away. Her father came up to her and told her to keep it as a memento since they might still meet. Qian Lingxi explained that he didn't have the slightest bit of shame, except that Qian Boguan only saw him as being sincere. After these words, she did not realize that he had made her a father. Qian Boguan was sure that she knew very well what kind of character he had, and also reminded him that he was the only one who could keep him company when she left. Qian Lingxi hugged him and said that even if she didn't go, they wouldn't dare do anything to her. Qian Boguan said that it is foolish, since she cannot renege on the promise she made. Besides, her mom is very lonely, and it will be good to spend more time with her. After all, it is his fault after all, and he is not strong enough right now. But for Qian Lingxi, her father was the strongest. Qian Boguan laughed since there are a huge number of people who are stronger than him. He also decided to ask if she had feelings for Yang Chen. Qian Lingxi blushed heavily and began to make excuses that she couldn't love him since he was a rascal and would never love him. Well, that begs the question of why her father took the herbarium. To somehow hide her feelings, she threw away this herbarium. Her father picked up and gave her this herbarium. He realized that she was clearly walking away from her destiny. Yang Chen doesn't have a distinguished background, but he is very talented. He has a pure heart, which is rare to find. But even more than that, he wants her to listen to her heart. When Qian Lingxi was alone, she wondered if he was really as good as her father says he is. Meanwhile, above the city, a huge golden eagle flew over, and this was just what Yang Chen and Xiao Qiwei saw. Xiao Qiwei already thought that it was looking for them. But Yang Chen didn't think so, and suggested to go home and wait to see what would happen. After a while, they came to the Yang family's house. Yang Zhengye's father immediately met them there. But suddenly, for some reason, he ran onward and said they would talk later. After which, a mother named Linghu Moying ran out of the door. They were glad to see each other again. Yang Chen immediately asked her what made her father so angry. She didn't want to answer and said it didn't matter. After that, she started asking him about the academy, as she had heard that he had been kicked out and that he had been bullied by Yuan Ming. Yang Chen said, and not to worry since everything has already been decided. Linghu Moying didn't believe him and asked Xiao Qiyue if that was the case. The one of course confirmed and added that the martial arts academy had rewarded them with a small amount of resources. After that, Yang Mengyu's sister ran out to them. She missed them very much. She also asked him to go to the bookstore with her. Except my mother didn't approve. She almost started crying even. Yang Chen decided to calm her down, saying that he had a lot of books and would bring them for her next time. She kissed him and told him he was the best brother ever. After which, Grandpa Yang, the head of the Yang family, came out to them. He told those two to follow him. Grandpa Yan understood that the two of them had gained something from their year at the martial arts academy. He turned to Yang Chen and said that arrogance is good, but not when you are overconfident. After the new year, there will be a change. He hopes that they will become stronger and hone their skills. Yang Chen thanked him, said that he would remember. After which, he moved on to Xiao Qiyue. His disadvantages of practicing the Heavenly Demon Emperor technique had become obvious. As his training level increased, the pain he had to endure increased by several times. Therefore, he must remember to never fall into the devilish abyss. He must show his fighting spirit for 3 years, even on the brink of life and death. Xiao Qiyue also thanked and said that he remembered it. Toward evening, everyone went to eat, but everyone was silent. Grandpa decided to somehow defuse the situation and suggested that they drink to Yang Chen and Xiao Qiyue, who had broken through to the 8th level of body hardening. While they were drinking, someone started banging on the door. Mother sent Yang Chen to open the door and take a look. Opened the door, he was in huge shock. The last thing he expected was to see a fox there. They hadn't seen each other for 3 days, but Yang Chen realized that she already missed him. After which, Chen Lingxi revealed that she was leaving tomorrow and she wanted to see Zhaoge City before she left. So here she was. Young Chenya offered a tour of the city, although it is small, but its night views are still very beautiful. She didn't mind, except she hadn't had dinner yet. He decided to take her inside and introduce her to his parents. She wasn't quite happy about it being so formal. When she entered the kitchen, everyone was shocked. Yang Mengyu immediately ran up to her and said that she was very beautiful, and the mother brought another chair and was very happy about these masty. Then, Yang Chen introduced that her name was Chen Lingxi, and she was a friend, also the daughter of his teacher. While everyone was eating, Yang Zhengye decided to ask if she was his friend or if there was something more between them. His mother pinched him and he stopped talking shit. Next, they raised their glasses to Chen Lingxi. After they ate, they went into town where it was very beautiful. Ran up to an ancient tree and asked the fox if the fox knew exactly what the tree meant. But she didn't even have a clue, only realized it was just ancient maple. The ancient maple grows on cold ground, and its leaves are heart-shaped. If you pray under it, it will dispel the longing for a loved one. After which they held hands and began to approach, and then we kissed. Yang Chen promised her that he would definitely come to see her. She believed him, but not really. Yang Chen decided to change the subject and asked wrongly to them to get to the point. She asked what kind of case. The one smilingly said that a vow had to be made about their marriage. Chen Lingxi got that he was so shameless and stepped on his foot, after which she headed inland. Meanwhile, Guan Minghao was also eating. Li Junru was a young master of the Golden Eagles. He asked him if there was any news from the Zhaoge Mountains. The one replied that there was nothing yet, but their strongest people from the Guan family were supposed to enter the inner circle to investigate. He asked for more people to be sent. For this miracle, she spent New Year's Eve in that shithole. If there's no miracle there, it was all for nothing. Guan Minhao did not worry as they would definitely find him. His master was the White Tiger Pavilion Master of Zhaoge Martial Academy. He had already investigated many times. The thunder that appeared in the Inner Academy exam was absolutely a miracle bailiff. There was only hope left in this one. And when he looked out, he saw Yang Chen and Chen Lingxi. He was shocked as I never would have thought there were such beautiful women in such a shitty place. He immediately asked Guan Minghao who it was. Guan Minghao was a little angry that they were together, but still told. Yang Chen, a commoner from Zhaoge, had recently been expelled from the academy, but was accepted as a disciple of the Holy Sword disciple, Qianbo Guang. As for this girl, she is the daughter of Qianbo Guang, and the #1 beauty in their martial academy. He knew who Qianbo Guang was, but he didn't understand how he dared to become his disciple. He also told Guan Minhao that this Qianbo Guan is an important person in the south. His sword spirit had been destroyed and he was hiding in Zhaoge. But here's Chen Lingxi, most likely more learned in martial arts, and she must have them just incredible. On this New Year's Eve, it is lucky to meet Qian Boguang's daughter. They can't miss this chance, wanted to meet her. But he was stopped by his partner, who said she should even think of doing anything rash since she was already in good hands. He knew and understood all that, and he just wanted to go down and get to know her. He might have to ask her for something in the future. Whereupon he took and came down to them right through the window. He introduced himself as Li Junru. He went on to say that her family was very close to her, so on the eve of the year, being out of town, he asked her to invite her to his house. Qian Lingxi refused since she knows him too poorly, after which she took Yang Chen by the hand and they walked. Yang Chen was very disgusted since it was the first time he would see such an arrogant guy. He really wanted to beat him up. When they stepped back, Qian Lingxi saw how little Yang Chen wanted to defeat him right now. And although he wasn't very good, he had already reached the true martial realm. Besides, he's a young master of the Golden Eagle clan, and even she doesn't want to deal with him unnecessarily. This pissed him off even more, because he didn't care. Whoever dared to molest his future wife, he was ready to smash their heads in. He also asked me not to call him baby anymore because at one time his mom called him that, and he was embarrassed. Ta looked at him and said that if he was allowed, why couldn't she call him something else? After that, they looked at each other, and a spark happened between them. Yang Chen slowly began to reach out to kiss her, so just started running away from him. Even though he was cute, she didn't want to. The next day it was time. She said goodbye to Yang Chen and flew away. Yang Chen was approached by Qian Boguan, who was surprised that his daughter had already managed to mothball him since he had come here to see her off. But the man stood there and remained silent. Then Qian Boguan asked him what they did last night with his daughter. Yang Chen said that it doesn't matter since it is done. Master already wanted to teach him a lesson for saying such things. But he was interrupted by Yang Chen, who asked when they could go to Tannan City. The man was surprised and asked why he even wanted to go there. The answer was simple, he wanted her back. Qian Boguan exhaled deeply and told him to go back, since it was too early for him to go to Tangnan. But still, the biggest thing I wanted to do was to come and get her. The day after the fox left, Yang Chen continued to train. Just as suddenly he began to feel some kind of earthquake. This means that a big disaster was coming, and the city of Zhaoge might cease to exist. Yang Chen couldn't believe his words. Qian Boguan reminded him that the last miracle was the last time thunderstorm appeared. But that was not a miracle. It was only a precursor to a miracle. A miracle is an auspicious sign and cannot destroy a city. The destruction of Zhaoge was caused by a human disaster. Many powerful people had infiltrated the Zhaoge mountains to try to forcefully unlock the miracle. But they didn't know that only those who were destined to receive the miracle could get it. Taking it by force would definitely lead to disaster. Yang Chen wondered if it was possible that the Golden Eagles were involved. As a friend, Xiao Qiwei flew into the courtyard and started shouting at his brother to hurry up and go home because something was wrong. Yang Chen was against it, for grandfather must have foreseen this disaster when he sent them to Zhaoge Academy. Therefore, he wanted to see what would happen next. Qian Boguan pleas a few years ago, he sent everything deep into the Zhaoge mountains, and indeed found a sealed miracle. It was guarded by spirit beasts. With these terrifying spirit beasts, even a master from the heaven realm is unable to deal with them. This earthquake must have been caused by those bastards who craved for a miracle and pissed off the guardian beasts. Yang Chen told the teacher that the Golden Eagle clan was most likely involved. When the three of them went to the Zhaoge mountains, they didn't encounter a group of strong members of the Golden Eagle clan. This surprised Qian Boguan. So what kind of person usually doesn't care about the lives of ordinary people? For the sake of his selfish desires, he would sacrifice all the people of Zhaoge City. Qian Boguan made the decision for all three of them to go see what they were up to. Meanwhile, Li Huaishan had a vicious conversation with someone that those caused an earthquake. These guys were respectfully herded towards the general, and they explained that they were merely throwing a banquet for young Master Li. He doesn't know why he is making such strange remarks to them. But those beasts in the Zhaoge mountains are very apparent. They can't stay alone and want to invade Zhaoge City. And as a general, he has a duty to protect the people. Li Huaishan realized that their family was somehow involved to the point of not understanding how to bring it to the end. He knows what they are up to. Just now, he has sent out many pigeons to spread the news throughout Tiannan that the Dragon Emperor's miracle is about to appear, after which the Emperor left with his soldiers. And these men didn't know what to do because this guy spread the news and now they're in trouble. Li Kuixing realized that the news of the miracle would surely spread throughout Tangnan, and not only a large number of influential people, but also members of the imperial family would gather here. Everyone would be concerned about the news. Therefore, they must act decisively. They must send the martial artists who are now in Zhaoge to the mountains to clear the way for the miracle. It was too cruel for even them, namely to pave the road of sacrifice with human lives. Then one of them suggested that Li Kuxing should go to the residence of the city master and ask him to gather all the martial artists at the foot of the mountain. And Guanzi, go to the martial arts house and ask all the disciples and instructors of the martial arts house to gather. And that's the only way they'll be able to break through. After which, indeed, at the foot of Mount Zhaoge, people began to gather. Yang Chen even came there, and he asked his big sister how things were even going. She was glad that he had come. After which, she told him that there were demonic and spirit beasts coming out of the Zhaoge mountain range. The situation was out of control. There were huge animals running around. Yang Chen then wondered why, if the situation was so dire, no one comes here from the strongest with a martial academy. Xian Boguan was also wondering about this matter because the martial academy would be the first to suffer if the beasts broke through the defenses. After a while, the head of the academy started coming to them. A little later, Han Yigu, lord of Zhaoge City. And now with this much, Xiao Qiwei believed that they could defeat these beasts. Qian Boguan, on the other hand, continued to further think that it wouldn't be that easy. At this time, Li Kuixing ordered all the thieves to go and kill all these beasts. Yang Chen was really pissed off this Golden Eagle clan, and he is sure that they are plotting something bad. Li Huaishan, so that no one listens to his nonsense, they must keep. And if you let these beasts in, Han Yigu didn't understand him, since the only way to eradicate these scourges was to kill the demonic beasts in the mountains. And in a moment, Li Kuixing flew towards Li Huaishan, and with all his might, hit him, thereby sealing him into the ground. Li Huaishan guessed that he was from the Heavenly Harmony realm. Yang Chen observed all this, and also couldn't believe that this was the Heavenly Harmony realm. There were currently 5 martial arts realms that he knew about. Body tempering sphere. The most basic sphere of martial arts, it is mainly designed to perfect the body and foundation of a martial artist. True martial realm, focused on cultivating true qi that could be released into the air. At the level of the martial realm, the true qi practiced in an art already strong enough could be transformed form a foundation for kung fu cultivation. The cultivators of the true realm are most often found in Tangnan. However, those who truly stand at the top are the cultivators of heavenly harmony. At the level of celestial harmony, one must awaken martial intention. At the top of the heavenly harmony realm is the legendary immortal realm, which only the emperor of the eastern lands had reached. After all this, Li Kuixing once again ordered everyone to enter the mountain range and kill the beasts, and those who don't will be killed. The head of the academy asked him if he could lead the students to guide them into the combat academy. 4 master instructors would accompany him to the mountains to kill the beasts. Li Kuixing of course agreed and thanked him for his support. Li Huaishan stood up from the ground and said that he would take half of the Green Tiger warriors to the mountains, and the remaining half should be to defend the city. Li Kuixing was delighted with him now. Li Huaishan approached his daughter and said that she would take half of the Green Tiger warriors will stay in Zhaoge. While everyone was preparing for battle, Guan Minghao noticed Yang Chen, after which he approached Li Jun'er and asked him to take Yang Chen up the mountain. Qian Baoguan heard them talking and told them not to get involved in their nefarious affairs. Li Junru walked closer to him and quite respectful towards the holy sword master. He wanted the disciple to better go with him, since in the mountains he would gain no little experience, and he would be able to keep an eye on him, and who knows what might happen to him here. It really pissed off Qian Boguan that he was being laughed at by someone to threaten him. Yang Chen started to stop his teacher and said that hiking in the mountains was indeed a rare opportunity to gain experience. Qian Boguan thought about it and realized that Yang Chen might very well be right. He didn't believe that the Golden Eagle clan would be able to obtain the marvelous treasure, so he agreed to go with him, as he wanted to witness the Golden family sorting out the harvest from the marvelous treasure. Meanwhile, Li Kuixing flew up to Li Huaishan and ordered him to take his men and go forward up the mountain, and the others would follow him. Li Huaishan wanted to contradict him, but he realized that there was nothing he could do and just accepted it. These poor warriors were killed very quickly. Yang Chen was afraid that at this rate, most of them would die before they reached the miraculous treasure. But be that as it may, this is the fate of weak people who follow the current. Therefore, he reminded Yang Chen, something one must be the master of one's own destiny, must work hard at such cultivation. Toward evening, they broke camp to rest and gather their strength. Li Huaishan approached Li Jun'er and told him that the Green Tiger had suffered a lot, so he asked them to forgive them for not being able to take the lead in future battles. Li Junar realized that leading them to probably die was a very bad idea. But still, he figured something out. He said that tomorrow, they would be the second echelon martial arts academy team, and Mr. Han Cheng's allied forces would be the first line. Early the next morning, they continued on their way. Suddenly, everyone saw some huge structure of rocks in front of them. Li Junru immediately assumed that it was a miracle. The Dragon Emperor's legacy would once again be preserved inside this huge wall. And if he could obtain the Dragon Emperor legacy, it would definitely be able to reach the Heavenly Harmony realm or the Immortal realm. It would definitely become known to the Eastern lands, making the Golden Eagle clan an immortal clan that would be known thousands of miles away. As he got closer, Qian Boguan noticed the hole and realized that he was still here. Meanwhile, Li Junru was very excited that they had found a huge wall, and he was sure that it was a miracle. Li Kuixin realized that if this miracle was really left behind by the Dragon Emperor, they would definitely get it. At this moment, the miracle had yet to appear. If they tried to actuate it and open it, there would be trouble. Therefore, Li Junru suggested that someone should be sent there and conduct a survey of the area. So of course he approached Yang Chen and told him to go check out the area. Xianbo Guan stood up for him since he didn't understand what they were even talking about. Li Kuixin, who hoped he would be on good behavior, walked over to them. Qian Guan was not going to obey anyone and explained that he was his disciple and it was up to him to decide whether he would go there or not. And to force him to do something without his consent was incomprehensible. Li Kuixin was really pissed off that he was overconfident. If he was at the peak of his popularity, he would be much more intimidating, but right now, he wasn't even worthy of a challenge. Yang Chen saw how it could start now and he started to stop. So he told the master to let him go after all. Qianbo Guan thought that he was completely stupid. Xiao Qiyue also did not support his decision because he was worried about him. Yang Chen finally told Xiao Qiyue to tell his grandfather when he returned that he would be his grandson in the next life. And lastly, he winked at him. But Xiao Qiyue didn't understand what it meant. Qianbo Guan couldn't believe that this foolish girl could now leave like this and not come back. Yang Chen turned to the teacher and asked him to trust him. He knew everything would be fine. After which he jumped down. There was no danger there at first. Well, when he got to the bottom, he woke up the dragon. He was very angry that someone had dared to disturb his sleep, and now he wanted to kill absolutely everyone. After which, a fight started between Yang Chen and the dragon. One couldn't see anything because of the fog. Everyone upstairs thought that Yang Chen had been eaten alive. Qianbo Guan and Xiao Qiyue couldn't believe that this had happened. Qianbo Guan was so angry, but he justified that it was the Golden Eagle clan that forced him to do this. And in his mind, he recalled how Yang Chen had been brought to him. He realized that it was fated for him to become his disciple, especially since he wanted to save someone that night. He never thought he would find someone with such an amazing talent. And he was the one who had all the attributes of a celestial master. But now there's nothing left of him. Qian Boguan activated the strong martial soul technique, Sword Spirit Light, after which he attacked Li Junru. His swords pierced right through his body. Li Kuixin, on the other hand, has managed to defend against this attack. He didn't expect that after such a serious injury, he still had such strong strength. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiyue jumped down to find some clues. Suddenly he saw something strange, and he rejoiced greatly as he realized his brother was not dead. Meanwhile, Yang Chen himself found himself near some sort of waterfall. Suddenly, from the black hole, he heard a familiar voice. It was the voice that made him agree to come here, but he didn't expect to be swallowed alive. Despite the trees, he noticed something strange. He saw the little bug with great clarity, but at a great distance. He did not understand how he had developed his divine sense. Then some sphere licked to him, who asked if he was happy that they had met at this ceremony. Yang Chen was startled and asked who he was in general. It was the orb that told him it was his sea of consciousness. Yang Chen was shocked when he heard it. It's since it's too big, this consciousness. But that didn't matter now. It was the orb that sensed his fear. And that's too bad, since the great Devourer doesn't fear other creatures. Yang Chen wondered what Devourer meant. Sphere was a bit disappointed as she blabbed. Sphere brought up the topic on how his Yang family was doing. Yang Chen didn't understand how he knew he was from the Yang family. Well, it was also unimportant because most likely none of them were left. Then the Sphere asked if he liked swords. Yang Chen was a little wordy and said he liked it. And it was perfect since Sphere decided to give him a gift. After that, a huge dragon appeared in front of him and started waking him up. This dragon also reminded him not to forget to pay him homage when he finished his training and succeeded. As he stood up, he saw his brother and master, with master being in better condition. The foreman said he's fine. He's not dead yet. After that, Yang Chen hated the golden eagles even more. Therefore, Yang Chen turned to the elder beast asking him to go and kill all those vile people with golden parliament eagle robes. I didn't answer anything and just flew to sort it out. Chen Buguan was very surprised as his disciple peered over to the great beast, and he has a chance to obtain a miraculous inheritance. That's what he's trying to find out. Half an hour later, he flew back. He reported that he killed all the people with golden eagles on their clothes since they all deserved to die. Yang Chen thanked him for doing such a job. Meanwhile, Li Junru was very far away. He didn't understand how this beast was killing everyone and his men. He was very glad that he was able to be reborn. Otherwise, he was killed too. Yang Chen went to the elder and asked very strongly for him to cure his master. Saving his life is easy, but his soul power is gone. If he wants his soul back, he needs a treasure capable of embodying it, and he doesn't have one. Chen Bukan would be grateful if they just saved his life. That would already be enough. After which, the dragon directed the beam at the master. He explained that he would be fine, but right now, he needed sleep. Lastly, Yang Chen decided to ask him about the marvelous legacy. He went up to him and bluntly asked if there was a great legacy in that stone on the wall. The dragon didn't realize what legacy he was talking about, since it was just a tomb that shouldn't be desecrated by outsiders. He would have sent him away, but he was too weak, so he ordered him to stay here and train for a while. And also to remember that he had a gift waiting for him. Yang Chen didn't fully understand if this supreme beast was playing a joke on him. The one said that he would give him a gift, but nothing happened. He was approached by Xiao Qiwei and said that the spiritual aura here was very rich they could cultivate here. Yang Chen happily agreed, since where else would one find such a good aura? While meditating, he felt something strange.
Namely the spirit of the sword. He realized that he had awakened a second battle spirit.
After which, he traveled to the ocean of spirit beast consciousness. There were scattered swords stuck in the ground everywhere. He met Zhenwu, who was a 9999 generation sword eater martial spirit. He had traveled across the continent and killed countless swordsmen. Of them, only 33 worthies died with sword in hand. Because of their poor qualifications, they could only comprehend the 9th of the 13 heaven-devouring swords. It was time to pass the baton to the 10,000th generation. All of this was strange to him. A devouring sword martial spirit, the 8th of the 10 and above martial spirits, who stand above the usual 4 ranks of heaven, earth, swan, and yellow. They appeared in ancient times, and each of them is a celestial being. They pass their legacy from generation to generation. The most terrifying is the devouring sword spirit. If its wielder is not powerful enough and fails to master it, he will be consumed, his soul buried in the sword world. Since ancient times there were many swordmasters, their dead souls could belong to the owner of a battle spirit devouring sword. There is a prerequisite that the wielder's feminine sense is strong enough to personally pull the sword martial soul out of the crossroads of souls. He wanted to see what kind of sword soul he could obtain. When he woke up, the master asked him why he was so happy, but he preferred not to say anything. In fact, Yang Chen was very happy for master that he was alive and well, because not only is he an amazing student now, but he's also an enviable son-in-law. Xiao Qiyue and Qian Boguan didn't know how to react to this. They realized that he had completely lost his shame. Therefore, Qian Bokan told him that he was not going to give him Qian Lingxi. The one froze in a stupor, as he was not prepared for these words, for he had expected to be happy to watch the two of them together. Qian Bukan decided to change the subject and said that he was very hungry. Yang Chen was surprised, as he realized that no monster would risk coming to this territory now. Sometime later, Yang Chen continued to meditate, and those gobbled. He had already approached the peak of the first level of the true martial realm. This was very exciting for Xiao Qiyue. Qian Boguan didn't see the push, for he didn't even understand the first movement of the heavenly sword technique. He was unhappy that he made a mistake when he took him on as his apprentice. He had milk on his lips, and he wanted to marry his daughter. That made him very angry. Plus, this heavenly sword technique is a swan rank martial art. If he was having a hard time with it, he didn't understand how he would learn it further because it was more difficult. Qian Boguan got tired of looking at all this and decided to go look for food and ordered those of you. Meanwhile, Yang Chen kept meditating. After a month, he was able to do it after all. After which, a dragon even appeared. He tossed him his child, saying it was his gift, and also the dragon hoped he would be good with him. Yang Chen didn't understand why he wanted a powerful creature like a dragon, and all he was giving him was a little puppy. He was hoping for a cool magic weapon that would help him kill all his enemies. Still, he had no choice but to accept his gift. On the other hand, he was glad to have a pet of his own. Qian Boguan walked up to him and summarized that this puppy has an ordinary bloodline. He's afraid that he won't even reach the true martial realm when he grows up. Well, I wasn't really upset because he was very energetic. But Xiaoqiue felt that it was as if this puppy had a terrifying power lurking inside, and thought that it wasn't as bad as they thought. On the way out of town, they decided to give the baby a nickname. At first, he wanted to call him Lucky. But then he changed his mind because half the dogs in town are named the same. And then he thought of a good new name for him, namely Chernish. Blackie started barking at him. For this bad behavior, Yang Chen tapped him, as he decided that he would be called Chernish. At this time, the dragon was watching them and wanted to crack that asshole already. But once they got into town, they were very surprised. All the houses were destroyed. Xiaoqiue immediately suggested to go home faster. As we approached the house, we saw that it too had been destroyed. As he suddenly saw Uncle Yu there, and immediately asked where his family was. Uncle Yu calmed him down and said that his family had left a long time ago. His grandfather asked him to give you a message. This is the place from which you can see the sky. At times it seems as if the stars are there, along with a mountain-colored red. Yang Chen assumed that he was referring to the fall game. Xiaoqiue was very happy that the family was fine, and so were the others. Yang Chen then asked him another question. What had been happening in the city lately? Uncle Yu told me that it was a tragedy. There were so many deaths and injuries. Gongzi is so ruthless that he joined forces with the Martial Arts Academy and foreigners to eliminate General Huaishan. What's even scarier is that somehow, in some unknown way, he has become Lord of Zhaoge. From now on, Zhaoge will be the domain of his Guan family. First, only that now they can't return to the academy as it is now completely under the Guan family's control. But still, Yang Chen suggested that his brother go and settle accounts with the Guan family, but they were stopped by Qianbo Guan. He was well aware that there might be survivors of the martial artist who had gone to the giant wall 2 months ago. If they saw that he was alive, it would cause a big commotion. They will learn more about him and Marvelous Legacy, so it's not worth showing now. It begs the question of where to go then. Senbakan decided that it was necessary to go to Tianan. Yang Cheng was very happy since they would be able to find Chen Lingxi there. Then, the teacher gave them a bag of gold, and gave them tasks to find out if there was a flying machine to Tannan today, and if there was, to buy one. Yang Chen was very much interested as he had never been to one before. The teacher told him that Zhaoge was located, and 10,000 miles away from Tangnan County. And if he didn't have a powerful demonic beast to ride, they would have to take a flying machine. After a while, his brother came back with good news. A new station had opened in the city and there would be a raid on Tannan County tonight, so he bought him 3 tickets. Master also reminded them that they needed to hide their identities so that Guan of Guan's people wouldn't recognize them. Otherwise, there would be a huge problem. Walking along the road in the evening, they met people who were using one of the ways to utilize the array. Yang Chen was delighted and hoped to also refine it too someday. He also noticed that the master was somehow sad. He had already thought that he was not happy to see his daughter. Tannan City was not at all like Zhaoge. Besides, it would be quite difficult to meet his daughter. Yang Chen realized he had done something wrong and was kicked out of the house. The master was angry with him and wanted to kill him if he had the power. They got bored. And then Yang Chen asked the teacher to tell them about the city of Tannan. There are many families in Tannan City, some of which have been around for 1,000 years. They have talented martial artists from generation to generation. They would do anything for resources, just like the Golden Eagle clan. They were both already convinced of that. It is not enough for a martial artist to have talent. Resources for development are also necessary. Otherwise, it is very difficult to break out of the family nest. Therefore, if they get a chance, one must fight for it. 3 days later, they were already close to Tannan. Yang Chen was shocked by the beauty of the city. Master first decided to take Yang Chen to one place. They came up to some huge palace. Yang Chen assumed that Fox lived here. Yang Chen also praised him for becoming not only a strong swordsman, but also a great father. Afterward, he spun at the master what would happen if he just went there and searched for Fox in the open. First of all, he can get in there. And secondly, if he talks about his relationship with Fox, he can't guarantee he'll be left for dead. Yang Chen immediately discarded this plan. But still, he would not leave her there, and would definitely think of something. After all, she was his daughter-in-law. The master looked at him and gave him a thumbs up. Afterward, they went to the house, to Lo's family's house. The guards immediately approached them and asked what they wanted. The master took off his hat and asked them to tell them that Qianbo Guang had come. A few minutes later, they met up with Luo Yun. He hadn't seen him in a long time, and also explained that he was asked by his father to come out and greet them. When they went inside, they were greeted by Luo Yuhan and Luo Mingyuan. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and Qianbo Guan was happy to see him. What can't be said about Luo Mingyuan? Luo Mingyuan assumed that the one time he stopped by to visit him meant he was in some kind of trouble. Not a question out of courtesy. He came to the case and asked me to watch these boys for a while. These two boys, they are very good. They will be able to join the house when it opens at the end of the year. Luo Yun said that they couldn't allow themselves to offend the Luo house with their presence. Luo Mingyuan became silent and didn't answer anything. Yang Chen asked the teacher to leave and not to humiliate himself here. Then Chen Boguan stood up and apologized, after which he left. Luo Yuhan laughed since these two boys look so weak, and they already want to set a martial arts exam. Going outside, Yang Chen suggested finding an inn. Chen Boguan exhaled deeply and said that it was better to go outside the city. Yang Chen asked why they should go out of town if they don't have money problems. Chen Boguan said that he used to have a garden at the foot of a lonely mountain outside the city, and he doesn't know what it looks like now, so he offered to go there. If there is somewhere to go, then why ask strangers for help? They got there in the evening, shouted out if anyone was there, but nothing was happening, no one was answering anything back. He then ordered the two men to open the door. Suddenly, the door was ajar and a little kid crawled out. Yang Chen was surprised. Master, on the other hand, wasn't the least bit surprised. Then Yulo came out of there. She was immediately surprised that there was no death at all. Yang Chen really liked this beauty. And from the looks of it, he realized it was the former master's ex. And the way she talks to him must mean that he cheated on her. Yulo walked up to him and asked why he had become like this here. Even if his martial soul was destroyed, his cultivation couldn't be completely destroyed. Therefore, she assumed that the fighter master had struck him again. Qian Boguan explained that he was lucky to be alive after accidentally messing with the terrifying beast. Yang Chen realized that if he also told the truth, she could kill the golden eagles. After which, Yulo asked who the two rascals along with him were. He pinned them down, something his new students as well as the good guys. Yang Chen did not understand this joke under the word rascal, for he looks good and cannot be associated with a rascal. After which, Qian Boguan asked her if after all these years, she still hadn't forgiven him since he had become useless refinements, and she could have already found someone better than him a bunch of times. Yulo couldn't stand it and shouted that he had defiled her, and now no one would ever want to marry her in Tangnan. Yang Chen and Xiao Qiwei were surprised by this story, and also realized that their non-master was a true scoundrel. But still, Chen Boguan hoped that she might be sensible. Da didn't understand him and thought he had some kind of historical mind, realized there would be no case and just decided to leave her alone. Started threatening him that if he dared to leave today, she'd break his legs. When they went inside, it was very beautiful. After that, Yulo asked Jing Han to answer the two boys in their room. She was very beautiful, that even Xiao Qiwei was embarrassed. Yang Chen what is her relationship with her aunt and assumes she is her sibling or cousin. She got very shy and ran away. The next morning they slept well, and as soon as Yang Chen opened the door, he saw his teacher. After that, Yang Chen went over to him and decided to guess why he had stayed up all night and guessed that he hadn't seen his aunt in a long time and couldn't sleep. You could tell from the master's face that he had hit it right on the mark. Just as suddenly, Yulo herself approached them and was surprised that this guy was really his disciple. Yang Chen saw an opportunity and sprang into action and told the story of how the master missed her. Dedicated began to tell me that when he made tea, he always scolded him because the tea turned out horrible. At this point, the master looked so nostalgic. He is sure that he was the one who was thinking about her then. The master heard this and got very tense. On the other hand, one could see from Yulo's face that she was very angry. And after his all gone during the conversation, Master walked over to Yang Chen, and the latter immediately started making excuses that he wanted to sincerely help. But Chen Boguan just started yelling at him since with his antics, he would drive him to his grave. Yang Chen immediately ran away and lastly said to take an act if he went to talk, everything would be solved. Chen Boguan was very angry and wanted to kill this bastard someday. Thus, Yang Chen, Xiao Qiwei, and Chen Boguan, who had just arrived in the south, settled in the Sword Garden. A month later, they still stayed there the same way, and every day Yang Chen practiced. He didn't have the opportunity to practice the 13 heaven-devouring swords that were inherited from the devastating sword martial spirit. And the initial stance of the heaven-devouring sword alone had almost used up all of his true ki. During one such training session, his brother Xiao Qiwei came up to him and asked him how his business was going. Yang Chen explained that he couldn't practice 13 sword-devouring heaven at his current cultivation level. He also wondered why the girl who had taken them in had disappeared. When they arrived, he hadn't seen her for a month. Brother explained that Jing Han is Auntie Jing's niece, and she studies at Tiannan Martial School and only comes once a month. Yang Chen praised him for finding out everything. Only then did he realize that he had blabbed and blushed therefore. Suddenly, Auntie Yulo walked up to us. Yang Chen was unhappy that Chernish turned out to be an old pervert. Then the master came up to them and asked if there was any news. She asked someone to find out information. These two, it will be difficult for them to enter the battle house unless they have someone accompanying them. She thinks it's better to wait until the end of the season for the entrance exam. But, and there was a second option, is for the guys to ask their foreman to escort them and then maybe it would work out. The foreman immediately said that he couldn't go. Yang Chen asked me whether it was better or practicing in the sword garden. Why would they go to the Heavenly South Martial Palace? Qianbo Guan did not understand what he was saying. Yulo also told him not to compare Zhaoge Martial Academy with Tannan Martial Palace. She had already heard good things about it. His only chance to break through in this life is to join a martial house. Well, he didn't understand why that was so. Yulo revealed that firstly, he is related to Zhaoge's miracle, and sooner or later this story will come out. If the Jackal of the Golden Eagle clan is found out, they will not put him alive. The Tangnan Martial Arts House is a sacred place in the south, and its status is higher. He can only save his life if he becomes an apprentice of the martial arts house. In the Garden of Swords, no one can provide him with the level of security he has there. Secondly, the martial house has the best training resources in Tangnan, and if they want to quickly increase their cultivation level, the best way is to join the martial house. And the third is a little vixen main student of the Eastern Martial House Academy. At first, her daddy gave her trouble, but still, she's sure he ended up worse than Qianbo Guan. Yang Chen took a very strong interest in the fox around his house, so he went up to the teacher and said that he had gone to be baptized. And Yulo said he was a fool. Master didn't know how to refuse him and said Han would show him the way. The next day, Yulo came to the boys' room. She told Jinghan to go with them to see the battle house in the morning. She also reminded him not to cause any trouble there. Yang Chen was very happy and thanked her for the limits of such work. She also decided to ask him something else, namely why Qianbo Guan had lost her cultivation. Yang Chen realized that there must be a reason why Master hadn't told Auntie, and he decided that he had to think of something. He took it all down for now, but still started to tell me that it was all his fault. One day he encountered a very strong demonic beast in the Zhaoge mountain crest, and his teacher stood up for him. But that beast stole his battle spirit and escaped. Eventually she realized it was a demonic monster. Yang Chen asked her if she knew how to cure Qianbo Guan early. She knew it would take a spiritual treasure. A treasure so rare that not every powerful family has one. That one swore to himself that he would find a treasure for him and restore his cultivation.
The next day, they had already set out together with Jinghan.
Yang Chen immediately started asking her about the Southern Martial House. He wanted to know everything she knew about this house. Jinghan told him that the fox was very famous in their martial house. The big shots of the Eastern Academy accepted her as a core disciple right after she entered the martial school. Also, because of her beautiful face, the vixen became a local goddess after she entered the Eastern Martial House. She instantly had countless admirers. From these words, he realized that it was really his fox. Then his brother asked him if he was afraid that she would be taken away. Yang Chen was completely at ease since they helped each other and can't be separated, and no one has her from him. 4 battle houses: East, South, West, and North. East is the strongest. After a while, they finally came. When they saw it, they were shocked as the Zhaoge Martial Arts Academy was no match for him. Suddenly, at one moment, Yang Chen's eyes became lousy, and then Xiao Qiwei asked him what was wrong. After which, Xiao Qiwei turned around and saw those of the Lo family. Luo Yun immediately began to say that this was the same disciple weakling from a small, rundown city 10,000 miles away from here. It was very angry that even Xiao Qiwei realized that it was not good. After which, Xiao Qiwei asked Sister Han if anything would happen to him if he hit him. Jinghan was immediately startled by such statements. But still, Jinghan revealed that dueling within a martial house was allowed and even encouraged, but they had to have mutual consent to duel. But she also added that they aren't martial arts students yet, and it's not good to fight. But he didn't listen to her anymore. Yang Chen shouted at him to haul his ass since he wanted to teach him a lesson where he would die. This guy was starting to piss Luo Yun off. Luo Yuhan stood up for her brother and told everyone that he had come to her not too long ago begging to be taken in, implying that he was so poor that even his servants were more grateful than he was. Yang Chen had a rule about not hitting women, but a dumbass like her, he would beat her with pleasure. Luo Yuhan was very angry with him. Next, Yang Chen asked his brother to help this blunt bite. A volunteer shouted from the crowd that he was ready to beat this guy up instead of her. Xiao didn't even want to fight them, since he realized that they were too weak, and told them to run away from here. At this time, Jing Han was shocked that they both behaved so diligently in the sword garden, but somehow acted so horribly in the city. She thought that probably not both of them had far surpassed the true martial realm. And there was a cultivator among them. Yang Chen, he wasn't even listening to her, he was just out for blood. Luo Yun said that the rules of the martial house stated that no one should be maimed in an agreed-upon fight. But these two village fools are not disciples of the house. If they want to die, then he would gladly be willing to help them. Xiao didn't listen to him and jumped into the fray. That kid activated the Frost Fist. He was a master of the heavenly path. Yang Chen was surprised that the martial arts house was full of interesting students. Xiao was not amiss and repelled his attack. At that, he didn't even move. He received frostbite, yet remained whole without even stumbling. The boy didn't understand how he had managed to disarm his frostbite. Xiao decided not to hesitate and punched him in the face. Yang Chen was happy for his brother, only didn't understand why he was beating him so weakly. Xiao apologized and said that he would make up for it now. And then I hit this kid one more time. Luo Yun did not raise how he had taken the frost chi strike and remained fine, but still assumed that the frost ki that entered his body had dissolved. This infuriated Luo Yun, and he decided to show them his place. That one was a 4th level true martial realm master. That is, another master of the heavenly path. It's an innate fighting spirit, fire inherited from the Yellow family. It meant he was very angry. Xiao wasn't afraid of him at all and said that he wasn't good enough to fight him alone. Therefore, he advised him to call someone to help him from his succors. Absolutely everyone was shocked at how fearless he was. Luo Yun didn't tolerate this and used the Heavenly Flame Palm technique. Among the elite students in the Southern Academy, Luo Yun is ranked among the top 50. His palm strike must be very powerful, one of the most suitable skills for a celestial master. Xiao simply took it and repelled his punch. No one understood how it was even possible. Ever since Xiao reached the still true martial art, he started practicing the heavenly demon body. The strength of his body is beyond comprehension. He then grabbed his arm and slammed him to the ground, and then he started beating him with his fists. Luo Yuhan shouted at him to let him go. The one didn't hold back and hit him too. After that, she became a total freak. Yang Chen, I'm nothing. Of course I wanted him to punch her in the mouth, but I don't think he's going to turn her face into mincemeat. After which, Yang Chen ordered them to go cry to their parents since they were useless. Jing Han realized that it would get worse from here, so he started to stop them and asked them to go back before it was too late. Yang Chen wasn't even going to, since he hadn't found the fox yet. He also mentioned that the rules of the martial house encourage fights between martial artists of the same rank. However, he and his brother are not apprentices. Jing Han added that it was not a duel, but a beating. Xiao realized that he was overreacting, but he still enjoyed it. Yang Chen was really right, the martial arts house doesn't care about this. But Luo Yun is an elite student of the Southern Academy. If rumors of what happened reach the powerful elite students, then they would be in trouble. Even the core students can put up a fight, so if they don't want trouble, they should rather walk. And lastly, Luo Yun shouted that he would pay for it. Yang Chen laughed loudly as he realized that these students were not capable of anything. Jing Han added that all the core disciples like the elite, like Luo Yun, some of them had even reached the 9th level of the true martial realm. Yang Chen, though he knew, he was surprised that at his age, one would reach the true martial realm. But still, he didn't think that the disciples of a martial house were of the 9th level. But still they couldn't go back so easily, as he remembered that his mistress's master wanted them to spend time in the battle house. So he decided to get to the fox. Except that Jing Han quickly upset them, as they wouldn't be able to enter the main zone of the Eastern Academy. All 4 houses have entrance restrictions, so they can't get in unless they are a core student. Decided to go and check it out first and then come back if he couldn't get through. Jing Han realized that there was nothing she could do, so she decided to go with them. Moving closer, Jing Han was horrified, as seeing an elite student from the Southern Academy realized that they were now screwed. He had the 6th level of the true martial realm. This man asked Luo Yun to lose to this brat. Luo Yun covered his mouth and ordered him to beat him properly, and then he would receive a reward. And he didn't mind at all. In 1 second, he took and directed a bolt of lightning at them. Xiao managed to pull out his sword and fought off this attack with it. This kid swept up what he was capable of and asked him to show him his full strength, then began to continue attacking. Yang Chen realized that this fight would be his and quickly grabbed the sword from his brother. Afterwards, he fought off all of his attacks. He was surprised at this guy's strength. Guys started gathering around them to see what all the fuss was about. Yang Chen realized that the situation was more serious than it seemed, so he asked Jing Han to tell him when he saw the fox. then shouted that they were too weak to fight him. He ordered that next time the core students should come out to have some fun with them. He also shouted his name was Yang Chen, after which he and his brother ran away. Luo Yun was very angry and vowed to kill him one day. At this time, Star Sorceress Xiaoshen was talking to the fox. She was shocked that she was working too hard, and advised her to at least take a short break. She refused to attend such events. Xiaoshen realized that she was too arrogant for that. But still, she was in a very good mood today. After the martial arts class, the teacher finally agreed to give her Vine Hands. It was a medium-level martial art that was perfect for her martial soul. Fox agreed that this was indeed good news, and she also noticed that the master was treating her better. Xiaoshen remembered that she had heard a funny story that happened during the day, and it became so funny when it was told to her. She had heard that the Southern Academy had embarrassed itself today. The fox has become I wonder what happened there. It turns out that the best students from the Southern Academy had been beaten up by two non-local boys, and as she was told, they had disfigured their faces beyond recognition. The two foreigners who challenged the Southern Academy were both of very low cultivation levels. The highest of them was only at the 3rd level of the true martial realm. This was strange since, as far as she knew, most of the young geniuses in Tannan City were members of a martial house. Xiaoshen assumes they are newcomers from larger cities. Even she doesn't know how these two dared to put their eyes on the Southern Academy. But they threatened to challenge her core disciples. After all, they are only at the 3rd level of the true martial realm. No matter how strong they are, they won't be able to compete with the higher levels of the true martial realm. It looked like madness to the vixen. Also, Xiaoshen mentioned that one of them was named Yang Chen. Qian Lingxi stood in a stupor and didn't know how to even react. Xiaoshen realized from the vixen's reaction that she knew him. Qian Lingxi didn't even expect that rascal to find her so quickly. Then she started asking about everything she knew. Xiaoshen remembered that they came from an ordinary student from the Southern Academy named Jing Han. This information was enough for her, after which she left. At this time, Jing Han was trying to somehow talk things out in her head. Someone started knocking on the room. There were two girls there who started asking what the two handsome boys were. She started to panic, but still she said she didn't know anything. Everyone was wondering how she picked up these two handsome boys. When she closed the door and it got easier, just as suddenly someone started banging on the door again. There was a foxy woman who introduced herself and asked where Yang Chen lived now. She remembered what Yang Chen said about it, and replied that he was currently in the sword garden. She thanked me and walked away pathetically. Jing Han couldn't leave her like that, and agreed to guide her there. When she got home, she presented her in front of her aunt. Yulo has noticed that she looks a lot like her mother. No wonder she likes that rebel Yang Chen. Foxy was very uncomfortable as she realized this was her father's ex-lover as well. But still, she allowed me to set foot in her father's house. Da immediately ran to her father for a hug, but she suddenly felt that he didn't have the level of cultivation. Chen Boguan was happy to see her since they hadn't seen each other for a long time, although even he had gotten into a lot of trouble in the past. He asked her not to worry about him. Suddenly she heard Yang Chen laughing. She went over to the tree and grabbed his ear. She was very angry with him for taking such bad care of her father. Yang Chen asked for her to let him go, but she didn't even listen to him. And then father said he didn't blame him. The fox was surprised by such a statement. Yang Chen decided to defuse the situation and said that he would cure his father. Fox was furious when he said at him, "Father." Suddenly an old man came for her. He told her not to be here and asked her to go home. Xin Lingxi didn't understand who gives him the right to tell her what to do. The old man told her that it was his duty to keep an eye on her, so he asked her not to go out of town. All this is necessary for her safety. After which, he turned to Chen Boguang. He didn't understand how he dared to violate the right to violate the agreement, and why he had returned to Tongnan in the first place. He threatened to kill him. Chen Boguang didn't care since he had lost all his strength, and now there was no point in him fearing death. It was the old man who activated the power and ordered him to get out of the sword garden now. Just as suddenly, Yu Luo stood in front of Chen Boguang Yu. The old man didn't even think that he would really lose his power. But even if he did, it was better for him to stay out of the city anyway, and then warned him to talk to his daughter at the very least. Next, he approached Fox and told her that she had attracted a lot of attention. So if she didn't want to bring trouble to the Garden of Swords, he advised her to keep her visits to the place to a minimum. Qianbo Guangyu then said, and return to the martial house and remember, the only way to control your destiny is to become strong. Yang Chen lastly also told her not to let hatred cloud their hearts and pride, for they still had time. Ta looked at him and agreed with him, after which she left. When a person is suffering, they always feel powerless, and desperately try to find the strength to destroy what stands in the way. but the obstacle keeps coming back, and sometimes it feels as if they have reached a dead end. As my grandfather used to say, in a situation like this, almost 99% of people are filled with hate and are desperate to increase their power in hopes of breaking down all barriers. They forget that individually, power, like pure power, can be limited. He just wanted to say that besides pure martial power, there was another thing that could solve many problems, and that was wisdom. His grandfather advised him to always learn to think and strive to become a wise man before acting, to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Qianbo Guangyu looked at Yang Chen and saw the sadness in his eyes. Qianbo Kan gave him advice. If he was dissatisfied with something, he should become stronger so that he could express his dissatisfaction. If your fist is strong enough, you can defeat any demon or monster with a single blow. Yang Chen drank a cup of tea and said that this tea tasted better than the tea from the flowers. It was like refreshing and calming the mind. Master was surprised that he was calm and not even angry. After that, Yang Chen asked his aunt to tell him about the general situation of the city and its main forces. It would also be good for him to have detailed information about this place. Auntie Zhang didn't mind at all and agreed to help him. Qianbo Guan was surprised at this guy's thinking. Next, Yang Chen began to say that their life was like chess, and they had taught him that too. He decided to rearrange that the chessboard was the city of Tiannan. If they fight openly, they will at best become pawns on a chessboard and eventually get eaten. After which he got up and went to practice, and Qianbo Wen rejoiced as he knew that he had not believed this boy for nothing. The next morning, Auntie came to see him, a book with information about all the forces in the south. She advised me to take my time and study everything carefully. He thanked her profusely for being so helpful, and the girl herself didn't mind. She even wondered what the boy was up to, after which he immediately started reading the book. The three most powerful forces in Southern City are the Martial House, the Duanmu House, and the Shadow Slaughterhouse. It's a miracle that his master is still alive. There is another Golden Eagle clan that is also the leverage of this county. After reading a little bit, it became difficult for him to play the game, so he decided to go grab a bite to eat with everyone else.
Qianbo Guan at the table asked him if he was going to participate in this chess showdown.
Yang Chen only replied that he would slowly, patiently watch from the side, so there was nothing to worry about. The teacher realized he was clearly stubborn. Then Yulo bent down to him and told him aloud that Uncle's little daughter was in danger. Not long ago, she had been poisoned by a flower from the underworld. Qianbo Guan became very tense when he heard the words, poisoned flower. The uncle had a daughter. She must be about the same age as the fox. It's a heavenly poison. It's very difficult to find an antidote for it in the entire East, let alone in the Yuhua. He didn't understand where Tangnan had gotten the legendary poison from the secret realm. Xiao Qiue then asked them what the secret realm was. Yulo said that the secret realm is a magical crushed space. Most of them are small, quiet, desolate. There are no living beings or treasures there. However, there are some secret realms that not only hold rare precious treasures, but even the legacy left to him by the property people. The entrance to this secret realm of the Heavenly South is in the Southern Martial House. The Southern Martial House controls the secret realm, so it is the strongest. Only the core disciples of the Martial House are allowed to enter somewhere realm for training. Yang Chen realized that this was a good opportunity to turn the tide of the game and become an important big shot in the Southern Martial House. Now he needed to enter his house and become his core disciple. To other people, the underworld flower self might be the embodiment of death, but with his dragon-fighting spirit, he would be able to solve this problem. After which Yang Chen said that they were obliged to visit when it befell him. Qianbo Gan realized that the one wanted him to ask for the admission of the martial house for them. Yang Chen explained that if he and his brother wanted to enter the martial house for a few minutes, they wouldn't exercise it. In fact, they would want to try to get this poison out. Qianbo Guan was surprised at his words and interrogated if he could really cure poison. Thoth said it was pure truth because he had a special martial soul. Yes. He asked what exactly this battle soul was. Xiao Qiue even got up from the table on emotion and said that his brother's fighting spirit was the best in the world. He actually has two souls. One is the spirit of the serpent sword, and the other is the #1 martial spirit. The teacher didn't care about his #1 fighting spirit. He just asked him to tell him if he could really cure the poison of the underworld flower. He gave a prediction that he's about 70% sure. In that case, he could really help, and the master decided to go to the rescue. The next day, they came to some palace, namely the main area of the Northern Academy. They were met at the entrance by guards who forbade further passage, except for the core students. Qianbo Kan took all of this into consideration, and he showed them the token. Those were happy to let him in. When they went inside, they saw Chu Zheng. He was the master of the Northern Martial House. Qiu Zhen immediately questioned what happened to his cultivation, who did this to him. Qianbo Guan quickly told the story that he had encountered a terrifying beast in the Zhaoge mountain crest, and he managed to escape on sacrificing his martial soul. After which, he introduced his disciple, and told him that he had a special martial soul that could cure the poison of the underworld flower. This made Qiu Zheng very interested, and he began to listen very carefully. To begin with, he asked what kind of soul he had, and to tell about it. Xiao Qiyo excitedly already started to say what kind of fighting spirit he had, but Yang Chen quickly covered his mouth, as he didn't want anyone here to know that he had a dragon fighting spirit. Therefore, he simply said that his martial spirit was of the devouring type, and he was able to eliminate this poison. After that, he decided to show his fighting spirit power. Qiu had an oppressive feeling, although he couldn't tell what kind of martial spirit it was, but it was definitely unusual. Only the master realized that this asshole was taking a big risk. Qiu gave the okay and told him to give it a try. Even if he possesses a supreme martial spirit, the underworld flower's self is not easy to cure, so you'll have to handle it carefully. He brought them right to his daughter. The seal on her forehead temporarily keeps the poison from spreading through her body, but she won't last long that way. Still, Yang Chen decided to try his best, and immediately began to make her way into her body. Qiu Zhen shouted for him to stop since the seal would break and she would die. Sanbokan told him to stop. "Yai, just look." He saw the poison come right out of her forehead, and after that she started to come to her senses. Qiu Zhen was shocked that it actually worked. He thanked Qianbo Guang and said that he now owed him for saving Liner. Qianbo Guan was pleased, but still he owed Yang Chenyu and not him. Qiu Zhenwu took all three of the guys and decided to treat them and have tea. His collection still has silk tea, which I just have to try. Qianbo Guan also decided to explain to his uncle that Liner had risen from the dead, so she was now under the care of the gods, in the future and favored by good fortune. Meanwhile, Xiao Que saw his brother feeling bad. The one said that he was just tired. His dragon fighting spirit was depleted, and he wouldn't be able to use it again to absorb that terrible energy anytime soon. The master advised him to drink a tonic tea so he could recover quickly. When the tea arrived, Yang Chen immediately started drinking it to regain his senses sooner. He was delighted and asked for more of the same tea. The teacher was displeased since Yang Chen had dishonored him in this way. Xiuzheng, on the contrary, laughed this off since he is a good student. After all, he takes advantage of all the opportunities. After which, Qiuzheng began to tell that 3 years ago, he had asked Master Sang to read Liner's fate, and he said that he couldn't see her in the future. He was so concerned about this that he even sent a message to the Imperial Palace. Liner was very lucky that they came to her rescue in time. Yang Chen was surprised when he heard about the heavenly fate giver. It meant that there were such martial spirits. The teacher added that the world was huge and nothing was impossible. Qiu Chen understood what Qianbo Guan was thinking, namely for these two boys to join the martial house. Zembokan nodded his head wordlessly. He invited them to join his northern academy. After the accident, their master was desperate, stopped training his students, and concentrated on the sword. Last year, he took custody of a young girl. He'd heard about the fox and Danmu Manhua's daughter. Qianbo Guan thanked him profusely. Yang Chen asked him if he could join the Eastern Martial House to study the Dao of the sword with him. Qianbo Guan started yelling at him and told him not to even think about it. As much as Qiu Zhen didn't want me to upset him, he really wasn't suited for a martial arts house. Right now, the powder entering is very difficult, and he will see that later. Though he took offense, he agreed with their opinion. And after that, he turned his attention to Xiao Qiyue, and asked if he had trained in any physical martial arts, and asked if he wanted to become his disciple. Yang Chen was shocked by this one. Xiao Qiyue, and without words, nodded, thereby agreeing. After which, they shook hands between them. Yang Chen approached the master and asked if he would really take him as an apprentice. Qianbo Guan slapped him and said that education was what he lacked, and said to be glad that at least his brother was taken as a disciple. Qiu Zhen also told Yang Chen that if he did well, he would be transferred to the main academy. Qianbo Guan only told him not to regret it later. Next, they met 3 days after Yang Chen and Xiao Qiyue entered the school. Everywhere Yang Cheng went, everyone was talking about his second-level true martial realm. After all, he was already capable of defeating the elite students from the Southern Academy. He was heading towards the Northern Academy's martial arts training base, and decided to ask the girls since he didn't know where it was. The girls said the 4 fighting houses have one practice area for all of them, and decided to hold it. The one, of course, agreed and was fine with it. When the girls walked him out, he met his brother. They were happy to meet each other. Xiaoqiyue said that his teacher showed him a very powerful martial art, namely the Dragon Fist. He is not allowed to return until he has mastered it. Suddenly a crowd began to gather near them. It was Luo Yun with his sister Luo Yuhan. Yang Chen thought that he hadn't gotten enough last time and offered to challenge him. Luo Yuhan shouted at him not to get cocky since the southern house had someone to teach him a lesson. Yang Chen hiding behind other people's backs like weaklings. They got very angry, but they really had nothing to say in response, so they didn't turn around and walked away. Yang Chen said, "Brother Dante, pay attention to them. Better go practice." After which, Yang Chen Yu ran a guy with a piece of paper. This guy heard he was good. That's why he invited him to join the duel. He didn't have time for that, so he tore up that piece of paper. 10 days later on the training ground, everyone was discussing what a coward he was, since he declined several invitations to fight that were sent to him. It got so annoying that he yelled for the strongest to come up to him so he could at least be interested. Suddenly he heard a rough voice that wanted to fight him. It was Wan Heng, a member of the Golden Eagle clan. When he introduced himself, and Yang Chen heard that he was from the Golden Eagle, then was very angry with him, and so he decided to accept the challenge of it. This news spread throughout the territory. Everyone wanted to watch this legendary duel. After a while, they had already gathered in the arena, and it was time to negotiate the rules. Wan Heng heard that this kid was arrogant and suggested that he fight without rules. He's not afraid of a fight to the death. Killing this guy won't do him any good. He didn't care. His death wouldn't gain him anything. Besides, he would be in a lot of trouble in the future. He also noticed that the Golden Eagles are a clan of bandits, and he is afraid that he will be sought after for revenge. After discussing the rules, they moved on to the betting. Wan Heng started laughing with him as he thought that this redneck wouldn't be able to pull off the insertion of even 100 spirit stones. Yang Chen did not understand how he dared to ask for only 100 spirit stones, for it was very little. He's from a remote and poor village, can't afford to bet on anything else, so he bets a middle-grade yellow ring. Everyone was shocked at his bid. Absolutely everyone was shocked by this bet. No one believed he could bet a yellow middle-class ring. Yang Chen started teasing him and asking him where his same ring was. Li Heng could not answer anything and only remained silent. Then Yang Chen took out a bag of gold and offered to gamble 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. He also told him to make a quicker choice, as he should return home after this fight as soon as possible because his time was worth a lot. Li Heng became increasingly angry and didn't understand why this guy was so rich. Li Heng made the decision to borrow from Luo Yun, asking him to give everything he has. Luo Yun only had 250, but that wasn't a problem for Li Heng because he needed the money. He grabbed it and ran back, after which, Li Heng threw inferior grade stones from his side. Yang Chen didn't hesitate and asked the referee for you to announce only one rule, and that was not to kill your opponent. The referee heard this and accepted it, then waved, and the fight began. Li Heng immediately activated his strength, and no one believed in Yang Chen now, as he was in a pitiful position compared to him. Li Heng activated the Golden Feather Strike technique. Yang Chen stopped his attack with just a single movement. Li Heng gave up and started to attack once more, and he succeeded. He was able to touch him. As a friend, Li Heng's hand began to be sucked in. He immediately realized that the one was absorbing his true energy. Yang Chen started to mock him and said that he couldn't even stand on his feet. Li Heng denied it even though he was chickening out. Yang Chen took advantage of this moment and punched him. Yang Chen approached him and stepped on him with his foot, offering to break the rules to kill him. Li Heng immediately began to beg for mercy from him. Yang Chen decided to explain to him that he hates violence. He always uses reason to convince people. This time, he decided to let him go, but ordered him to remember that if he saw him again, he would kill him. Li Heng understood and promised to avoid him. No one understood from the crowd of people why it was Yang Chen was completely fine if Li Heng hit him and everyone saw it. And since Yang Chen made a fortune, he suggested to his brother to go eat properly. Everyone now considered Yang Chen as a true authority in the northern court. In a few hours, and there they saw a very strange picture. They were noticed and started yelling at them. Why were they wasting their time if they should be practicing hard at this? It was only their second day at martial arts school. Those two realized they were in a not-so-nice situation and didn't know what to do. Xian Boguan slapped the table and ordered him to make him tea. Meanwhile, Yulo decided to ask how their situation was at the martial arts school. Yang Chen began to proudly tell me that it was just a fantastic training ground there. Yulo advised them to try their best to join the inner disciples before the end of the year. At the end of every year, before the new year, the core disciples of the 4 schools have an extraordinary opportunity. Yang Chen wondered what Auntie Jing was talking about. The disciple added that this is the secret kingdom in the south. Yulo started to get angry at Master because he had never been there, and since she had personally been there, you wanted to tell everything. Most secret realms are unstable and deteriorate over time, so secret realms have a special rule of existence and limited energy levels. The so-called restricted energy level means that beings with cultivation levels above a certain level are not allowed inside. For example, the Tannan secret realm, where those stronger than this world cannot go out. If a martial artist whose strength exceeds the limit enters, it will cause the kingdom to collapse. The secret realm of Heavenly South under the control of a martial house only opens at the end of each year, and only the core 4 martial houses can enter. Therefore, they should take it seriously and become core disciples of the Northern Academy before the secret realm opens. The Southern secret realm is huge and is rumored to have a great legacy in it. Unfortunately, no one has been able to find it for years. Yang Chen and his brother were shocked by this information, but still digested it, after which Chen Boguan threw them both out. He ordered them to go back to their training, and also instructed to take his animal away, as it was making noise and constantly distracting him. Yang Chen didn't understand why they had to take him to the academy. They headed into the courtyard of the Northern Academy. The doors were opened by Liner. She immediately started examining him and realized why her papa had said he had a nasty face. He really is a nuisance, always attracting bad luck, and ordered him to keep his brother out of it. Yang Chen didn't realize when he was the one who attracted misfortune, and then he assumed that it was most likely Old Man Chu who told her that. I also saw from her face that she had a crush on his brother, that's why she was so worried about him. He decided to speed up that reaction and praised him for hooking up without making an effort. Liner got mad at him because of the word hooked up, and also told him that she was old enough to be his aunt. Yang Chen couldn't believe that she was that much older than him. After which, she turned her attention to Yang Chen's beautiful beast. He thought it would be okay to support this cutie. Meanwhile, she thought he should be picked 100 times and swore that when she grew up, she would beat him to death. She also wanted to beat him against his stupid head 100 times every day. She also asked him about Li Heng since she had heard that he had defeated him. Yang Chen realized that it was her father who had told her this. Liner added that her father told her to tell him to train well for the next 3 months and not be too proud of defeating Li Heng. Yang Chen was happy to hear that this old man saw talent in him. 3 months later, Yang Chen was practicing diligently in the small area of the North Court. 25 swords out of 30 war is what he needs to accomplish. He also didn't forget to feed his pet, but he ate 1 piece a day of stone. His skewing has already cost him 15 lower-grade spirit stones. If this continued, he would eat them all, so he wanted to do something about it. As a friend, his brother approached him along with Liner. Yang Chen came up with a brilliant idea. He walked over to them and offered for Liner to take Blackie to his place for a while. Liner was very glad that Blackie would be with her from now on. After which, Yang Chen he went to his brother and told him that he had advanced to the 4th level of the true martial realm. So he asked what about him and whether he had entered the realm of tenderness and affection. Liner stood up for Xiaoqiwei and started at Yang Chen that only at the 4th level of the true martial realm and dared not brag in front of them. Yang Chen was shocked that she had hit his ego hard, after which, Liner suggested that Yang Chen should go after all and not keep the instructors waiting. Except Yang Chen didn't understand where she was suggesting to go. Xiao Qiuyue informed him that this was a basic test, and he would soon become a core student of the Northern Academy. When they had already approached the academy itself, Yang Chen decided to inform them that little Blackie had a strong appetite and needed to be fed spirit stones every day. After which, he quickly ran away. They both didn't understand how this cute little critter could eat rocks. They decided to check it out right there and fed him a rock alone. And when that pebble landed in our faces, they were shocked. Next, he proudly walked into the courtyard and introduced himself. 2 old men met him there. They had heard of Yang Chen and knew that he was a 4th level true martial realm level 4 and still small. But they had also heard that he could fight those stronger than him, so they called him over. They also knew that he had defeated Li Heng from the Southern Academy with 1 punch. At first they didn't even believe it. Well, to see things through their eyes, they asked Meng Ta to fight him and evaluate his abilities. Meng Ta was a 6th level true martial realm level, and didn't mind fighting him. When Yang Chen heard that he was a 6th level true martial realm martial artist, he refused to go through the trials with him. The 2 old men were immediately surprised by this decision. Meng Ta also didn't understand his decision, although his cultivation level was a bit low. But there was nothing wrong with challenging someone of a higher rank, and he shouldn't give up so easily. Yang Chen explained to them all that he meant that 1 opponent would not be enough for him. This infuriated Meng Ta and his boys, so he offered him to fight against the 5. Yang Chen's reply only said that he was even, not good enough for 1 opponent. It's very Meng Ta that this kid was so arrogant. He was so arrogant because his teacher had advised him to do so, since the 4 martial arts schools were not like other academies, and he must be arrogant and show his strength to have a great chance of becoming a core disciple. Meng Ta was so pissed off by all this that he started the fight and used the Heavenly Taoist Earth Element Master's technique. Yang Chen fended off his attack and even threw a punch at him. Meng Ta didn't understand what kind of sword technique this was. One of the old ones noticed that it was a Lingshan sword technique, which meant that he was above the elementary level. It also meant that most likely. Now they had another little demon in the North Battle House. As a friend, he was approached by Chu Zhen, who was surprised that Yang Chen was still at the 4th level of the true martial realm, even though several months had passed. Qiu Zhen also reminded him that he didn't even dare to be lazy just because he had talent. His martial arts skills, nothing compared to the entire martial house. In his head, Yang Chen realized that it looked like he and this old man wouldn't get along at all. Qiu Zhen also didn't understand what his mentor found in him, but still, now that he's in the Northern Academy, you have to do whatever he says. Qiu Zhen also threatened him that if he reached the 9th level of true martial realm by the end of the year, he would be kicked the hell out of the Northern Academy. And even if his cultivation level reached the 9th level of the true martial realm, he still had to cultivate the Lin Mountain sword technique to the greatest level. Otherwise, he would not be able to enter the Southern Secret Realm. Even the 2 old ones realized that this was quite harsh on the master's part. The kid was only at the 4th level of the true martial realm, and he would only have 6 months to reach the 9th level before the end of the year. These rumors spread throughout the academy, with Yang Chen himself being a bit upset. These rumors even reached his brother, so he went to his master and told him that he was worried about his brother. Qiu Zhen then asked him a simple question: if he himself could reach to the 9th level of the true martial realm by the end of the year. Xiao Qiwei confidently said that of course he could, after which Qiu Zhen wondered if his brother would be able to do it. Xiao Qiwei began to ponder that if he could already do it, his brother definitely could. So he also confidently replied that he could. Qiu Shen reminded him that he hadn't even started the Dragon Fist yet, and he was already practicing the Linshan sword technique. Xiao Qiwei thanked him and decided to go practice. Qiu Zhen exhaled loudly and thought that he was a fool. When Yang Chen came to his cabin, he was very surprised, since he had already become a core student, but he was given such a shabby room. Generally speaking, the core of the cultivation of the North Campus is the 1000 June Pagoda, and in it you can quickly increase your cultivation level, except that the 1000 June Pagoda in the center of the Northern Academy wasn't even close to the cultivation cores of the other 3 academies. For physical cultivators, the Pagoda of 1000 June is a sacred place. Yang Chen thanked Linger for this information and immediately ran to check it out. Reaching there, he was surprised at the size of it. To his right, there was a sign on this building, where it said that it was Jun Tower. Room 1, Gu Chen, 6th floor, 79 hours. Room 2, Li Qianchu, 6th level, 65 hours. Room 3, Li Ba, 6th floor, 63 hours. Room 4, Lu Yuan, 6th floor, 61 hours. And only room 97, Chu Zhen, 6th floor, 31 hours. Yang Chen was surprised that Chu Zhen only ranked 97th. Then he wondered why there was no one on the list who went above the 6th floor. After all, he knew that there were not 9 levels in the Tower of 1000 Juns. There is some special requirement for the 7th floor, most likely, he thought. So he decided to go see, and he also hoped that the suppression on level 1 wouldn't be too strong. As soon as he walked in, then gravity immediately started its very strong effect on him. Yang Chen quickly realized and activated his power, thus gravity stopped acting on him. He saw that there were already a lot of students there. There are also many stone rooms that have been enclosed. He didn't expect gravity. The first level would turn out to be so terrifying. Here, it would be difficult to refine spiritual stones and increase the strength of true Qi. Half an hour later, he noticed that his motivation speed could be increased here. But to do so, he would need to use true Qi to protect his body, and cultivate it at the same time. This was practically impossible for almost anyone to do. But he had a brilliant idea. He has the Qi of the heavenly thunder and the Qi of the sun, so he would be able to use one to protect his body and the other to cultivate. All he had to do was find the stone room and test his theory. And he saw a fellow coming out of a room like this. Yang Chen immediately ran over there, with everyone else getting angry at him for going in without a line. But nothing could come to him. For as he quickly closed the door, which really pissed off all the students there, everyone knew that it was a newcomer, and that his name was Yang Chen, so they decided to wait for him to come out of there. After all, it's not customary to steal rooms like that. The crowd of people also didn't understand how this Yang Chen had the audacity to insult their Shufan, and there were already betting on how quickly he would be beaten to a pulp. When Yang Chen entered the room, the gravity in there was even higher than outside. But still he proceeded to carry out his marvelous plan. Indeed, he was starting to do well. His cultivation speed had become several times faster than normal. But in the moment, something wrong happened. He felt a tremendous pain in his stomach and started screaming loudly in pain. He decided to take the situation in hand somehow and bit his tongue until it bled to come to his senses. After a few seconds, he came to his senses and the pain released him. He also decided to look at his sea of consciousness. There, he saw the second chapter of Dragon Sword. After which, he took out a book called Dragon Body from the Dark Matter. The ancient Devil Dragon battle body requires the opening of 36 battle points in the body. All 36 battle points are located in the main nodes of the joints. If one successfully opens all these points, the dragon's fighting body will reach greatness and give unprecedented strength. With such a body, he will be able to tear a real dragon with his bare hands. Only Yang Chen didn't quite believe in it, since the weakest true dragon could destroy the entire eastern land if it wanted to. But if the first chapter of the sutra is so strong, the second chapter cannot be worse. So he decided to try it and find out. First combat, which you need to open this left wrist, in the area of the left wrist joint. Getting down to business, he thought it would hurt, but it was tolerable. Suddenly at one point he began to be electrocuted as if lightning had struck him several times. He immediately activated more of his powers to block the blows. You're suddenly in trouble. If the left spare part does not form, his left arm will not be able to move at all and will become useless. He didn't care about the risks. He was willing to do it no matter what, so he decided to pursue it. Meanwhile, a long time had passed. Shifeng, although he was at the peak of the 6th level of the true martial realm, but he still couldn't stay in the stone room for more than 12 hours. Shifeng didn't understand what was wrong with this brat, since he had been sitting in this stone room all day. Yet he even knew that he only had a level 4 true martial realm. Half a day later, he was still there. Shifeng started banging on the door in rage. And then he guessed that it was probably already dead, but then the question remained as to why the stone room door wouldn't open. At that moment, an old man came up to him and asked him what was going on here. Shifeng explained that there was a boy named Yang Chen sitting there, and he had been sitting there for a whole day without a trace, and he also said that he assumed he was probably dead by now. The old man put his hand on that stone door and said that one was still alive. Shifeng was in very big shock that he sat there all over the place without staying alive. He realized that he could be stronger than he was, and here he was just hiding his true power, which was very believable since he was arrogant. After some more time, Yang Chen managed to form his first battle point, and it only took him a day to do so. Now, he needed true ki to resist suppression. He sat there so long he got hungry, so he decided to go out to dinner. When he came out of that room, he saw a lot of people looking at him strangely. Yang Chen reminded Shifeng that he heard the displeasure as he entered the room. Shifeng began to recoil, and you say he has no objections. Yang Chen decided to call it a day and went out for dinner. Meanwhile, Shifeng stood there, all at peace with his soul that he had been carried through. After awakening his fighting spirit, his appetite increased a lot, but he still wanted to keep practicing. The next day I went there again. No one understood why this guy was there again, since he was already at the 7th level of the true martial realm, so he had to come to the 2nd floor, which he basically did and decided to go up to the 2nd floor. But as soon as he started going in there, gravity started affecting him even more. He wondered why no one was there. So he made the decision to go back down to the 1st floor. Suddenly an old man came out to meet him. The old man wondered very much what he was doing on the 2nd floor, since he shouldn't be here, or rather he can't be here. And after a few seconds, he realized that he was able to enter here, while being at the 4th level of the true martial realm. He also recalled that during the trial, he said he had not practiced physical art before. Yang Chen confirmed his words. I told him that he had just started training yesterday. Then the old man marveled even more at this guy. After which Yang Chen apologized to him, and as he found more, and quickly began to descend. As soon as he saw the open room, he ran straight in. The old man came down after them and asked somewhere Yang Chen had disappeared. Then he was answered that he came to the 1st floor and took their stone room again. Old man asked the guys to give you a message that he's looking for him. Meanwhile, Yang Chen himself sat there in comfort. If he wants the 2nd floor to be as comfortable, he'll have to open a 2nd location, which he basically started. Well, this time was much more painful than when he opened the point of his left wrist. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to open the right wrist point even in 10 days. He didn't understand why this was happening, and began to think that the difficulty of opening the 2nd battle point had increased so much in one go. But if it continues like this, it will take him a decade or even a century to open all 36 battle points. Then he thought that it could also all be because he was using true chi. He did some manipulation, and after that he felt no pain. He hadn't expected that the true chi of Heavenly Thunder seemed so powerful, although of course, the true chi of Sunshine was unrivaled when it came to opening battle points. One day later it came out. He decided to try it, and with one blow he knocked the rocks down like it was fluff. As soon as he left the room, Shifan immediately ran up to him and informed him that Instructor Ho Ting had an urgent matter to attend to. Yang Chen heard him and went to the martial arts hall. As soon as he approached the instructor, everyone sensed something wrong. This boy's aura had become stronger again, and he most likely had some rare body-hardening treasure. Old man Ho Tin offered him to train under him. All the students in the room were shocked by this statement. Yang Chen thanked him for his kindness, but informed him that he had a master already. Ho Tin reassured him, saying that it didn't matter. The old man realized that he didn't know all the rules yet, so he told him that the main students of their martial arts school could be students of several masters at the same time. Yang Chen himself was very much on fire with the idea. Still, he quickly came down to earth and apologized again to them, telling them that he and his master had a close bond. He's not only his mentor, but also his father-in-law. If he pissed him off, he wouldn't get a beautiful bride. He was curious about who his master was then, why he was so worried. Yang Chen replied that his name was Qianbo Guang. Ho Ting wasn't even surprised that he was his disciple, since it was obvious. After that, he went to his home. He realized that he probably wouldn't be able to open the third battle point anytime soon, so he decided to raise his cultivation level first. 5 days later, he had finally reached the 5th level of the true martial realm. He decided to go back to the others and to little Blackie. As he approached the courtyard, he was met by Lionel. She grabbed his arm and started dragging him with her. Then he asked who those people were in that courtyard. She told me that it was the people who came to Xiaoqiu's house. They were the bigwigs from the eastern and southern houses. They had heard that her father had made Xiaoqiu his disciple and had come to congratulate him. And after Liner leaned into him and whispered that she was her thought, they're clearly here for a different reason. At this time, Qiujin saw Yang Chen and decided to present in front of Vice Master Fulin Shan of the Southern House and Vice Master Guan Yue of the Eastern House. Yang Chen supposedly made a dodge in front of him, and he also noticed that his brother's cultivation had improved again, and he was happy for Xiaoqiu. After which, Qiujin asked them to leave as he had an important meeting with the two Vice Masters. When all three of them went for a walk in the air then, Yang Chen announced that he should prepare a gift for them as soon as possible. They immediately wondered why he was giving them a gift, and for nothing. He explained that in his opinion, they will soon move on to a new phase of their relationship, so he is preparing the gift in advance. Just as suddenly, their conversations were cut in by some girl who was looking for Yang Chen. As soon as she met him, she realized why Ling Shi had fallen in love with him. Yang Cheng was immediately surprised that she knew Ling Shi. So he asked me what my name even was. She didn't bother to answer what her name was, but immediately started flirting with him. Yang Chen realized what she was gaining and began to play dumb. In their conversation, Forrest and some other kid who was surprised that this kid knew Lin Shi. This girl explained that Yang Chen was a disciple of Ling Shi's father, and asked him if they knew each other. At that time, Li Yijun remembered that Lin Shi had mentioned him several times in the chatter, but he had forgotten about it. Everyone around him realized that Lin Shi had taken a liking to him when he started laughing just like that. Even Yang Chen realized that he seemed to have a rival. Li Yijun leaned over to him and said that he would cover for him in the future since he was a close person to Lin Shi. After which he left. When the vice masters started to leave, then this girl called him to come to the Eastern Academy when she was free. Yang Chen brother-in-law smiled nervously and waved goodbye to her. After which, Yang Chen was approached by Chu Jin, who asked to follow him. Yang Chen didn't understand what he was getting at and stood in a stupor. When they sat down opposite each other, I asked him if he knew what he wanted to talk to him about. He just waved his head left to right and said he didn't know. Qiu Zhen heard that he had started training on the first floor of the Thousand June Tower, and that even he was practicing some physical technique to strengthen his body. Yang Chen was shocked that he knew all this, and on the other hand, he was also shocked at how cool that one was. Yang Chen started hesitantly saying that he had not long ago started practicing. Kyojin saw that he had a special body after all. He was only at the 5th level of the true martial realm, but he could already train at the 2nd level of Jun Tower, which was a very good indicator. The old man realized that he was young and thought he was so talented that his strength could crush all his peers. Yang Chen only confirmed his words and added that he had no peer. Kyojin laughed since he saw him as Chen Bo Guang. That one was arrogant. Kyojin asked him if he knew why talented martial artists died before they could grow up. Yang Chen thought for a moment, but he still couldn't come up with an answer. Kyojin began to tell him that deep in the secret realm of Tangnan, there lived a tribe of shadow wolves. Whenever the main wolf dies, dozens and hundreds of tribe members start tearing and killing each other to compete for his place. But even the latest wolf to become the main one isn't the strongest. He remembered a funny story that back then he was also sitting in this seat, and Chen Boguang was sitting where Yang Chen was sitting now, and drinking tea with him back then. Chujun had told him about the shadow wolf tribe. Unfortunately, he didn't take it seriously, and that's what it led to. This began to worry Yang Chen, and he asked what really happened by his teacher. That was a long time ago. But even then, his master was 100 times cooler and more arrogant than him. He was also the record holder of the Tannan martial arts school. He's the youngest Tianyi cultivator in the 1,000 years since the founding of the schools. And he's also an unrivaled sword master. Yang Chen didn't know about this and was shocked at how cool his master was back then. In fact, Chen Boguang was not only a master of their arts and handsome. In his prime, he was a womanizer. Women were falling for him one after another. He shouldn't have gotten involved with the Duanmu family, but the fact that he was able to escape was a great blessing. Yang Chen didn't understand why his teacher couldn't marry the woman he loved besides. He couldn't believe that the Duanmu family's demands were so high. Kyojin laughed with him since some people's fate is predetermined. After all, even Duanmu's daughter has to marry the head of the shadow assassins. The fact that Duanmu Menghua likes the head Yu of their assassins. This is only a small aspect. The real reason is that the Duanmu family didn't want to stay in Tannan City without support, so they needed to make a marriage with the head of the shadow assassins to gain the prince's favor. However, now that head Duanmu and the prince had reached an agreement, Qianling Shi would be given away to marry the quality of the prince's next concubine. Yang Chen jumped up and became very angry. He was furious, and he couldn't even imagine that Lindsay should marry some prince, for she was his fiancée. Kyojin saw his resemblance to Chen Boguang again, but he would still be leveled. Then he patiently sat back in his chair. He asked him the question what kind of man this prince was. Kyojin began to tell her that he was not her top class, the best in the history of their empire. He reached the heavenly harmony realm at the age of 20, 100 times more evil than his master. He is the most beloved of all the sons of the Emperor of the Eastern lands, and was recognized as the heir to the throne from an early age. He is 27 years old, older than him by exactly 10 years, but right now he is said to have reached the peak 9th level heavenly harmony realm. He is the second strongest person in the Eastern Empire. His appearance does not enter Yang Chen, and he is known as the 13th Prince. Only now did Yang Chen realize that he didn't stand a chance against the 13th Prince either. So he asked Chojun what he should do after all. Chojun was glad that this guy was behaving much better than Boguan in the young years. At least he knows how to hold back and ask questions. Kyojin revealed that the 13th principal had already said that he would come to Tongnan when he had time to meet Lin Shi in person. She is a beautiful and very talented girl. Therefore, he obviously wouldn't want to turn down such a bride. After which, Kyojin gave him 3 options for the exodus of events. First, he and Ling Shi would never see each other again, and would forget about each other's existence. Yang Chen immediately dismissed this option. 2. He'll have to endure the humiliation and wait until he's strong enough to get Lin Shi back. He didn't like that option either, since he can't watch the 13th prince take her away from him. Well, the third option is to run away. This option had already piqued Yang Chen's interest a great deal, but still, this path was extremely difficult. If he wasn't careful, he and Lin Shi might die. The risks were very high. He thought very hard about this option, and was already starting to think about taking his master and brother with him. But as complicated and difficult as it was, he had to do it. Then he began to inquire when this actual principal would come to the Fox. Rumor has it that sometime in the middle of next year. Right now, he has a full year to plan. Of course, they can't rule out unforeseen circumstances. Yang Chen is a little relaxed that he has a whole year to prepare. Kyojin told Yang Chen, the first thing he should do is to beg him for help. Without his support, he is like a fish washed ashore. These words Yang Chen didn't fully understand. Therefore, Yang Chen began to bend down in front of him and ask for help. Kyojin further told the man to go to the Fox. Yang Chen started to wonder and why go to her now if they decided to run away. So the Duanmu family would find out about their relationship with the Fox right now. Kyojin explained that in their eyes, he was just a bug that they could flatten at any time. Now they don't understand why he entered the martial arts academy. And if he doesn't visit the Vixen for a long time, they will have suspicions. Now it all came to Yang Chen's attention. He also advised him to go see the Fox and his master. Lately, he looked very confused, so he should go away to give the old man hope for the best. Yang Chen realized that if he could get his support, he and the vixen would have a good chance of escaping. At this time, somewhere in the common forest, an old man who had been watching the fox was watching the fox. He was displeased since that damned little brat had made Ling Shi fall in love with him. At that time, a man came up to him. He immediately started asking about Chen Boguang's daughter. The old man said that her martial arts and appearance were excellent. Even the 13th principal had picked up on that. But only if history repeats itself like that time with Chen Boguan, his Duanmu house will be the end of him. But the old man knew about it without him. Meanwhile, Yang Chen quickly ran to the stone room. He wanted to open the rest of the battle points as soon as possible. He couldn't let the 13th principal take the fox away from him. After 10 days, the points of his left and right elbow opened up. He now has 4 points open. According to old man Qiu Zhen's plan, without fearing the Duanmu family's secret watchers. That's why he went like that right off the bat. Suddenly on the way, he saw a huge crowd. When he got to the center, he was surprised. There was some pretty girl who was throwing guys around for why left and right. Some guy named UK decided to show this lady her place and challenged her to a fight. In one blow, she just blew him away. Another guy jumped out at her, but she was also easily able to fight him off too. Looking at the fight, Yang Chen noticed that she was from the Yifeng clan from her clothes. He wondered what she was even doing down south. Whereupon this broad started yelling who else wants to come up to her. Luo Yun happened to be nearby and shouted from the crowd that she could be beaten by Yang Chen's best disciple. Yang Chen realized that this vile type had decided to set him up, but it was too late for this girl to get very interested. When Yang Chen came out to the ringtone asked her if the teacher, she asked why he cared. That's about as much as you can get away with. In a sporting event, he'd have to teach her a lesson instead of mentoring her. This girl was really pissed off at being spoken to like that, and she was ready to kill him right there. She decided not to wait and immediately attacked him. Yang Chen easily reflected her gift, so he also scratched her. This girl started yelling for security to catch this guy and arrest him. Yang Chen was confused as he didn't know what to do. How suddenly this whole situation was stopped by the venerable master. Yang Chen was shocked at how strong that old man was. At this point, the rest of the guys had come up, such as the vice masters and Qiu Zhen, after which they greeted him as the Lord of the Eastern Lands. Yang Chen began to recall hearing such a legendary heavenly fate master. The master of the Eastern Lands is said to be a mysterious and unpredictable man who is highly regarded. Another reason for his weakness in the East is his status as the master of heavenly fortune. A girl came up to this esteemed master and said that she wanted to take this boy, that is, Yang Chen, to serve the red baby. Red kid, this is her horse, a noble Pegasus of the red sun, and he will have to feed him. Yang Chen said in a serious voice that he was a student of the Northern Academy of the Southern Martial Arts School, and would like to ask the honorable master a question. Here, of course, I didn't refuse and started listening to him. Yang Chen thanked him, and began to tell him that as the sages of their people said, "It's okay if your father didn't teach you something. Your teacher will teach you instead." Then I asked him why he had not taught her manners. Guan Yu asked Yang Chen if he wanted to die from such questions. But to Guan Yu's surprise, the master ordered Xiao Qin to apologize immediately. Xiao Qin didn't understand who he was that she should apologize to him. The honorable master reminded her that she should admit her mistakes. That's what he taught her. Afterwards, Yang Chen apologized for offending them, and then he turned around and walked away. Those two stood there bewildered at what was happening. Only Qiu Zhen was satisfied with Yang Chen's behavior. On the way, Yang Chen kept thinking that these so-called aristocrats to him were commoners are always inferior. They are so eager to bully everyone who is inferior. It is simply impossible to have a normal conversation with them. Before entering the palace, he was blocked from entering by 2 guards who began demanding his pass. He wanted to just beat them up already from being so angry, just as suddenly someone shouted his name. It was that girl Yue Xin. After some time, they had a good conversation. Yang Chen for some reason decided to ask where the vixen was practicing, except she had no idea who a fox was. Yang Chen didn't understand this gimmick and didn't know what to reply. Yue Xin came close to his ear and whispered that she had prepared better red clouds in the cloud pavilion. He only had to look at them. He abruptly thought of other things and decided to quickly run away from the problem. Yue Xin remembered that he was just using her to sneak in here. But since he had already made up such nonsense, he started to go all the way and justify that he was really in a hurry. When she bent over to him and started telling him that he was going to take advantage of her kindness, or he just despised her. Well, of course, Yang Chen didn't mean anything like that. Therefore, he had to go to the floating cloud pavilion. Walking closer to the door, Yue Xin pushed Yang Chen right inside the cabin. Yang Chen stood up and was perplexed as to what she had even done. Yu Xin revealed that if he entered her pavilion, he would become her man. He is the first person to enter the pavilion, so from now on, he will be the master of this place. Yang Chen started to try to get off the subject and gave the example that they had only seen each other 2 times. It was only funny to Yue Xin, for she had heard that he was a brave guy, and afterwards she slipped very close to him and asked him to make and remark if she was doing something wrong, and she would definitely change. Yang Chen became so embarrassed that he thought that this girl was a close friend of the fox, and she was just testing him. He decided to find out everything and suggested we have tea first. She agreed, of course. After a while, she did bring them 2 mugs of tea. Yue Xin couldn't believe that this guy is a dual martial spirit possessor. She doesn't even know what kind of martial spirit he possesses, making this a very rare specimen. Yue Xin was a demoness of the Star River. Her martial spirit is the core of her soul. Extraordinary soul retrieval ability. Both of his martial souls must be above the lowest earth rank. Otherwise, her martial spirit wouldn't be able to detect the slightest bit of information. She must hold on to such a person. She started asking him about his relationship with the vixen, but Yang Chen didn't even want to talk about it and refused. He even thought that she was really in love with him. Then she asked him to tell how he had spent his time in Zhaoge City, and then she refused to tell either. Then it infuriated Yue Xin, and she asked him if he was a man or what. She didn't understand why he was breaking down like that. Yang Chen explained that he is a simple country boy. He doesn't know anything about the outside world, so he didn't want to offend her. As for the fact that he upset her, since she won't be able to check it. After all, for Fox's sake, one must behave properly. Ye Xin was so angry about this that she sent him to look for her fox in the bamboo forest. Yang Chen thanked her for her hospitality and set off. When he came to the bamboo forest, it gave him a very strange feeling. This place soothed his soul. A truly amazing place. After walking a bit through the bamboo forest, he heard some sounds. Turning around, he saw his vixen there. She came up to him and asked him if he missed her. The one, without even thinking, said, of course he was bored, which pleased the fox very much. Ever since he joined the martial arts school, he started attracting a lot of beautiful girls, so she wondered why he brought her up today. Yang Chen started making excuses that she's the only girl in his heart, and he's too charmed to look at anyone else. Then she had the logical question of how he'd found his way here in the first place. Yang Chen said that it was thanks to Sister Yue. Only problem was the fox didn't know who it was at all. Yang Chen started to tell the story that Yue Xin had invited him to come in and enter the eastern courtyard, as it was a bit difficult without her. Fox had already realized that she was quite arrogant and didn't recognize the other talents of the Eastern Academy. Why she invited Yang Chen then, she didn't understand. Still, she decided it was best to take him to his grandfather. Yang Chen was surprised when he heard about his grandfather. He heard that he didn't care about the world. He devoted himself to training with his sword. When they came to some kind of lodge, they saw Gun Sun Wuya. Yang Chen was surprised that such an old grandfather was once powerful. When he saw Yang Chen, he started waving his head left to right for some reason. Vixen began to introduce him. Yang Chen also did not stand, and bowed in front of him as he was happy to meet the teacher and his master. Gongsun Wuya said that there was no need to be so polite, since he hadn't been Qianbo Guang's teacher for a long time. Yang Chen decided to defuse the situation somehow and said that Qianbo Guan always thought of him and said that she missed him a lot. Gongsun Wuya got very angry and told him not to give him such nonsense. Afterward, he told him to be free. Yang Chen didn't understand what Master had done to make him so wrong. But grandfather was very much on top of it, and afterward he remembered Chu's words that he had to get his approval, so he couldn't just leave now. He decided to change his mind quickly, and said that Qianbo Guan was a bastard and from now on he would only care about him. Gongsun Wuya laughed as 250 years ago in a secret kingdom. In the south, he was handed a gift, this secret art of face reading that can predict fate. Gongsun Wuya sees that he has a strong aura of misfortune. In the near future, a bloody massacre awaits him that cannot be avoided. The old man also did not understand, for he has not long to live, and he asks him to protect him from this disaster. Fox is very tense since Grandpa never jokes, and realizes that it's likely that Yang Chen is in trouble. Yang Chen became very worried, but still asked him if there was anything he could do to fix it. He realized that he might be inexperienced, but he would never bow to bad luck. There was no such thing as a hopeless situation, and he would surely find a way to solve it. Gongsun Wuya remarked that he had a persistence like Qianbo Guang. Goodbye, and I threw him a present. It was a pass token to the main area of the Eastern Academy, after which, Yang Chen hugged the vixen and told her not to worry as he would solve everything. And also, no matter what happens, he will always stay by her side. At the same time, some strange things were happening in the North Court. The top leadership of the martial arts academy had arrived there, as well as the top forces of Tannan City. A big show was starting as the Grand Master was there. As a friend in the hut entered the Supreme Master, everyone immediately began to worship him. When the greatest master sat down, he said that he had come to Tannan because of the miracle in the Zhaoge Mountains. He began to ask them if they knew anything about it. Golden Eagle has become very worried about this. If they start investigating, you'll find out that the Li family planned the whole thing. She approached the master and said that 6 months ago, having heard about the miracle, he had gone to the Zhaoge Mountains without his father's knowledge and had seen the miracle with his own eyes. However, the treasure was inaccessible, guarded by the Elder King of Beasts. He was lucky enough to escape. At this time, he saw Yang Chen being swallowed alive by the Beast Lord. Strangely enough, he didn't die, so he must have some information about the marvelous treasure. This greatly interested the greatest master, and he asked where and who this Yang Chen was. Xiujun became very worried for him after saying those words. Xiaochen remembered that it was the same boy who had injured her earlier. Qiuzhen decided to enter the conversation and revealed that among the new core students of the Northern Academy, there was indeed one named Yang Chen, and he had some connection with him. This made the master even more interested, and the only person he wanted to be friends with, and it was just Qiuzhen. The master realized that this boy was so proud he must have a great future. Therefore, he asked Qiuzhen to find him and ask him some interesting questions. Qiuzhen agreed to his request. At this time, Fox and Yang Chen were resting somewhere under the sun. Yang Chen favored her while she got a tan. He even started to think about staying the night with her. After a while, Qiuzhen found them. It was difficult for him as he didn't want to upset the boy who didn't yet suspect his fate. As soon as he approached, they both noticed and bowed before him. Qiuzhen didn't start to say anything. I just told those to follow him. Yang Chen had a very bad feeling about this whole thing. Just as suddenly, he heard that he knew of a miracle from the Zhaoge Mountains. Yang Chen got very excited and asked if the Li family was here. And he guessed correctly. The Lord of the Eastern Realm was ordered by the Emperor to know about this miracle. Li Jun said that he was eaten alive by the Lord and insisted that he had something to do with it. This made Yang Chen very angry. Qiuzhen also couldn't believe that this kid had obtained the miraculous Zhaoge legacy, which was equal to winning the lottery. But no matter what, he must not admit that he has received a wonderful legacy. Yang Chen became uncomfortable, but still he just nodded his head to understand. After a while, they arrived at the main core hall of the Northern Martial House. As was proper, Yang Chen bowed before the greatest master. Master had already heard that he once entered the Zhaoge mountain range and saw the miracle with his own eyes, and then was eaten alive by the demonic beast guarding the miracle. He asked him if this was really true. Yang Chen, although worried, he still turned on fool mode and said that he didn't even know what a miracle was, yes, and if he was eaten alive, he wouldn't be standing in front of it. Li Jun decided to give him a travesty, and asked if he knew who was standing in front of him. About this, Qiuzhen didn't say anything, so Yang Chen started to tell him that he was a famous young master of the Golden Eagle clan. That day, if he hadn't forced him to go, he wouldn't have been in danger. And if they hadn't tried to get this illusory miracle and pissed off the Beast Kings in the Zhaoge Mountains, the city wouldn't have been destroyed. As the people of Zhaoge, this is inspiring and here to train and become stronger, so that one day he can take revenge on him. Li Jun clearly did not expect such a turn of events, and started making excuses that he was just talking nonsense. Yang Chen. It was easily refuted that people from Zhaoge City were hurt, and many people died. And also, if you ask someone from life, everyone will say that it was really true. Yang Chen explained to the master that Zhaoge is in the territory of the Empire, and he and the people are also peoples, and he hopes the master will do justice to Zhaoge. Absolutely everyone in that room was in shock. The Golden Eagle head ordered Yang Chen to answer the question about the marvelous legacy that he must surely have. Yang Chen began to tell that the head of the Golden Eagle clan was now trying to suppress others with his strength, but he would not be able to hide the sins committed against the people of Zhaoge. The clan leader didn't expect to have so much trouble with this guy. Fu Linshan came over to Yang Chen and told him to put aside other questions for now. He asked to better tell them how he survived after being swallowed alive by the demonic beast lord, as well as what happened to the miracle. Yang Chen started to play dumb and said that you don't even know what a miracle is. There is no miracle in the Zhaoge mountain crest, only the evil, terrible, demonic beast lord. As for Li Junru's claims, it was simply a mistake, and he mistook the demonic beast lord's lair for a miracle, thus endangering the entire Zhaoge. Li Junru started yelling at him for talking nonsense. A respected master would have said quieter. And for this kid to keep going. As Master Yang Chen continued to tell the story, that day, The ungrateful Li Junru forced him to go to the Spirit Beast Lord's lair and scout the way for him. He was forced to do so later on, and somehow managed to enter a dark, misty place that was like a labyrinth, where he was almost eaten alive by the Beastmaster. Therefore, there was no way he would be able to survive if he was swallowed by such a powerful creature. And really everyone wondered how he would have survived back then. Then Yang Chen shouted that if they didn't believe, they could go to the Zhaoge mountain range. If the Beast Lord is still there, they can personally verify the veracity of his words as well. He was sure that when they all arrived, this ferocious creature would not be happy about their visit and would be angry again. He also added that if they were already going to go, the first person who should do so was Li Junru. Then everyone would know if it was possible to return if they were swallowed alive by the demonic Beast Lord. Li Junru himself refused, as it was scary and he was adamant that he wouldn't go there. Master heard everything and made a decision. Yang Chen would go with him to the Zhaoge mountain range, and he also asked Li Tianhong to teach his son manners properly. The latter understood his claim and thanked him for such valuable advice. Chen kept fearing that Yang Chen's travels to the Zhaoge's mountain by the Eastern Empire Master might be unsuccessful. But still there was no choice, and he had to go to this mountain. Suddenly, a huge heavenly harmony demon beast, a violet flame dragon bird, flew in front of them. They climbed up on this bird and flew. On the way, Xiaoqin asked him if he was really at the 5th level of the true martial realm, and to whom the answer was only silence. This really pissed off Xiaoqin and she started shouting for him to fight her. The master heard all this, and he said to stop as she was simply no match for him even. Xiaoqin took offense as she had just been careless last time. This girl may be spoiled, but she's not that bad. But unfortunately, and to Taurus, the Imperial Ephean clan are destined to become enemies. She kept yelling at him to get up and fight her. As a friend, the old man noticed a very interesting thing that surprised him a lot. Ever since he became a Taoist fate master, he had never had a problem predicting other people's fates. He used a secret martial arts technique. Yang Chen got some strange feeling. He started doing something incomprehensible that even Xiaoqin started to get worried. If he didn't have soul strength far surpassing that of ordinary heavenly harmony practitioners, he would have been seriously injured this time. This child's fate is so terrible that even his martial art and martial soul can't read it. The master started asking him about his family to find out more about him and see what was wrong. Yang Chen realized that the master was trying to test him, but his sword dragon fighting spirit protected him from his power. Yang Chen started to say that his family was killed in the last beast attack, so he has a grudge against the Golden Eagle family. Masters had some information about Zhaoge's miracle, but the Li family had gone too far, and soon the day of reckoning would come for them. Yang Chen was surprised that the master supported his quest for revenge against the Li family. The master revealed that his name was Guo Shuqi and asked him to be called Uncle Dongguo instead of Senior. He also gave him the amulet of the Master of the State. If he gets into trouble, all he has to do is use this amulet. He will definitely need it in the East. Yang Chen was of course by his side and thanked Uncle Dongguo. With this talisman, the probability of success of the escape plan he had planned with the old man would increase greatly. Xiaoqin didn't understand why this master was trying to walk this village, but it was still tense that there was something special about this boy. After a while, Uncle Dongguo told him that his old illness had returned, and he needed to recuperate for a few days. He therefore suggested that he stay in the city of Zhaoge for a while. Yang Chen, of course, agreed with his opinion and was willing to do whatever Uncle Dongguo said, but he couldn't even imagine that this distinguished high-ranking person was asking for his opinion. When they came down, everyone was shocked, because they knew that it was a demonic beast kingdom of heaven harmony, and someone important and very powerful must have arrived. Guanzi was shocked to see Yang Chen. He couldn't believe his eyes that he had escaped from Zhaoge and found a powerful supporter. He didn't understand how the place even dared to take over the palace of the city ruler. Xiaoqin didn't even want to listen to him and told him to kneel down. Min Hao was really pissed off by this, and he decided to take revenge on him since he had made him search diligently. Uncle Dongguo ordered his servants to kill him. Afterward, one of the guards punched him right in the body, and the one with the huge hole in his body flew back very quickly. Since Guanzi had now become the lord of Zhaoge, he didn't understand how these things dared to commit murder in broad daylight before his eyes. So he would definitely call the sheriff of Tannan to get justice. Yang Chen laughed because his machinations had caused the entire city of Zhaoge to suffer. He also disregarded General Huaishan's services to the country, lowered his position and took away his army, and now he is talking about some justice. Yang Chen wanted to open his eyes, and since he was blinded by his selfish desires, and together with the Li family, he summoned the demon Lord Rage in the Zhaoge Mountains, resulting in a flood of monsters attacking Zhaoge and killing hundreds of thousands of people. The honorable people who came with him were an honorable master of the Eastern Empire and a member of the Yifeng imperial family. He hadn't even figured out who they were and why they came. However, he had already tucked his tail and pushed his son to kill. Therefore, it is impossible that such a pathetic, cowardly, and unscrupulous person, he has the right to exist in this world. Guanzi was shocked. He didn't even know what to say to him. Xiaoqin even appreciated this boy's act. He publicly accused Lord Zhaoge of all crimes, and literally spat in his face in front of everyone. After which, Yang Chen turned around to Uncle Dongguo and said that this vile person was trying to kill them. Guanzi realized that he could get really hurt now, and quickly kneeled down in front of them and started banging his head on the floor. At this time, Wenming had already approached them. Wenming was shocked to see how Yang Chen was still alive. Yang Chen began to resent, why should he not be alive? Then Yuanming. He noticed that these people might be very powerful and influential, so he wanted to observe them properly first. But before anything could happen, Uncle Dongguo ordered them to be captured. They were all arrested at once. Uncle Dongguo went on business with his Xiaoqin, and Yang Chen ordered Yang Chen to deal with this Guanzi, which brought very great pleasure to Yang Chenyu. He walked up to him and just kicked him in the head for starters. Guanzi immediately began to ask what he needed. The tricks didn't work on him, so he asked if he had any dying words. Guanzi began to say that he was a very kind boy and also hoped that he would understand him. So he also told the story that the young master from the Golden Eagle family forced him to do this, then their Guan family would be in danger. All these tricks didn't work on him, so Yang Chen decided to scare him and broke a couple of ribs with his foot. Afterwards, he asked if he had any other excuse. Wenming was shocked that it was still not enough. Even the guards noticed that he was completely ruthless. Guanzi hugged his legs and began to sob while begging for mercy. Yang Chen agreed, but on one condition. He would have to repent later, in front of all of Zhaoge's remaining living people, to prove that he had the right to exist. Guanzi was overjoyed and thanked Yang Chen very much. Then Yang Chen asked the guards to tell the entire city that the trial of the head of the Guan family would be held in the main square. Hours later, people began to gather to see the trial. The sister was shocked that Yang Chen went back to the city, and when she saw the men of the guards, you knew they were lusting together. Musu was also shocked to see Yang Chen once more. But still, Yang Chen saw his sister and ran straight to her to hug her. He was very happy to see her. But Musu kept thinking that she had done a very bad thing to him, and would like very much to resume their communication better. Yang Chen also greeted Li Huaishan's uncle. The one praised him for doing such a good job, he was really happy for him. Valley's Yang Chen said that it is just a trifle. He is doing duty to his home. In the future, he would personally kill Li Junru in order to appease the countless souls of the dead residents of Zhaoge City. After which, he asked his uncle if he would become Lord of Zhaoge after this incident. Li Huaishan laughed as he was not in the best shape right now, and not as strong, so he most likely wouldn't be able to take the position of City Lord. A City Lord is first and foremost a person elected by the people, not a cultivator. He thought about it for a while. He agreed because he was a persuasive man. Yang Chen was very happy that they had met again here in Zhaoge, but still, it was the turn of the court. Yang Chen ordered him to confess in front of all the townspeople. He must count his crimes over the years and name at least 10 of them, or he would kill him. Guanzi was furious, and cursed him. He just wanted to survive, and as soon as he managed to reverse at least the events, he would do so. After a while, he did tell 10 of his terrible deeds. All the people who listened to it were shocked. Yang Chen didn't expect Zhaoge to have such horrible people. That's why there is no justice, so this bastard doesn't deserve to live either. Guanzi was completely shocked because he said he wouldn't kill him. Yang Chen laughed, since even he doesn't believe his own words. After which the guards took and killed him. And further, Yang Chen announced that General Li Huaishan would henceforth become the new Zhaoge. Everyone rejoiced as they respected this choice and believed in the best, as suddenly people heard some strange sound behind the rocks and started to scatter. Absolutely everyone was in a panic as they realized that it was probably another beast coming. Yang Chen assumed that the true Zhenwu Sword Emperor had come to this commotion. Uncle Dongguo in turn thought that it was some powerful forces clashing in battle. So he ordered his 3 guards to scout for you and report back to him immediately. After a while they returned and reported that their mighty warriors were fighting a huge beast. The cultivation base of both of them is at least in the Heaven Realm. There's a good chance that their cultivation level is above the Heaven Realm. At these words, even Uncle Dongguo was stunned, so he couldn't believe what he had heard. Never has the Eastern lands had such a power greater than the Celestial Realm. And it simply cannot be. He decided to go himself and see things for himself. At this time, Yang Chen had just run up to him and asked him to bring him along. Uncle Dongguo didn't want to take him since he's only at the 5th level of the true martial realm, It's too dangerous for him, so he ordered him to stay here. Yang Chen then said that he would really like to see his strength. Uncle Dongguo thought for a while, and decided to take him with him after all and shouted for him to get up. As soon as they got closer, they were stunned. They saw a huge dragon, who fought against Lord Jutan. The dragon was furious and said he couldn't escape his doom. The autumn mountains will certainly turn red. At that time, Lord Jutan panicked a bit as he realized that he wanted to blow himself up, which he basically did. Yang Chen was shocked at what this was all about. This was the first time he had seen the Zhenwu Sword Emperor use his power. He decided to pretend to be unconscious and observe the situation. As he did so, he remembered the words his grandfather had told him. The stars will fall, and the mountains meet in the fall dyed red. Suddenly he was transported to his subconscious. There he was having a conversation with just this dragon. He was very sorry that he had nothing to put him before he died for, but the 13 swords of devouring sky that he had studied all his life would be useful to him in the future. Unfortunately, he was not gifted enough to understand the 9th sword, so he asked Yang Chen to handle it, and he also asked to try not to avenge him. After all, the future of their heritage depended on him, and he also asked to live this life with dignity. Yang Chen wanted to cry, but still he remembered this name, Luo Jutan. After which, the dragon waved his sword and everything started to fly apart. Next, the first sky-devouring sword appeared in front of Yang Chen. It was very strong. Although he doesn't know how much Luo Jutan is, but he believes that one day he will be able to confront him and challenge him. After some time, he did wake up, that they had survived. It was Sveta the Hairman, his cultivation base far beyond the Heaven Realm. Yang Chen thanked him for saving his life. But still, Uncle Dongguo cut to the chase, and came to the conclusion that even if there was a miracle somewhere around here, this huge beast would surely destroy it. So he made the decision to rest together for 3 days and then return to Tiannan. Sometime later, he decided to meditate. He thought about today's situation and realized that their Yang family has an unusual origin, is part of the so-called Autumn Mountain Forces. But there was a question about where exactly it was located. 3 days later, he and his uncle set off. Uncle Dongguo began to talk about how Tannan was too small for him, and suggested that he should go with him to the imperial capital. It's good in everything, both in terms of cultivation resources, and there are many more opportunities. This tin of goodwill towards him was very strange. But unfortunately, for the sake of the fox, he is destined to become an enemy of the Yifeng clan. Yang Chen replied that he is still too young, so he will stay in Tannan for a while. He's sure he'll go to the capital someday, but he should at least become a little stronger. Uncle Dongguo was surprised at this boy. Still, after a while, Yang Chen flew to the northern courtyard. It was very scary, so he went up to the first person he saw and asked what was going on and why everyone was so depressed. This girl explained that recently, the main students from the other 3 schools have been dropping the main students from the North School one after another. All because of them, those who took part are in a tough condition. Moreover, they never managed to hold on to the victory. As a friend in their conversation, Shifeng flew in. Yang Chen wondered why he was so excited and asked what was wrong. Shifeng immediately began to tell the very bad news, namely that Fox and Xiao Qiyue from the Eastern Academy had been seriously injured during the battle on the training ground. Yang Chen went into shock and was in a stupor. He returned home as soon as possible. Linger was just there rubbing Xiao Qiyue's back. She was very upset and told him to stay out of it, but he wouldn't listen. After which, Yang Chen walked into the room. Tasha was confused and accidentally flipped the plate. Yang Chen realized that he had come too early and ruined their entire mood. Linner was angry at him since she was just rubbing the medicine into him. Yeah, and plus, she didn't understand why he cared what they were doing. But even more, he didn't understand why he snuck into her house. Xiao Qiyue also added that he should not tease Linger. He also started questioning him about what happened on the trip with the Eastern Empire Master. It was a long story, so Yang Chen promised to tell about it a little later. He sat down in a chair and began to ask what his injury was and why he had decided to join the battle. Without letting Xiao Qiyue say a word, Linger began to tell him that it was all because of this Lu Shu. He was able to block the entrance to their northern court pagoda and challenged Yang Chen. Xiao Qiyue added that, moreover, he had said many insulting things about Senior Boguan, which was extremely unpleasant. He couldn't tolerate it, so he fought for him. This was the first time Yang Chen had heard of this Lu Shu. Linner was very angry that he didn't even know who Lu Shu was. She said that he was the youngest son of the owner of the Shadow Killing House, and ever since he entered the Eastern Academy, he had been behaving very aggressively because of his martial arts skills. This greatly interested Yang Chen, namely, that he was the youngest son of the shadow-killing house. Therefore, he wondered what level of training he had. Linger was angry because not only was his cultivation level 2 ranks higher than Xiao Qiyue's, he was also wearing yellow-level armor. Neither Xiao Qiyue nor the other disciples could resist him. Yang Chen decided to go meet this Lu Shu and asked his brother to attend to his wounds. Xiao Qiu started to stop him since he was very strong, that even that one was no match for him. Yang Chen told him not to worry as he would not act rashly. After that, he went to his usual place as his level was too low, so he decided to train. At this time, the honored people gathered in the palace. The Duanmu house was honored to have the master invited there, after which the master approached the vixen and said that if he had not seen her with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe that such a beautiful woman even existed in this world. He was 100% sure that the 13th prince would be inclined towards her. The fox was very much taken aback and became stunned as she began to realize that they wanted to give her to the 13th prince. She didn't know what to do and stood in a stupor for a while, and was the envy of every girl who wanted to be in her place. Shaking, Uncle Dongo came over and said that she should think it over before rushing. Thoth only now found out about the case, and it was the decision of the head of the family and several clan elders. He blames his uncle for failing to act and protect her mother. Now he has to take the blame for someone else's mistakes. He also suggested that perhaps a grandmaster like you could help them, which is what the vixen herself was really hoping for. Afterward, the master was asked to read the fate of the fox. He of course agreed, as it was no problem for him. Still, there was a problem this time. He didn't understand why his soul wasn't getting any information. It began to already question what is the fate of the fox since they saw that he stopped. Master didn't understand why he couldn't see her future, even assuming that she was so talented in martial arts that his ability didn't work on her. He also assumed that she had some very unusual fate in store for her. After which, he began to think whether he should even use the martial art and martial spirit wheel of fate to have her strongly read fate. After all, if something goes wrong, he's in big trouble. But still, he decided to take this step and activated this technique. He doesn't believe that there is another evil like Yang Chen in Tangnan, whose fate is beyond his reach. Next, the master began as if to look and straight into the soul, and there within the mind he saw some beautiful princess, who, with just one look, made a cowardly boy out of him. It was very expensive for the master, so he immediately went from there quickly. People began to ask him what the fate of the fox was, but he did not answer, but just went on. He vowed to himself never to tell fortunes to anyone ever again. After that, the head of the Duanmu clan approached the vixen and promised her that from now on, the family would provide her with the expenses for her studies. And it's all thanks to her marrying the 13th master, who will be the only emperor in the East. At this time, Yang Chen went to deal with Lu Shu. This Lu Shu had already heard that he was a disciple of that scum Qianbo Guan. He didn't expect that his father would be kind enough to keep him alive. Yang Chen decided to put him in his place and said that nature had dealt him a bad hand, and there was nothing he could do about it. But that was no reason to make people swim with his ugly face. It's very Lu Shu, and he wanted to kill him. Yang Chen wanted to piss him off even more and started bullying him. At that time, Lu Shu shouted that he was challenging him officially. Yang Chen only laughed at him, so a wretch like Lu Shu did not even have the right to challenge him. But Lu Shu was also not a slip of the tongue. He knew that this brat Qianbo Guan was in the sword garden outside the city, and if he didn't want anything to happen to him, he had better accept his challenge, and also remember that this was going to be a no-holds-barred match. Yang Chen had no other options but to agree, so he said to think about the consequences. Besides, a match without rules was fine, but there were 2,000 spirit stones at stake, so one had to prepare properly. He also said the date and venue, namely in a month's time at the 7th training arena. At this time, he went to Grandpa Fox's house. He asked where the fox was now, but the man answered nothing. Yang Chen realized what the matter was and greeted him properly. It was only then that his father asked him why he had come and what had happened. But still where the fox was he didn't know. After that, Yang Chen began to say that he had gotten into trouble. So Grandpa didn't care and told him to go to his master. Yang Chen shouted that there was no huge problem. The old man exhaled and asked him if he believed in reincarnation. Yang Chen wondered what meaning this had in this conversation at all. Grandpa didn't know what he had done in his past life, but things were very sad with his karma. Originally, he had only one debtor, but now he owed him one too. Yang Chen didn't understand what this old man was talking about at all. After all, he didn't even ask him for anything, so he can't have it for long. The old man asked him if he had already started learning the Heavenly Mountain sword technique. Yang Chen City said that he had been practicing the first sword technique for almost half a year. and had already reached the first stage. Then the old man asked for a demonstration of what he had learned at all, and whether he could do anything at all. He started waving his technique, thereby chopping the bamboo around. The old man began to guess that Qianbo Guan had taught him this. Yang Chen once again did not understand anything, as he thought that this was a heavenly sword skill. The old man only laughed off him and showed real skill. Yang Chen was very shocked at how cool it was. Then the old man explained that every swordsman must know how to handle his weapon. Therefore, he asked if he could perform the Heaven Mountain sword stance and make 30 sword chi strokes in one breath. If he could do that, he would reach the level of small achievements. But for big achievements, he would need to strengthen his sword intent. The sword intent is still too complicated for him. He doesn't even know how to use the ball, so it is difficult for him to understand. Yang Chen was completely shocked at this much information being dumped out from the old man. But still, the old man continued the story about how the sword freedom level is even further away for him. He is beyond the sword intent level. He hasn't learned to walk yet. He already wants to fly. He needs to gradually go step by step towards his goal. Yang Chen was confused and didn't even know what to answer him. He couldn't even formulate a few words. The old man threw him a stick of bamboo and told him that I was now his new sword, and now he had to practice the Heavenly Mountain Sword technique. Yang Chen was a little upset as he realized that this was a beginner sword. He also didn't understand how he could perform the Heaven Mountain Sword technique with this piece of bamboo, and whether it could resist the true energy of the sun. But seeing how angry the old man was, he decided to try it after all, and he did. The bamboo sword could withstand the true energy of the sun. He was shocked by this master. 10 days later, control your movements and hitting technique. The kid can't keep his mouth shut, but his learning curve is impressive. It can be said that he is 100 times better than Qianbo Guang in his best years. After which, the old man threw a sword to him. He was very heavy for Yang Chen. His cultivation base was a 6th level testive cultivation base, a true martial realm, and he would also develop it, and a demonic dragon body. His pure physical strength had long since grown, but he couldn't hold the wooden sword. He didn't understand what it was. The old man laughed that he couldn't even hold the wooden sword. He explained that he was too poor and he could give him nothing but this wooden sword. It is his first sword in the true sense of the word, and from now on, if he is not too stupid, he should be able to use it to learn the purpose of the ball. Yang Chen realized that this black wooden sword was quite precious, because an old man who was at the peak of the 9th level of the Heavenly Harmony realm took 10 days to carve a dagger out of his precious weapon. From now on, he would use the wooden sword to learn the Heaven Mountain Sword technique, when he could easily have 30 sword chi strokes. Then he would be able to leave here and be allowed to learn the second Heaven River Sword technique. Yang Chen was unfazed by this and asked how long will it take, since he had already arranged a fight with Lu Shu and only had 20 days to prepare, so he needed to be in a big hurry. Suddenly he saw a fox come to check on him. He immediately ran towards her, but because the wooden sword was heavy, he fell right in front of her. The old man started yelling at him to go practice his ball handling techniques, or if he didn't need those techniques, to screw off. The vixen laughed and left so as not to interfere with his training. Yang Chen started yelling at him since he realized what you did on purpose. But he couldn't do anything bad to him either. The old man explained to him that for a swordsman, a sword is his whole life, for everything depends on it. If he treats it sincerely, he will be devoted to it. And if it is handed to him and never abandoned, it is the only way he will be able to reach the realm of heavenly destiny, and will be able to carve patterns and open his spirit. Yang Chen was delighted that this black wooden sword was made from such a marvelous material that could reveal spirit points. 10 days later, he was still practicing the same way, and the old man was watching it all, and he was like a resort. He advised that a sword is a dangerous weapon. It should be used with caution. He's only at the beginning of his journey, so he hopes he'll keep that in mind. Yang Chen did not understand still also what he was talking about, but still the old man hoped he would not stray from the right path and wished him good luck indeed. Yang Chen had a premonition that he was really saying goodbye to him, which made him very uneasy. He promised the old man that one day he would make his heavenly sword technique name known to all. After a while, he came to Liner's house. She was just feeding Chernish at the time. Liner asked him if he was really going to fight to the death. Yang Chen calmed her down and said that Lu Shu was not his opponent at all now. Leonard didn't understand why he was so dumb, and didn't understand the basic things that he was protected by precious yellow grade armor that no one could pierce through. Yang Chen proudly declared that he was the one who could do it. He believed and knew that the power of the black wooden sword was so terrifying that even a lower grade armor, let alone a yellow grade armor, wouldn't be able to protect against its energy. After which, he asked that she tell Xiao Qiwei that he was looking for him. Yang Chen had 10 more days left. and he uses them to study the first sky-devouring sword. Afterwards, he went to his residence. There he started meditating and seeing strange beings in his subconscious. And the power of this sword was frightening him. But if he continued to study the secrets of the Heaven Eater's first sword secrets, he would be able to form ball intent at the true martial realm level. After an hour, he couldn't take it anymore and demanded rest, so he wrapped himself up and started to sleep. He was awakened by Xiaoqiyue. That one immediately asked why he had agreed to fight Lu Shu. Yang Chen's answer was simple, namely that he deserved to die, so he didn't see it as a problem. Xiaoqiyue strongly rejoiced that he could now defeat Lu Shu. Except he was afraid that the master of the House of Shadow Murders wouldn't let it go. Yang Chen asked his brother's opinion what he thought Old Man Chu was up to this time. After which he replied that Old Man Chu would deal with the master of the Shadow Assassins. And then he went on to talk about how things were going with Linaire. Xiaoqiyue explained that Linger wouldn't even let him touch her. Yang Chen was very much surprised by this. Xiaoqiyue reminded him of his own words. If you want to win a woman's heart, you must first win her body. Yang Chen didn't even remember saying such a thing. But still, Yang Chen advised him not to be in a hurry, but to act gradually. And first, of course, you have to go on a date. Xiaoqiyue headed back, thinking about the date. A moment later, he returned to his sword. The old man had told him it was just a wiping ball, but it's actually an exercise in introspection, and it does a good job of shaping the sword's will. He dipped back into his subconscious mind, and as soon as he came out, he realized that his spiritual sense had become much stronger than it had been before. And looking at his chi, he realized to make his spirit disappear. He assumed that he had returned to the sword world, and when he got to his ball, he had a strange feeling. He felt that this sword actually had the terrifying spirit of a killer sword. If he didn't have a strong enough Dao of pride, he would most likely already be dead. But still he was able to raise his sword no matter how scared he was. And then the spirit of the killing blade, the so-called life snatcher, appeared in him. He kills all living things. There is no one in this world that he cannot kill. Yang Chen remembered his teacher saying that killing thoughts were a type of killing intent and related to martial intent. And martial intent was an invisible force that a practitioner of the realm of heavenly harmony could awaken within himself by feeling the power of heaven and earth. From now on, he would no longer fear the pressure of the heavenly harmony masters, since he was very strong now. And anyway, now Lu Shu is going to die. Walking through the sales floor, he felt a strange feeling again. His spirit, for some reason the ancient demonic dragon spirit, reacted so strongly just now as he walked past the trading hall. He came in here and asked what they were selling in general. The employee began to tell me that they have a lot of rare treasures such as old plates, curiosities, and even items that have been passed down from the past. This interested Yang Chen, so the employee brought him to the warehouse. He brushed his finger across the shelf and asked how much it cost. The worker replied that it was just a bunch of stuff of no particular value. If he liked something, he would just have to pay a few spirit stones. He saw an interesting thing. The worker saw Yang Chen's interest in this stone, and began to tell him that this stone was a cloud iron stone, and if it was used as for tool making, the material could remove the requirements of a lower-grade yellow weapon. Yang Chen here pondered and decided to buy it. Then the employee offered a price of 10 stones, and then he walked away satisfied. Afterward, this worker came to some palace to see his master. He told her that he had just arrived from the Southern Heavenly Martial House, and sold several different items, earning 8 spirit stones. This worker's master sensed the killing intent in the young master, and most likely he had a good old one, and he had actually awakened his martial intent while in the true martial realm, which was a very good result. Meanwhile, Yang Chen came to his teacher's garden. He was very happy that he was so lucky to be able to purchase the treasure for only 10 spirit stones. Suddenly, he heard the teacher and Chu Jin talking. The latter was happy that Qian Boguan had finally returned to Tianan. Firstly, he had cured Linger from the poison of the underworld flower, which he was very happy about. And secondly, he helped him find a good disciple. Xiaoqiyue is the most gifted cultivator he has ever seen, and he is going to be a huge success. But that disciple he took is good for nothing. It was a very bad choice to take on a disciple like Yang Chen. He is reckless, arrogant, and has poor martial arts skills. A rotten tree will not bear fruit, as the saying goes. Qian Huoguan agreed with him that he had made a big mistake in accepting Yang Chen as a disciple. He was not just a rotten tree, but a real disaster. However, he noticed that Xiaoqiyue had excellent martial arts skills, so he became his favorite. He is two honest boys listen to that asshole Yang Chen. In order to bring Xiaoqiyue to Tannan, he decided to take Yang Chen as a disciple. Yang Chen heard all of this and was perplexed by what he heard. Shen Boguan wasn't very happy that he didn't greet the elders properly. Kyojin also added that he had heard about the rumors about how he was going to fight to the death with Lu Shu soon. He didn't bother to answer anything, but just picked up the mug and started drinking his tea. And after drinking, he praised Auntie Jing, thanking her for such a thing. After which, he explained that Lu Shu deserved to die. He could call him any name he wanted. He would turn a blind eye to this bastard daring to injure Xiao Qiyue. If it wasn't for his precious weapon, he would have definitely lost to his brother. Shen Boguan was angry that this kid was getting worse and worse. And also, Yang Chen decided to give a message from the master for Chen Boguang. This interested Chen Boguang, even though he was not enamored with Yang Chen. Yang Chen began to recount the words of the master. Namely, the heavens have done a good deed. Tell Chen Boguang to do less evil. He will repay the debt owed to him in his past life. Tears could be seen on Chen Boguang's face from these words. Q decided to change the subject and asked what his chances of defeating Lu Shu were. Yang Chen boldly stated that he had 90% that he would win. Everyone at the table was surprised he said that. Kyojin understood that he had only entered the 6th level of the true martial realm and asked, how could he break through the defense of the best yellow weapon? Then he showed them the sword with which he wanted to do it. Those immediately started asking what kind of wooden sword it was. Well, Yang Chen replied that it was just a little gift from the master. Chen Boguan asked to be given this sword to see. Yang Chen denied his request as he had not awakened yet, so the other swordsmen could not use him. Suddenly, it came to Chu Zheng's mind. It was a sacred artifact from the times he and his master had fought over. He didn't think the artifact would come to him. Yang Chen was shocked when he heard that it was an ancient sacred religion, and then he asked where the sword came from. Qiu Zhen did not reply, but simply told him to go back to the academy as he reminded him that no one was allowed to come swords. Yang Chen said goodbye to them and went, with Chen Boguan was finally a swordsman, and Qiu Zhen added that Yang Chen was at least better than him. Auntie Jing felt a strange, faintly murderous aura descend from the baby and descend. Meanwhile, on the way home, he started seeing swords around everywhere he looked. He didn't understand why this sword spirit was in his sea of consciousness. Then he assumed that since it was in his sea of consciousness, it meant he could control it. After that, it was like he walked into a portal. He realized that it was the martial art of disappearing into the shadows. Disappearing into the shadows, it is a skill where the figure dissolves into space after application. It is a type of martial art that exists only in legend, and it has the attribute of darkness. Yang Chen was very happy that he was so fortunate. The gods had given him this martial art so that he could rob other people's houses or punish evil and so good. After a while, he did make it to the center of the north yard. And while he was trying to meditate while eating a little, someone started knocking on the door. As soon as he opened the door, he immediately saw Yue Xin. It was rude to chase her away, so of course he let her come inside. Yang Chen asked Yue Xin why to him, and how he could help her. Yue Xin talked about how she asked the fox if it would mind her visit. She allowed it, so Yue Xin asked not to worry about it. Yang Chen only thought at this moment that she was a real witch. Yue Xin reminded him that he couldn't leave her since she had let him in back then after all. Yang Chen also decided to remind Yue Xin that he had already told her last time that his heart only belonged to the vixen. Other than her, he doesn't need anyone else. Besides, he comes from a poor family and is a simple country boy who doesn't deserve such a beautiful girl. So he tried to somehow scare her into running away from him. Yue Xin didn't even want to hear this since they haven't even tried it yet and the one already refuses. After which, she started hugging Yang Chen and flirting with him very strongly. While she cooled down a bit, she decided to ask him what kind of mortal combat with Lu Shu was going to be. She only knew that he was very strong and vicious. No true martial artist could defeat him. Yang Chen rudely replied that he didn't care who he had defeated in the past. After meeting him, he would definitely be finished. Yue Xin was surprised as she knew that he was only at the 6th level of the true martial realm, and the difference between the two was too great. In addition, Lu Shu has a very high-quality yellow inner armor. It will be difficult for them to wound him. Therefore, he should not take such risks. Yang Chen thanked for his concern, but he was still confident that he could rid the houses of this evil in a few days. Yue Xin laughed from where he had so much confidence in it. Ye Xin decided to help him and extended a heavenly black storm. It was an armor and the highest quality yellow-grade armor. It would make him invincible in this battle. And lastly, she wished that he would take care of himself. And then I ran out of there. Yang Chen didn't understand why she had a crush on him. Talent in a guy like him. It suddenly dawned on him that he had forgotten about the stone he had bought for 10 crystals. This cloud iron disc was somehow related to his sword dragon fighting spirit. Suddenly, right in front of Yang Chen's eyes, he began to disappear. He started to lose feeling and he was getting sicker and sicker. Then he guessed that it was probably that drop of golden liquid, the blood of a real dragon, but he was still puzzled. In the evening, before going to bed, he decided to meditate, and then it was over. A drop of golden liquid increased his strength several times and opened his left and right shoulder. So he decided to keep practicing to open up as many battle points as possible before the battle began. After a while, he already had 10 battle points open. The battle was 6 days away, so he decided to return to the old storeroom. But when he got there, he didn't see anything. There was just air instead of a pantry. 6 days later, he was met by Liner and Xiao Qiue. Tut suggested that he should go and fight instead. Yang Chen said it was unnecessary as he was too serious about the short Lu Shu. He told him not to worry, as he would rip his head off and take it out for him. After which they traveled together. Seeing so many crowds and distinguished faces, Yang Chen realized that today's sight would not be an easy one. He had already met Lu Shu there. Yang Chen approached him and told him aloud that the youngest son of the Shadow Killer family would die today. That's why he came to get a bowl of his blood. What he might not know is that he has a demonic beast, a small dog named Blackie, who loves blood in living beings. Lu Shu didn't care about this anymore, as he realized that they would soon kill him. Some master flew up to them and Lu Shu asked if they could start. This old man told them to take their time. Yang Chen suggested that this match is also a competition between the leadership of the 4 martial arts houses. After which, absolutely everyone looked at Master Lu from the Shadow Slaughterhouse. Afterward, even the East House Master himself came to watch this competition. It was the same one who took the East House away from Old Man Gunsun. Last to arrive was Quzhen. Yang Chen was worried he'd be in trouble if he won. Quzhen told him not to be afraid. These demons wouldn't do anything in broad daylight. Lu Shu then jumped into the ring and called Yang Chen to him there as well. Yang Chen did not understand why such an outburst that he wanted to die quickly. After all, their world is such a beautiful place. Lu Shu announced his rules in the referee, namely participating in the fighting without rules, but under supervision. On Yang Chen's side, the latter said that he was accepting the fight, but with one condition, namely an additional bet of 3,000 spirit stones. He didn't understand him because they had agreed on 2,000. Since I realized I could beat him to death, so I decided to add to my income. It really pissed him off, but even so, he agreed to that 3,000. The referee then started the no-rules fight. Lu Shu immediately activated the technique. He then shouted for him to draw his sword. Yang Chen started waving his head left to right since he was unworthy of his sword. He also assumed that Lu Shu would be the first person to go under his sword. But now he changed his mind because his blood is dirty and unworthy. It developed Lu Shu so much that he just flew at him. Liner even closed her eyes so she didn't want to see it. But Yue Xin still couldn't bring up why the fox didn't come. Because of this, she assumed that Yang Chen didn't know that the black stream palm was poisonous. Lu Shu managed to reach Yang Chen. The entire crowd froze the death of one of them. But it was that simple, and he absorbed his blow while leaving a hole in his clothes. Lu Shu didn't understand how this was possible. Yue Xin also didn't understand how he was able to repel the blow if he wasn't even wearing the black armor she had given him. Yang Chen threw a counterpunch, but the man managed to deflect it in time. That's when he found out he was the real diehard. At the same time, he still managed to tease him and piss him off. Quzhen realized that he had strengthened his body to such an impenetrable level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to respond to Lu Shu's palm strikes without getting a scratch. After this fight was over, he really wanted to test this guy. Quzhen thought about how he was able to repel the blow. He even speculated if Yang Chen really was a heaven-traveling master. He should have died or been severely injured. But at the same time, he had somehow still managed to survive at the 6th level of the martial realm. Lu Shu still wasn't going to give up. He didn't care what dirty tricks he used, but was honored to die before his sword Juking. Quzhen did not expect this sword to go to this boy. He turned to the head of the assassin clan and said that he really put in a lot of effort here. It seems that after this battle, the Juking sword will pass into other hands. The clan head laughed since this was only possible if Yang Chen survived. Quzhen agreed with him and offered to look further. Meanwhile, Yang Chen had seen his sword and he was none too pleased. He even remembered that this morning he heard birds singing in the yard before he went out. It was a good omen and today he would obviously get rich. Meanwhile, Lu Shu used a killing move and flew at him with his sword. Yang Chen decided not to stand by and also flew at him, but with his fist. Yue Xin was shocked at what this guy was up to. Even Quzhen stood up in anticipation of what was about to happen, and the head of the assassin accordingly. What's left is a huge explosion and a huge burst of energy. But they survived, both of them. Only Yang Chen's arm was slightly injured, and for hurting him, Yang Chen decided to finish him off. He rose into the air and used the sword technique of Mountling Mountain. A bunch of swords quickly began to fall to the ground, creating huge explosions. One of those balls hit Lu Shu directly and he lost consciousness. The head of the assassins was furious about this boy. Chiujin walked over to him and told him to sit back down, unless of course he wanted to get in the ring with him. The head turned around and looked him very much and wanted to kill him right there but still sat back down. And Yang Chen flew up to what at that time and started beating and destroying it. His face was all mangled. He then kicked him out of the ring as he wasn't even worthy of being there. It was a little cruel, but still fair in some concept. Next, Yang Chen asked the referee where his winnings were. The judge flew over to him and gave the winning 6,000 stones. Meanwhile, even early on his fist was gone. Xiao Qiwei walked up to Yang Chen and congratulated something so good fun. Yang Chen recognized that the one was a tough guy, but he wasn't good enough to fight. Oh, and plus he didn't even use his fighting spirit, so he didn't even get to join in the fun. Kyojin approached Yang Chen and said that he wanted to fight him. Yang Chen was shocked and didn't know what to say. After that, Yang Chen started to pout and said that his tricks were nothing compared to him, and that he could easily anticipate any of his moves so he wouldn't want to fight him. And plus, he needed to return to the sword garden. So he offered to test him another day. Kyojin agreed to his terms and said that he could go. On the way, Xiao Qiwei noticed that he was getting very excited and asked why exactly. He threw him a spatial ring, and he said there's a lot of good stuff inside of him. Then Xiao Qiwei understood why he was so happy since it was indeed a good thing. Afterward, they went to the garden. There they met the teacher and Auntie Jing with a table set up. The teacher invited them to the table and suggested that they get drunk today. He also mentioned that he hasn't touched alcohol in 10 years, maybe even more, so for him, today was a happy day. He started pouring into mugs and also asked how the fight went. Xiao Qiwei decided to answer for his brother and said that his brother had been at his best today. He had stopped Lu Shu's sword with his bare hands without even getting hurt, and had also defeated him without using his fighting spirit and sword. His aunt didn't believe him and thought he was trying to deceive them. He noticed that he hadn't acted like that before though, which meant he'd changed a lot since he'd started spending more time with his brother. Except that Xiao Qiwei didn't understand at what point he had changed. The teacher also added that he had developed a bad habit of exaggerating everything. Well, Xiao Qiwei was puzzled because he really wasn't overstating anything. Yang Chen decided to defuse the situation and took the blame for everything, and allegedly invented that this battle was very risky, and that he only by luck managed to defeat Lu Shu under extremely dangerous circumstances. But still, the process was not important. The main thing was that he won. He also took out a Juking sword and handed over to his master, said it was his now. Qian Buguan thanked him, but still refused since he didn't need him anymore. Yang Chen disagreed with this as he was sure that he would find a way to heal his injury. Soul-healing treasures were extremely rare, but he was sure that he would find one for him. Besides, this sword has an unclean aura, and he can add it to his collection. After saying that, Qian Boguan still agreed to take this sword. After 3 bowls of alcohol, Yang Chen had already promised to bring him the head of the Shadow Assassination Master after a while, and gift it to him as a collector's item. Qian Boguan didn't understand him. After all, he hadn't ascended to the heavens yet, but he was already thinking of such things, and explained to him that he had just started his journey in martial arts, and there was no point in dwelling on shadow killing. Besides, he was only at the 6th level of the true martial realm. His cultivation level was too low. The most important thing for him right now is to strengthen his martial arts base. At the end of the year, he would be given a great opportunity, and it was up to him what he could obtain. Yang Chen thanked him for such words, promised that they would remember them. Suddenly another auntie's daughter came into the garden. Auntie invited her to eat with them, and was not even that interested. She immediately started asking Yang Chen somehow managed to stop the sword with his bare hands without getting hurt. At that time, Auntie and Qian Boguan became very tense. Auntie asked Xiao Qiwei if what he said was really true. Xiao Qiu, of course, confirmed the words. Everyone was waiting for an explanation from Yang Chen Nu, and he revealed that he had actually acquired a legendary martial art during his last adventure. One of the moves from this practice could increase his body's defense by 10 times, but it was a secret, and he didn't want to tell anyone. Qian Boguan guessed that he must have learned it from the divine beast, Qilin. So I added to him that if he couldn't tell, there was no need to brag. At this time, the fox came running to the bamboo forest, namely to Grandpa's house. The old man looked at her and realized from the expression on his face that Yang Chen was most likely alive. Fox shouted that Yang Chen not only survived, but also won. The old man knew it from the beginning, so he wasn't surprised. After which he said she could go now. but the vixen of course thought to go look for Yang Chen. The old man didn't understand what she was thinking after all. She can't see that brat for the rest of the year. He told her to go back and tell her mother to get ready, do everything properly, leave Hu Mansion on New Year's Eve and go to Gushan Mountain. The mood dropped a bit after that, but still she agreed to hand everything over. This late in the evening, Yang Chen went home and met Qiu Zhen, who says he has to tell everything now. Yang Chen turned on the fool and asked what he was referring to. Qiu Zhen leaned towards him and told him to speak the whole truth. Yang Chen revealed that he had actually had an adventure earlier and obtained a legendary physical technique, and it had magical power and could instantly increase defense by 10 times. Qiu Zhen started to get angry at him since he was not stupid, and reminded him that he was the strongest physical practitioner in the East, and that he couldn't be fooled. Then he began to tell the truth, namely that he had actually had the power of his bloodline revealed the other day, and that was what had increased his strength by 10 times. He lifted his hand and began to examine it. He was shocked when he saw the golden blood on him. Then he asked if he was the only one in the family with the same feature. The one said that of course he was the only one, because he didn't want to jeopardize the others. Qiu Zhen then advised him to be careful and not tell anyone about it, and then he went home to his room, satisfied. Yang Chen then realized that it was undesirable for him to use the power of bloodline before entering the Tannan secret realm. The next day, Liner, Xiaoqiu, and Yang Chen met at the square of the battle palace. That being said, Yue Xin and the fox were also there. Some old man came out to the balcony and started telling that they are all outstanding geniuses of Tiannan, and here hopes that they will support each other after entering the secret realm. Although it has a lot of treasures, it also carries a lot of dangers. 20 or 30% of them. Well, he's already emphasized those cases. In 20 or 40 days he hopes everyone will have gained something. He advised not to lose track of time, as the entrance will seal itself after the time is up, and at the entrance each of them will have to pay 500 spiritual stones from the cure. While the old man was saying all this, he noticed Li Junru in the crowd and was surprised to think that he was no longer a student of the martial arts school. Then everyone started lining up to go through the portal. In the meantime, they decided to get together in a group of 3 to increase the chances of success. When they came through the portal, they were somewhere in the woods. After which, Liner took out some strange thing that resembled a compass. After which they followed her somewhere. After a while they came to the destination where this compass had led them. They found a lot of treasures there, as well as middle-grade yellow grass. All 3 were shocked and very excited. In the southern part of the country, the value of lower-grade yellow medicinal herb is usually 1 spirit stone, but the value of middle-grade yellow medicinal herb is 10 times higher, and it can cost more than 10 spirit stones. Brother also said that at the entrance to the valley is a yellow middle-class route, so it can be assumed that there must be more resources in the valley. Liner realized that they were in danger, so she warned them to stay as far away from any danger as possible. Afterward, they walked a little distance and found a red spiritual fruit. The red spiritual fruit is a good thing, a precious medicine of the highest yellow grade. It costs at least 200 stones apiece in the market in Tiannan. While everyone was looking at the tree, Xiaoqiu counted their 17 ripe red spirit fruits per tree. But the biggest thing that surprised Liner the most was this. With 20 days in the secret territory, they needed to find treasure for 500 spirit stones, which they had to give to the martial house and keep the rest for themselves. But for now, they have enough red fruit from this tree to do their share before the battle court. Yang Chen was very happy to be in such a place, and realized that the secret realm, Heavenly Yura's secret realm, was really an extra place. After which they both picked a whole bag of these fruits. Yang Chen put this fruit directly into his brother's mouth for him to savor and take away his thirst. Liner was very angry as he realized that one such fruit was worth a lot, and a lot of money. Xiaoqiu told her not to be angry and gave the fruit as well. Liner then became even more angry as he had already started to follow his brother's nonsense. The red spiritual fruit contains a strong, fiery aura. If you eat too much of it, it would probably explode from oversaturation. But he would need at least a day to fully digest the fire energy in his body. We'll have to stay here all day to guard this tree. He got scared and asked his brother what he thought. Yang Chen said not to listen to this girl since she is just trying to scare them. Liner was ready to kill him right there and ordered him to stop immediately. Yang Chen laughed as he realized that this really thought she was the captain. Therefore, he wanted to put her in her place, or else his brother would be in trouble. After which, Yang Chen explained that if they sat all the fruits, they wouldn't have to linger in this place. Liner told him again that if he did that, he would die. That if he ate everything and was fine, she should be obeyed by her brother from now on. Linger didn't really like it, but Xiaoqiu started to get very excited about the idea. After all, Yang Chen is his brother. If he says it'll be okay, it will be okay. Liner was shocked. After which, Yang Chen began to eat these fruits. Nibbles were flying almost every second. And when he had eaten everything, he suggested that we all go to the valley. Liner couldn't believe that he was actually able to do that, and she was already starting to bury him in her head. Yang Chen agreed in his head with her that this red spirit fruit was indeed powerful. The 2 true ki in his body had increased and almost reached the peak 7th level true martial realm, so it even benefited him. The secret realm is indeed a good place he liked a lot, and refining spirit stones to raise true ki is too slow, so they need to find more valuable medicines such as the red spirit fruit. On the way to the valley, Liner kept thinking about Yang Chen. She didn't understand why he ate him and nothing happened. As Yang Chen suddenly stopped, you were immediately asked what happened. Yang Chen explained that someone was approaching them. Liner asked how he knew that. All this because he had a spiritual detection. He could feel this group of people coming toward them. So he suggested that everyone climb a tree and hide there. But still, Liner kept wondering how he knew that group of people. Yang Chen explained that he had a secret technique that, when performed, allowed him to vaguely sense spiritual energy at a short distance. Liner was shocked that such techniques existed already. Suddenly, they had already seen this group of people on the horizon, and Yang Chen shouted for them to be quiet. Afterward, they saw a guy who was glad that the map the shadow-killing house owner gave was real, and it showed a real red spiritual tree. Liner looked at him and immediately realized who it was. It was Gu Kai. Yang Chen has been studying core disciples for a long time, and this Gu Kai is one of them. It is said that he has reached the 3rd level of the martial nascent realm, a heavenly tree attribute master, extremely strong and vicious. But when they turned their attention to the tree, they saw no red spirit and no ripe fruit, which really pissed them off, as they realized someone had gotten to them first. He knew the owner of the shadow kill was unreliable, and he figured they weren't the only ones he'd given this map to. Gu Kai ordered Li Heng to guard the entrance to the valley, and they will go and look, in case it's people lurking around here somewhere. Yang Chen decided not to wait for them to be found and jumped towards them himself. He told Gu Kai that this place was already taken and started chasing him out of here. Gu Kai was very happy about this meeting. After all, if they had met at school, he wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. But this is the secret area. Therefore, he could also be killed here, which he would help him do. Nu Kai's brother started laughing that Yang Chen is really crazy, also started saying that he must be not understanding. Liner shouted that he was shameless, because since ancient times treasure always goes to those who are destined to win it. She also threatened him that when they got out of the secret kingdom, he would be finished. Gu Kai laughed that it was Beauty who thought that they still had a chance to get out. Yang Chen asked his brother to protect Liner. Yang Chen's sword was sharpened, demonic form activated. Therefore, Jiu Kai was lucky that his black wooden sword was thirsty for his blood. Yang Chen simply swung his sword, and Gu Kai felt as if he was paralyzed. Xiao Qiwei didn't understand to the end, as the sword spirit he used before wasn't snake-like. And why it had changed, he didn't understand. Whether it had evolved or refined. Next, Yang Chen activated the Ling Mountain technique. This is a sign of true mastery of the strength of the Linshan ball. Only with a strong martial intent can the 30 energies of the sword merge together and double its power. After which, the beam pierced through Gu Kai. He died immediately. His guys got a big scare with the murder, so they all got down on their knees and started begging for mercy. Xiao Qiwei and Linger were surprised that they were so scared. After which, Yang Chen shouted for you to show your fighting spirit and strength and fight him head-on, instead of lying on the floor and being afraid of him. Gu Kai's brother began to beg, and beg for mercy even more while sobbing. Yang Chen explained that they had lost the dignity of martial artists and had no right to die under his sword. The man immediately began to thank him for being so kind. Then this crowd started running off into the woods somewhere. But they heard the cry, "Did I give you permission to leave?" And he asked his brother to deal with them. But one of them started to run away rather than fight. Therefore, Yang Chen pierced him with the beam and died here as well. In a few minutes, they had everyone sorted out, and they were very rich. A huge thunderbolt of no thunder appeared in front of them. At that time, Xiao Qiwei suggested to end the search in this valley and go plunder the other members. Liner was already starting to worry that this Yang Chen had taught Xiao Qiwei bad things. But to Liner's surprise, Yang Chen said that it was wrong. Linger calmed down and was glad that Yang Chen still had some left. But then Yang Chen asked Xiao Qiwei what he meant by robbery, and began to explain that robbery was bad, and they were doing a good deed with it, and made an example that Gu Kai and the others were bastards, and they deserved to be punished like that. Because if they don't get rid of them, who knows how many innocent people will suffer. Liner was shocked that this Yang Chen was so shameless. Xiao was extremely happy that his brother knew so much. After which, Linger vowed to try to make Xiao be with Yang Chen less, otherwise that one seems to be on the wrong path. After a while, they came to a very strange place. They didn't realize what was going on. Well, for Xiao it was very cozy there, helping his cultivation of dark qi. Yang Chen first suggested looking inside. Well, I couldn't see anything there either. Yang Chen then asked his brother if he had found anything. Xiao replied that he didn't find anything. However, the dark energy there was so much that even one day of training here was equal to a month in the outside world. Yang Chen was shocked that there was so much of this energy here according to his brother, so he asked them to step back. After that, he started waving his arms around and a dragon came out of him. Linger was shocked that he had 2 battle spirits at all. A few seconds later, he found the very thing. Making a hole there, he found the entrance to some sort of cave where there was most likely a treasure. When they came in, they saw a very strange tree. Yang Chen then speculated that it could awaken the dragon demon's soul and the martial spirit of escaping from the shadows at the same time. This is an incredible dark treasure. When Yang Chen looked at his brother, he asked if he was all right. After all, it looked very strange. But the man only responded by saying that he wanted to eat it very badly. Yang Chen wondered how would he want to eat it if it was a tree. Xiao explained that he just wanted to absorb it. Yang Chen gave him a strange look, but still wished him good luck if he could do it after all. Xiao accelerated with all his might and struck that tree. But nothing happened, only to break his sword in half. Yang Chen saw that Xiaoqiui's punch had a force of at least 30,000 kilograms, but it didn't hurt the tree in the slightest. Moreover, the beggar-grade yellow weapon's sword was broken. This small tree was indeed very sturdy. For Xiao it was so humiliating that he can't even cut down a small tree. He started trying to pull it out, but it wasn't working either. Then I started hitting him with my fists. But that didn't work either. He approached his brother and asked him to help with it somehow. Then Yang Chen thought that he could try to hit him with the black wooden sword. So he ran to that tree with his sword. And as a friend, the wooden sword shattered into 2 pieces. Yang Chen was very frightened because this wooden sword was his first. He also remembered that the old man had said that he couldn't awaken his sword intent until he directed it at this sword. Still, he calmed down a bit and decided to try using the celestial descriptions. So he sat down and then started meditating. And after a few seconds, he felt the true key of the dead. This little tree is the legendary sacred tree of death. According to ancient legends, the sacred tree of the dead lives in the heart of the yellow spring and is born out of the darkness. Therefore, this true treasure of darkness threw at him whether he had awakened his attribute of darkness. Yang Chen turned around and began to smile. Linger then wondered, after all, the attributes of a Heaven's Pathmaster were determined from birth. She didn't understand how Yang Chen was able to awaken the attributes while in the true martial realm. It was a sapling of the sacred tree of the dead that had somehow appeared in the southern secret realm. If it was a full-fledged tree, the 3 of them would be in great trouble today and would become food for the death gift tree. After which, Yang Chen turned to Xiao and said that there was still a lot of dark essence on the tree, which was very good. And if he used his technique and absorbed it, his true ki would absorb it, and his true heavenly demon ki and cultivation base would increase greatly. It was even possible that he would be able to make a breakthrough. Xiao listened to him, so he sat down to do so. He started collecting essence, thus pumping himself up. A few minutes later, he reached the peak of the true martial realm. They were both satisfied because they had made a breakthrough. Only Liner was a little angry at them. Xiao then approached her and said that they still had time and he was sure that she would get pumped as well. Walking forward and even became somehow calm and her mood lifted, after which they came to some desert of 2,000 poisons. Liner revealed that when she had entered the Southern Sky secret realm late last year, it was here that she had been struck by the poison of the underworld flower and nearly died. Yang Chen told her not to worry since this time they were with her. After which he suggested to go on walking straight through the 10,000 poison wasteland. In the core area of the 10,000 poison wasteland, Yang Chen's team slowed down their advance. Linger held the treasure hunting compass with a serious face, always on alert, while Yang Chen and Xiao were unmoving and very focused. After which they reached some bush. Yang Chen realized that someone was hiding there, so he shouted to get out of there. Well, here's Liner didn't see that there was any ambush in that bush. Yang Chen realized that no one would want to come out of there, so he directed a bit of his fire there. So he set fire to the bush, and the guys who were sitting there immediately ran out. A kid ran out of there and started yelling at him about how he found them in the first place. Liner learned that this man from the Western Court was considered a tyrant in the central part of the Western Court. Then this tyrant threatened Yang Chen that he would kill him if he didn't give his belongings to them. After which he also told them that robbery was a skilled job and needed training. He also wanted his brother to prove himself, so he asked him to deal with them. Xiao Qiwei walked up to them and told them it was a robbery, then ordered them to undress and gather all their treasures. If they didn't do so, today would be the day of their sacrificial offering next year. When I heard this guy wasn't kidding about the robbery, where did this guy come from if he was only at the 9th level of the true realm? There was no question of them having to give up any of the treasures. After that, Yang Chen walked up to his brother and said that he was wrong, and that they couldn't rob. After which he started with him and talking. I told him that he was just a rookie compared to them, and that they have an honorable tradition of helping the younger ones. The 3 of them are in deep shit. It's been almost 4 days, and they haven't received any alms and asked for their help. He also added that he was a simple village guy, and he wasn't picky about food at all, and he could also use any precious weapon, medicine, spirit stone, ring, anything. Linner didn't understand how he could do that. This tyrant got very angry as he realized he was just being played a joke on, and then he gave his brother a free hand to deal with them. This chief tyrant of theirs, he attacked the dragon, but that one was no slouch either, and he fended off the attack. After which, this guy started to transform into some kind of monster. It was Baisheng's battle card in the form of his own golden wolf spirit, and using his main battle skill, the 100 Knight's Sword. After which, that tyrant flew straight at Xiao Qiwei. Lionel was very worried about him as she realized that things could end badly, so she started to ask Yang Chen to help her brother and save him. Yang Chen only said not to worry and just look on. Xiao Qiwei jumped on top of him and activated the Heavenly Dragon technique. In doing so, he repulsed his attack. This tyrant didn't understand. How did he manage it if he was only at the 9th level of the true martial realm? And then this tyrant remarked that he really was some kind of demon. But unfortunately, he's gonna die today. Toth used a yellow weapon. The blade of brilliant wind never leaves anyone alive. Xiao Qiwei wasn't going to stand by and activated the dragon technique of the dragon lurking in the sky. Their forces met again. But this time, the tyrant was defeated. His 2 subordinates immediately ran away, fearing that they too would die. Linner was worried, since Shen Baisheng was the youngest member of the Shen family in Tiannan. Now that Xiao Qiwei killed him in the secret realm, the Shen family will not stop when he gets out of here. Xiao Qiwei walked up to Linger and asked if he was going to be in trouble. Yang Chen laughed because there would certainly be no trouble since the heavens had decided that he should die today. After which he turned the subject that there is a lot of good stuff out there and offered to share it. Yang Chen offered to talk about it when they get out of here. Time was running out, so he suggested leaving this poisonous desert first. After this desert, they were back in some really creepy, weird place. Linner seemed to understand that when there was a trial in Tiannan, there were always a lot of corpses left behind, but it still scared her a lot. No wonder the death rate was so high every year. After a while, they got out and came out to a nice spot where Liner offered to rest. Xiao Qiwei saw a dry quarry, and since he realized that it had a great view, he suggested going there. Linner was afraid to go to this quarry and quickly stuck to Xiao Qiwei as she was scared, and afterwards she noticed she had a worm on her leg. She then generally screamed and started to hug Xiao Qiwei. After which, Linner asked Xiao Qiwei where Yang Chen's 2 souls came from. Xiao Qiwei didn't understand what she meant if his brother even had 3 souls. Liner was in great shock as it was impossible because at first no one had 3 souls. They all heard some shouting and noise. It was the fox with Yue Xin. Yang Chen was very happy to see the vixen and started hugging her right away. Then the vixen started yelling for them to run away faster. And Yue Xin explained that there was a true martial realm level that was chasing after them. Yang Chen grabbed the vixen and ran forward. Except there was something wrong here. Yang Chen sensed it. He didn't understand where this terrifying wolf came from and why exactly he was chasing after the vixen and Yue Xin. Having run a great distance, he also didn't understand why it was so hard to break away. Then he most likely assumed that it would be in the hearth if something like that attracted the wolf. If they kept on like this, he would soon catch up with them. So he decided it was time to take action. They came running to an obscure place under some tree. After that more or less normal atmosphere, he asked why such a terrible wolf was stalking them both. Then the vixen pulled out the curd of the demonic beast. Yang Chen didn't understand why it was so powerful. Afterward, the vixen told the story of how they came out of the 10,000 poison wasteland and were going to see the inner circle, but accidentally found an underground cave. They thought there was some treasure in the cave, but they found nothing but this white horn. Suddenly it attracted a terrible poisonous wolf. Yang Chen took this horn and began to examine it. In the end, he realized that this white horn clearly contained some kind of energy. But for some reason, the Heavenly Sutra didn't work on it. Then he tried a different method. She just disappeared. Yang Chen didn't understand anything since when he used the swift dragon soul to absorb energy, it was always absorbed without any problems. So he didn't understand why it went straight to the Dantian this time. Foxy saw the strange face on Yang Chen and asked if everything was okay. After they get out, Yang Chen decided that he should ask Old Man Chu. After all, he should probably know something about this mysterious purple key energy. Still, he decided to cut to the chase and suggested that they were now in the center of the secret realm, and asked if anyone knew what this place was. Only Yue Xin replied that it could most likely be a golden desert. And they say there is a golden palace in the golden desert, with a purple mansion in it. She had read about it in an old book, unsure if it was a golden desert. No one has found it in hundreds of years. Everyone was shocked when they heard about the purple palace. Linger then added that currently, the eastern side's only cultivator in the purple mansion realm is the current king of the eastern country, and Wu Feng. There are rumors that it is extremely difficult for a cultivator of the 9th level of the Celestial Harmony realm to advance to the Purple Mansion realm, and it seems that they need to fulfill very harsh and difficult conditions to do so. She couldn't believe that they had a chance to enter the Purple Mansion. Yang Chen wondered very properly if there were any restrictions for going from the 9th level of the Heavenly Harmony realm to the Purple Mansion realm. Yue Xin said that the realm of body stabbing, the realm of true martial arts, and the realm of Heavenly Harmony are the first stages of martial arts training, the Hudian stages. Therefore, all martial artists below the Purple Mansion are called Hudian masters. This word really pleased Yang Chenyu. Well, above the Hudian realm is the innate realm, the first stage being the Purple Mansion realm. The reason why it is difficult for a peak master of the 9th level of the Heavenly Harmony realm to overcome the shackles and reach the Violet Mansion is because it requires a huge transformation. There is a huge difference between these stages. The Purple Qingdu Mansion is the temple of the immortal Lord of Heaven in myths and legends, but to them it means Dantian. It turns out that if a cultivator reaches the Purple Mansion realm, he would need to transform his Dantian. Well, a congenital warrior doesn't have Dantian, only a realm cultivator has it. Yang Chen then questioned Yue Xin on how to transform Dantian and enter the Purple Mansion realm. The one only responded with Purple Key. Even Xiao Qiu had never heard of Purple Key, and it was logical since I was too difficult to obtain. In order to turn Dantian into a Purple Mansion, you need a lot of Purple Key. Then there was the question of how to get it after all. And the answer was actually, fallen or abandoned relics of the Purple Mansion level and above have innate Purple Qi, but it was extremely difficult to summon. A high level of enlightenment and compatibility was required. Then he speculated that perhaps the Qi that leaked out of the White Horn was innately purple, and it really made sense. Everyone had seen the violet energy Qi trace that is innate violet energy. But here was the dilemma. Yang Chen was only at the 7th level of the true martial realm, and he couldn't a priori summon innate violet energy. Yang Chen then suggested that when Dantian absorbed enough purple energy, the entire inner wall of Dantian would turn purple, and transformation was not far away. After which, he started to cheer and jump around. Yue Xin asked if he was often like this, to which Lina replied that he was very often. Yang Chen assumed that if they killed the King of the East, they would be able to obtain enough purple energy. But unfortunately, Wu Feng was also the great power of the Purple Mansion. Therefore, there had to be a way to figure out how to kill him. He suggested that the people try to go through the Golden Desert, and if they were lucky, they would find the legendary Golden Temple where they would get rich. Xiao Qiyu, of course, supported him. Everyone followed. Yang Chen could sense where there was danger. He could stand in the middle of the road and start sensing where there were monsters. Like 3 days later, they just came out of the Golden Desert. Then everyone thought that the rumors were really wrong and no temple existed. Except that the fox reminded everyone that even though the Rockies were ahead, that didn't mean they were out of the Golden Wilderness. Yang Chen thought differently and thought that this area, rocky in front of them, was like a special place in the Golden Desert. So I jumped down to investigate, and behind him, of course, is everyone else. That said, there were some other guys already watching the guys. They immediately recognized that it was Yang Chen from the Northern Academy who had disgraced their Eastern Academy. But there was still the question of how these 5 had gotten here in the first place. And then they wondered if it was really a map that had brought them here, or an accident. But even more surprising was how they had been killed by the terrible beasts in the Golden Desert. The head had maps, but hadn't survived several calamities before entering the Valley of the Gods. Therefore, they definitely had some treasures since they were still alive. It was the head who ordered his boys to go down and finish them off. They can't leave Yue Xin behind, since he had heard that she was an unusual girl and wanted to appreciate her fully. After which the servant threw a rock at them. Yang Chen took matters into his own hands and broke this stone. Yuexin warned that this time they might be in big trouble since Su Qiang is the only son of the invincible master and he is very evil. Hearing whose son was there, he ordered everyone to run faster to the valley floor. This Su Qiang ordered Zhao Zhuo to go kill them, after which this Zhao Zhuo began to descend with a huge sword. This is the strongest opponent he has faced since he was born. This guy is much stronger than a level 4 martial realm. Moreover, there is another Su Qiang behind him, so they simply cannot fight. Yang Chen shouted for those to stop as he had important information. Su Qing ordered his Zhao Zhuo to stop and did not rush to kill them to hear what they had to say next. He said that he knew a secret that could easily extract the violet-born key, which made Su Qiang very interested. But still, Su Qiang wondered if there was even a simple way to extract innate violet energy. This was very important, since there is such a miraculous method, because if he mastered such a miraculous method, there was a chance that he could easily reach the Violet Mansion when he reached the peak 9th level of Heavenly Harmony. Then he warned that if he burned, he would kill him. Yang Chen swore with his martial arts heart that he had a secret method on how to easily extract innate violet energy. Except, of course, Yang Chen embellished things a bit. He knows how to collect purple mustaches, but one only belongs to his soul, so even if he told him everything it would be useless. Then Yang Chen set his conditions that all 5 of them must swear that they would not harm the 5 members of his team. Well, as supposed, they swore that if Yang Chen told them the secret method of extracting innate violet energy, they would not cause harm to Yang Chen's team. When the old man led them to some ruined stone house, he had no idea it could be a legendary luminary. Su Qiang promised him to find out soon whether it was true or not. He also suggested that everyone should go and try to solve the mystery of the miracle if they were lucky. Then Yang Chen began to wonder if there was anything else in this ruined stone house. As soon as he walked in, the chi of the bright sun began to affect him. So he immediately activated the power, just like everyone else who went in there. There was some statue that started to give off a lot of energy. Almost everyone was blown away by this energy during Yang Chen's time. It was sword intent, and it was very strong. Su Qiang laughed since with divine sense, it is difficult to even approach the stone house, let alone enter it. But to Su Qiang's surprise, Yang Chen was able to hold out. He didn't understand how he'd managed it. Only then did he realize the true nature of the Golden Temple. The statue and the stone house are obviously marvels, and they definitely contain a lot of purple energy, for which Su Qiang began to demand an answer. However, if he opens his dragon spirit uses his devouring powers to absorb the purple aura, we'll find beggars standing behind him. So he had to kill them. Well, still, Su Qiang still believed that he had a big secret. Therefore, he asked Yang Chen how to obtain innate violet energy. Yang Chen told him not to worry as he's going to try it himself now. Their tribe would sincerely consider the heavens as violators, and they dare not go against the law of the heavens. Yang Chen was at the child to saw the materialized intent of the sword, after which he wondered if he could operate it. Just as suddenly, Su Qiang was thrown somewhere far away, and then Yang Chen decided to finish him off and shot him with force. All his friends were shocked he'd begun to control matter. After that, he easily dealt with everyone with just one help from this orb. Yuexin fell more and more in love with Yang Chen, so he was a cool guy. Then he decided to play the fool and say that he wasn't the one who killed Chu Xiang and the others. Liner couldn't believe his words and knew that it was exactly him. But still, Yang Chen started to further justify that it wasn't him as if he had such an ability to not grovel before Chu Xian. Well, it also just proves that they are all good people and even evil spirits can't kill them. Only the fox couldn't believe it and asked him directly what was going on. Yang Chen said that the statue in the stone house, which can be touched by anyone, explodes with the power of an invisible sword, and it is a true miracle. Probably just before 100 you saw how handsome he was, so she killed their enemy and the rest. Here hopelessness she believed a little of course since she didn't know to prove otherwise. Xiao Qiui then said that he was talking nonsense as he definitely felt his murderous thoughts flashed, and Chu Xiang died. After the latter died, his murderous thoughts receded. Everyone just laughed at that. Yang Chen walked over to his brother and started shaking him so that he wouldn't be so naive and honest. But he didn't understand why his brother wasn't happy if he hadn't said anything wrong. After that, Yang Chen asked Xiao Qiu to go and see what treasures were left behind. After a while, he collected all the coins and other jewelry. After that, they had to put everything away and count it when they came back. But now they had to leave. Yang Chen also warned them all to be careful because after the god statue was triggered, an invisible sword intent would appear, mainly aimed at the sea of consciousness. They should gather their consciousness and resist it. After they adapt to it, they should slowly detach a part of their consciousness to perceive the statue and change it. As they began to approach the statue, it began to glow more and more. Everyone immediately started shifting since they can't resist the sword intent. He walked up to his brother and told him to use his power. Yang Chen picked up Yue Xin and Linger as the situation was urgent, and he also told the fox to hold on to him. And then they left together. It's all because the statue contained a terrifying sword intent. So one must take this opportunity to see if they can help them. He assumed that this statue must contain innate violet energy, but if they helped her, the terrifying sword intent would likely disappear. After which, a man appeared in his head and said that in terms of activation level, this guy probably surpassed the Zhenwu Sword Emperor. 3 days later, nothing was working, but her others accordingly didn't work out either. But still, the fox was very much surprised by Yang Chen, as he must have absorbed the purple sky key. And now it seemed like her little guy had mastered the secret of absorbing the purple sky key. Only it was strange that he didn't do so. She thought it was because there were strangers. So she decided to help and said that the sword spirit inside the statue was too advanced for them to touch it. It was useless to continue comprehending it, and suggested that they leave. Xiao Qiyue was dissatisfied since as soon as he got close to it, the intent of the ball was destroyed. Walking forward, Xiao Qiyue noticed some kind of strange brick. He didn't understand why this stone could be so heavy. Then Liner assumed it was heavy cold iron. Xiao Qiyue, of course, asked how much it was worth. Liner said that the great cold iron, it is a legendary treasure. It can be used to make blanks for heavenly weapons. Its value is hard to measure. It could also be said that this piece of great cold iron in his hand is worth so much to buy Zhaoge City, as it is indeed worth a fortune. Xiao Qiyue realized that this was exactly the treasure to make money from, so he started pulling out the bricks one by one right away. But it was very difficult, so Liner decided to help him. Seeing that it was so interesting, Yue Xin also decided to give it a try. Yang Chen saw what they were doing, and realized that this was indeed a good way to make money. But it was a pity only one could take one piece of great cold iron per one. After that, the vixen started to push everyone out except Yang Chen so that he could be alone and do his dirty deeds. In the meantime, they would go and see if there were any more treasures. Yang Chen was glad because he had better ideas. Since he can't understand the spirit of the sword anymore, he suggested just absorbing the purple if he uses the dragon's soul, it will disappear. Therefore, he decided to try the sword eater's soul. Meanwhile, Luo Jutian was meditating at home and didn't understand why soul force was being triggered for no reason. Meanwhile, Yang Chen didn't understand how it got in and looked at Dantian. He looked inside the Dantian and it was empty. Then he looked to the sword realm, there was also empty. The sword intent just disappeared. He didn't know what was going on here. Therefore, he decided to try the dragon soul first. After that, the statue simply began to break down before his eyes. Xiao Qiyue noticed this and started shouting for him to pay attention. Liner then asked Yang Chen finding anything. Also, Yue Xin reminded that they were now on the same team. It was wrong to take everything for themselves, but only he didn't understand how they could share it. As the purple key was absorbed into the Dantian, the sword spirit disappeared. Xiao Qiyue started to tell him that it was just a matter of luck. They are all trying to figure out what this miracle is, but only his brother succeeded. After which, Yang Chen announced that with the disappearance of the mysterious power of the stone house, all this heavy iron was now theirs. He was so happy that they would soon be very rich. Even if they just sold the iron, it would be a huge amount of money. Xiao Qiyue also found the map that was in the storage ring. Yang Chen immediately realized that this was most likely a map of the southern celestial realm. There were 3 places marked on this map: Valley of the Gods, Sprouted Heart Cave, and Thunderbolt Escarpment. The Valley of the Gods is where they are located, and it is likely that the other 2 locations have great possibilities as well. Yue Xin added that the Vicious Hearts Cave is not the best place. Perhaps it is related to the Rotting Wolf. And since they've already earned enough, and if they meet the Rotting Wolf again, she's afraid they'll just get killed. Yang Chen filled that there were still 10 days left, and then suggested that we go to the Thundering Ledge. The fox reminded him what his grandfather had said about this place, namely that this place was very dangerous, and asked them not to go near it. Yang Chen remembered that grandfather had actually said such a thing. And if even he said such a thing, then there was indeed danger. Xiao Qiyue then offered to go to the 2 while the girls practiced. Those immediately started wagging their heads and were against it. Yang Chen was against it since the secret realm was full of dangers, and he didn't want to leave them behind. Either way, you need to look around if it's really dangerous. They'll back off. Then Liner asked if his mysterious detection technique was reliable, and asked how far he could detect enemies, saying he can smell all the smells of life within a 5-mile radius. But the vixen had a question as to why then they didn't find Chu Shun and his men when they entered the Valley of the Gods. Yang Chen said that it didn't matter and that everything was fine. Yu Xin then asked what the secret technique was. Yang Chen didn't give details, but simply said that it was the best secret technique in the world. And then Xiao Qiyue added that it was the power of his soul simply. After which, they set off on a long journey. The Cave of Tainted Hearts is deep in the woods, so he asked everyone to be careful. As he did so, he sensed that there was a very terrifying aura. And after everyone saw someone fighting wolves. Yang Chen assumed that they also came by the map, and it's probably led by one of the mentors. A group of trainees couldn't have gotten through here on their own. Xiaoqiwei was more than happy to say grab them when they were seriously injured or weakened. Yang Chen said that taking advantage of them was wrong. After all, they are decent people, and can't do that. All the girls laughed at his words. After that, Yang Chen decided to go check everything himself while leaving his brother in charge. And there, of course, he saw Li Junru himself. He was very happy to see him, as he realized that they were going to fight. 5 of them were martial arts masters. After that, they started gobbling some pills that were supposed to help them. They attacked many times, but still the wolf was much stronger, and to one he had already slashed his arm off. Yang Chen observed that this kind of beast, the poison wolf, was indeed cunning, disfigured, and quite cruel. Meanwhile, Li Junru went to treat the wound. It got so sick of the wolf trying to kill him, so he used some of his stealthy technique and he wanted to blow the place up. After which there was a huge explosion. When he got closer, he saw Li Junru was alive there. He was very happy about this news as he can play with it. After which, Yang Chen walked over to Li Junru. He was overjoyed, as it had been a long time since their last meeting. So he asked how the young master of the Li family was doing. Li Junru was surprised at what he was even doing here. After which, Li Junru shouted at him to just kill him and not say any nonsense. Yang Chen cheered him up and said that he obviously wasn't going to kill him. After all, he doesn't even look like a killer. Besides, it's no fun to kill a man who doesn't have a hand. Li Junru then promised to do anything to him if he let him go. Even already, Xiao Qiyue realized that his brother was just messing with him, and that jerk was believing and taking it all seriously. Yang Chen gave his word and asked first how he knew about the miracle in Chaogate Mountain Crest. Li Junru replied that an old man with a beard named Bing Qi had told him about this place, and he believed him. He now keeps a pawn shop in the north of Tannan City, and it's called the Old Pawn Shop. Yang Chen remembered this pawn shop since he had walked in there by chance. After which, Yang Chen had the feeling that he was being used by this old man as a pawn. Then Yang Chen asked if he had any other valuable secrets, because just one piece of news about Bing Qi would not save his life. Then he mentioned that he knew about the soul reflector. Yang Chen first time hearing what it is asked to tell. Yu Xin heard. It was me who explained that it is a top-grade treasure. It can nourish the soul and is very useful for those with damaged souls. It turns out, if he can get his soul reflection stone, it's a master to regain his soul in cultivation. It won't be easy, but it will definitely help him. So he asked him to quickly tell him where this soul reflection stone was located. But before doing so, Li Junru asked him to swear on his heart that he wouldn't kill him. Yang Chen swore with his martial arts heart right in front of him. After which, Li Junru, and said that they had the agreed information that the Eastern Imperial Sword Sect had recently acquired soul treasures, namely, the Soul Reflection Stone. For a vixen, this was some kind of joke since getting a Soul Reflection Stone from a sword sect was simply fantastic. She told Yang Chen that everyone who swords is in the northern part of the Eastern Empire. She is even stronger than the imperial family of the Eastern Empire. Yang Chen thought hard when he heard that their strength was like the Eastern Empire. But on the other hand, since they already know that the sword sect has a Soul Reflection Stone, then they must go there, even if it will be difficult. But they must obtain it. Yu Xin upset him by saying that they all who and the Eastern Sword are enemies, and there are always battles on the border. But another thing that bothered him was precisely that the Eastern Empire was friends with the sword sect. Li Junru didn't have any more secrets. Therefore, since he couldn't dig up anything of value anymore, he had better be killed. Otherwise, the tens of thousands of dead people in Chaogate would be disturbed by the spirits of the underworld. Li Junru didn't understand what he was talking about now since he had sworn on his heart that he would not kill him. And then he said again that he didn't even trust himself, but others trusted him. He keeps his word though, and it's his brother, not him, who kills him. Since he swore that they were beating him personally, but he didn't say that he wouldn't be killed by Xiao Qiyue. After that, Yang Chen asked Yurat to collect the loot from these guys, because they must have something valuable. It's important not to miss anything. Afterwards, they realized that it was the so-called Cave of Corrupted Hearts. There's no miracle at the bottom of a 100-foot square hole. So he thought it might have been false all along. But on the other hand, If there were no treasures in the Rotten Heart Cave, Lee Junru and his team wouldn't have come here to fight the Rotten Heart Wolf. Afterward, they found a formation on the floor. It was ancient information, but it shouldn't be dangerous. Liner was excited and asked for a faster launch. Then some huge rock came out that had something written on it. Xiao Qiu realized that this was the very treasure of the Rotting Heart Cave. Yang Chen realized that this was going to be something worthwhile, so he suggested to hurry up and look here first. When he started meditating, you realized that the poison wolf only had the terrifying ability to spew poison rain after using this miracle stone. Fox was surprised that Xiao Qiu absorbed such terrifying energy so easily, and his character didn't change anything. But Yang Chen was also absorbing this dark energy. Yue Xin was shocked that with only dual souls, he was able to absorb dark energy. She assumed that in addition to the fire talent, he was also gifted with the power of darkness. This is the greater intent of darkness. Moreover, it is the mysterious power of the three kinds of dark martial arts fused together. If he understood this battle intent of darkness, his battle intent of shadow escape would become even stronger. But in an instant, the dragon soul began to resist. Then he remembered his grandfather's words that the Dao is the supreme principles of heaven and earth, governing all the Sushim, also with martial arts. From the moment they enter the path of the sword, they must understand everything in heaven and earth, find and awaken their own sword path. The way of the sword, no matter how great, no matter how powerful, is still a stranger. One can learn it, comprehend it, absorb its essence, but one can never inherit it. If one inherits the way of the sword, one becomes a slave of the sword, which was very dangerous. After which, Yang Chen noticed that Xiao Qiu was doing a dark martial arts fusion, and he is accepting someone else's legacy. Xiao Qiu explained that it was just darkness. It was an energy so pure that he used it to cultivate his heavenly demon body. His heavenly demon body had just risen to the 2nd level. He was pleased to see that he was worried for nothing, for his brother was quite fit for such a battle intent, although he can't directly transmit it to him, but he can incorporate the energy that is the fusion of the martial intent of darkness into the true key of the deadly underworld in Egg Liantian. Thus, his true key of the mortal underworld would be able to transmute it. Then the cultivation of the true key of the deadly underworld would definitely increase rapidly and become comparable to the true key of the sun and the true key of the heavenly thunder. They stayed there all day. A day later, Xiao Qiu was close to completing the 2nd level of his heavenly demon body. It was unbelievable, and then he asked what this pure darkness energy was. Yang Chen replied that it was a martial intent. Xiao Qiu was shocked by this information. After all, martial intent was a power that could only be awakened by a heavenly harmony practitioner. Therefore, he had a question. Why did they absorb it? After which, he summoned everyone himself to give everyone a piece of dark energy. The fox didn't understand him, because the dark energy in this stone didn't suit them, and nothing could be done about it. Leonor also didn't understand, since it was obvious that they didn't even match their attributes. Only Yue Xin wanted to see what that boy was up to again. Only today and now would the greatest warrior Yang Chen provide the 4 of them with a great opportunity. It will allow them to receive and merge the Ray Violet Key realm of heavenly harmony. Liner started laughing at him since she didn't believe she could do it here. His father Chu Zhen is the head of the martial arts court. His cultivation base has reached the 9th level of the heavenly harmony realm. But he has never seen the heavenly violet key. And you're the one saying that he can give it to them. Yue Xin was in anticipation of what this boy was capable of after all, and was fine with it. Foxy more or less believed it. But there was still the question of whether the awesome power to Yang Chen could not only absorb the purple key from the treasure, but also transmit it to others. Threw himself into being the first. He began to gather energy to give it to them. After which, he showed them the purple key. All the girls were shocked that he wasn't lying, and could really do that. Only Xiao Qiu had believed this before, after which he started handing one out to everyone one by one. In this way, everyone received a piece of purple key, but still it was very difficult for him, and he fell down from helplessness. Xiao Qiu could sense purple key, but it was too little. If he had a lot of purple key, his Dantian would have completed his transformation to the realm of heavenly harmony. Why is Yang Chen such a bad person? He had such mysterious power, but he had hidden it until now. And when they had already guessed that in the Valley of Gods, he had also absorbed the purple key in the statue, he felt so bad that he asked the fox to massage his head. He was very pleased, and afterward he asked for a shoulder rub. Foxy realized that he just wanted attention, so he started pushing him very painfully. But he didn't care, so she began to pinch him unpleasantly. Afterward, Yang Chen said that he felt much better, after which they went outside. They only had 9 days left, but they had already received enough information. If rumors of this spread, it would shake the entire eastern lands. Those promised all to keep their mouths shut and not tell anyone. He also said that in the last 9 days, the Thunder Ledge has appeared on the map. Yuxin began to babble that it was very dangerous, and perhaps even more dangerous than anything they had done before. She also reminded him that that was how normal it was, so she suggested not to go there. Fox and brother supported Yang Chen, and they were willing to go with him. After which, Yang Chen ordered these 4 to wait for him at the entrance from the secret realm, and he would go to the Thunder Ledge. One then asked his brother for a map. Fox was against him going there alone, for even her grandfather had told her repeatedly that Thunder Ledge was a place of great terror, and he should not go near it. Linner also told him to go with them since they already had so much already. Yang Chen said not to worry because he's bound to survive. The fox started yelling at him that he might get lost or she would kill him herself, though he kept explaining that he would cast a special spell so they could find him or sense his location. And after that, he walked into his portal.